हेलो एभ्रीबडी अनि सबैलाई स्वागत छ PMPL सिजन 4 सँगसँगै साउथ एसियाको नै PUBG मोबाइलको e-स्पोर्ट्स माहौल चाहिँ तातिएको छ। त्यो तत्त्वावधान टिममध्ये एक रहनेवाला छ र अफिसियल जसले PMNC जित्दै आफ्नो स्लट PMPL को लागि पक्का गरेको थियो। हामी यो भिडियोमा उनीहरूको बारेमा केही जान्नेवाला छौँ, टिम्सको बारेमा केही जान्नेवाला छौँ। आउँ परिचय सँगसँगै यो भिडियोलाई सुरु गरौँ।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ विशाल प्रधान, मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ रक्स विशाल अनि मेरो रोल भनेको चाहिँ सपोर्ट फिल्टर।
हेलो, मेरो नाम चाहिँ सदा गुरुङ, मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ रक्स सदा अनि मेरो रोल चाहिँ आइजिएल।
ओके, तपाईहरुले PMNC जितेर आफ्नो लागि चाहिँ PMPL को स्लट पक्का गर्नुभएको थियो। कस्तो इन्भाइरोमेन्ट क्रिएट भएको थियो अथवा टिमले कसरी सेलिब्रेट गरेको थियो त्यो कुरालाई?
नेपालको पहिलो टुर्नामेन्ट थियो अफिसियल, सो यसमा अब केही गरेर देखाउने सोच थियो। अनि अर्को मेन कुरा भनेको अब हामी 4 जना पहिला धेरै भाते खेलेको अनि यही 4 जना लाइनअपबाट हामी केही गरेर देखाउने भन्ने सोचेको थियो। सो हामीले गरे पनि। अनि अर्को भनेको एउटा बिग स्टेजमा पुग्ने चाहना थियो, त्यो पनि हामीले गरियो। अब अर्को भनेको PMPL मा कस्तो हुन्छ त्यो हेरौँ।
सो सायद यो एउटा क्वेसन चाहिँ सबसे इम्पोर्टेन्ट रहन सक्छ। अनि आइजिएलले टिमलाई रन गर्ने हुँदा रमा रोस्टर सफल रह्यो, PMPL स्लट पाएपछि अथवा एनसी जितेपछि त्यसले गेम प्लेलाई इफेक्ट गर्ला त रको?
अब स्पोर्ट हो, अब प्लेयर सफलहरू त भइरहेको हुन्छ। अब सबै सँगै खेल्ने भन्ने त हुँदैन। एक दिन नराम्रो होला, 2 दिन नराम्रो होला, बिस्तारै राम्रो होला नि।
सो प्रोफेसनल प्लेयर हो, एडप्टको लागि थोरै टाइम त लाग्ला, बट स्टिल इभेन्ट लङ्गर फर्मेटको हुँदा रले केही गर्न सक्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ म पनि बिलिभ गर्छु। बट मेरो अर्को क्वेसन यो रहनेवाला छ सादाको लागि कि अब टिम अलिकता बढी एग्रेसिभ देखिएको छ कि यही कुरालाई अगाडि धकेल्छ टिमले या केही नयाँ चेन्जेसहरू चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ?
अब अहिलेको लागि त हामी त्यही एग्रेसिभ नै खेल्छ। अब रोलहरू चाहिँ अब ब्लाब्ला जोकर अगाडि, विशाल हुन्छ मिडमा, म हुन्छु पछाडि सपोर्टमा। अहिलेको लागि चाहिँ टेस्ट गरिरहेको।
यो चाहिँ सादाको बारेमा रहेको छ। सो मैले विशालको मुखबाट जान्न चाहेँ, सादा कम्पिटिटरबाट पहिलेबाट थिएँ, आफूलाई पनि थाहा होला, बट त्यो एप्रिसिएसन अथवा त्यो एचिभमेन्ट चाहिँ उसको लागि भएको थिएन। अनि एनसी एउटा ठुलो चेन्जको रूपमा चाहिँ रह्यो। टिमले कसरी हेर्छ त सादालाई अहिले?
त्यही अब फर्स्टमा हामी पहिला पुरानो लाइनअपमा हामी खासै आइजिएल बिना खेल्थ्यौँ। अनि पछि हामी आइजिएलको लागि सदाबलाई ल्याउने कुरा भएको थियो। अनि सदाबलाई ल्याएपछि हाम्रोमा धेरै इम्प्रुभहरू हुँदै गएको थियो। आफै गेमहरू चेन्ज गर्दै आफै कसरी खेल्ने, के गरी खेल्ने, के सपोर्टमा के रोलमा खेल्दा हुन्छ, के गरेर खेल्ने भनेर भएको थियो। अनि बिस्तारै अब इम्प्रुभ गर्दै गयो। अनि सदाबको चाहिँ एकदम मेन रोल छ यसमा। सो सदाबलाई यो PMNC को टाइटल चाहिँ डेडिकेट गर्न चाहन्छु।
सो रले पर्फर्मेन्स धेरै नै सुधार्यो अनि सँगसँगै एनसी पनि जित्यो। बट त्यो सँगसँगै थोरै रका समर्थकहरू पनि भन्दै थिए, उनीहरूको लागि केही मेसेज, फ्यान मेसेज?
अब जति गेमहरू अप्स एन्ड डाउन्स भयो पनि फ्यानहरू मतलब अब सपोर्टिङ साथीहरूले धेरै हेल्प गर्नुभयो। सो अनि त्यसपछि अब आगामी दिनहरूमा पनि धेरै हेल्प पाउँछ भन्ने, हेल्प या सपोर्ट पाउँछ भन्ने आशा राखेको छु। अनि त्यही हो, थ्याङ्क यू सबैजनालाई।
अब हामी चाहिँ गेम खेलिरहेको हुन्छ, तपाईँहरूले चाहिँ यसरी सपोर्ट गर्दै गर्नु होला, हामीलाई हल्का मोटिभेट हुन्छ। त्यही हो, अब PMPL मा भेटौँ।
हाम्रो रसँगको छोटो मिठो कुराकानी यही नै सकिनेवाला छ। हामी फेरि पनि भेट्नेवाला छौँ। त्यतिन्जेलसम्म तपाईँ PMPL को एक्सन इन्जोय गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Welcome to this virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the final league play week that we're going to be participating in. The third week, day number 1 of the league plays itself. And all of that is a huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making it all happen. I'm going to be your host, Bloro. And along with that, we've got this awesome duo right here who are looking too professional today. A bit too bling is what I would say. Then none other than, of course, Ocean Sharma and Isip Johnny. How are you guys doing today?
Well, I'm doing really good, and well, let's see what happens today because it is the final Super Weekend, and before that, obviously, final league plays. So let's see.
I mean, definitely, because we have stepped up our game, but that's the same is going to be required from the teams as well. Because again, final week, final 8 matches that decide whether you get to move to the final Super Weekend to play the final 15 matches, from which the points will be counted to the overall storyboard. So a lot of finals happening. And after that, the finals,
I mean, you know what? Talking about stepping up the game, I mean, I can clearly see you guys have stepped up your game quite a lot. I mean, talk about the bling and a ka-ching coming in from your sides. That is looking pretty neat from you guys. I'm like a biker dude today, but it is what it is coming in from
maybe.
the rest.
So it just means you rode here like a badass.
Oh yeah,
in the virtual studio.
Probably. You never would know. But with that, let's move on along and have a look at the prize pool coming in, because it is a massive undertaking. You've got $150,000 on the line, along with which the bragging rights, so to say, or no, perhaps, is going to be the fact that, you just need to be a part of the lobby and you get $2,500 easy peasy.
I mean, that's true, but Johnny and Blotter, there are a few teams that are around second and third place marker because of their chicken dinners already, the amount that they have accumulated because of the chicken dinner. So that just is amazing in its own self. Think about it. Super Weekends, where it all matters, but right now you have to fight to get in the final Super Weekend. This is the league plays.
Exactly. But you know what? I mean, I had an opportunity to talk with a few of the players recently, and there was a question that I asked them, like, what would you want more, to lift the trophy or to win the money? And everyone went for the trophy first. That is the thing that's going to be the most important for these lads. So making it to the final and then taking their performance to the next level is something that everyone is going to be aiming for. And that means when these teams reach the final, they are going to be getting themselves a lot more points in comparison to what they are doing right now.
True.
Absolutely, as we already know that when it comes down to that chicken dinner, you do walk away with 15 points. But alongside all of that, we've seen teams working towards those kill points. That is so very important indeed, because that one kill will lead you to get that 1 point from that game, and if you don't have any placement points. Moving on fourth, of course, we are in the league play days. That means the 20 teams in total have been subdivided in 5 individual groups, starting off from group number A, Ocean.
DRS Gaming, we have Vibes, we have Seal, and we have I8. Well, all these teams, we know they are in for, amazing gameplays. Talking about DRS and I8, well, they have been looking really sharp with their amazing performances. Seal and Vibes, they are here and they're on a really good note. I mean, Seal, on to the last day of previous Super Weekend, they were having good games, and Vibes as well, with Jiggle, just know with his reflexes, his movements, he is amazing. So we'll have to see what the Group 8 does today, because now, if you're not playing one game, the other teams would want to capitalize on that one game.
Absolutely. As you move on forth from Group A towards Group B, Varun, this is where I want you to chime in, dude, because P and Crew, let's start off the conversation from that ladder. P and Crew just not able to make that marker for themselves.
I don't think it's a conversation. I think it's just a big question mark right there, because I mean, everyone's going to be asking the same question. Will P and Crew even qualify for this last Super Weekend? They have to. If they want to stand a chance to make it to the finals, they have to do this and then some more, because once they are in the Super Weekend, they will have to play just like I guess DRS did on the first day of Super Weekend. Like, it's a lot to ask for. I know it's a lot to ask for, because DRS on the first day got 91 points in 5 matches, and P and Crew will have to do the same thing for 3 days straight.
Johnny,
yeah,
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. I mean, this is the suits talking for me, right?
Big
So,
let's have
the thing is, if they actually qualify, they can just grab a chunk of money with a few chicken dinners here and there. I would say that can just work pretty good in their favor.
I mean, it's just going to increase the money they will be walking away with, right? $2,500 plus if they get 2 chicken dinners, that makes it $4,500 in total. So.
But that is only if they are able to participate in that Super Weekend.
So
that's a big if.
Yeah, that's the mentality that they should have today and tomorrow in order to get in top 16 and qualify, and then maybe just try to go for YOLO strats and maybe a few chicken dinners here and there. Well,
but along with that, Ocean, as we move on forward to Group C, now this is where I do want you guys to mention about Raw. I mean, this team. This team from Nepal has been so phenomenal. We saw them from week 1 on towards their journey. I mean, they are on a grind. Every single game that we see them, they're learning, they're improving, and they are motivated to bring in the best they possibly can.
I mean, call me a bit harsh on this one, but I'll slightly disagree and slightly agree with a few points, right? They have been grinding, I get it. But week 1's Raw is completely different from week 2's Raw, in my personal opinion.
Exactly.
Because week 2's Raw, we were thinking that they'll outshine, but they kind of failed in that outshining department.
Plus, I would say the harshness comes from the fact that the
they got our hopes up.
Exactly, the expectations that we had from Raw before they walked at this tournament were quite a lot. I mean, they had a lot to live up to, and that's something that they're failing to do. They're still doing quite decent. Don't get me wrong here. They're doing decent. They have a decent position in the top 16. They will be moving on to the finals, but still, we expected them to be competing for the top. Yeah.
Will it be enough is the question. But on the other front, talk about another team joining in from the Nepal. I mean, yes, I understand that the conversation is leading towards the Nepal domination, but I mean, that is what the stats are showcasing as well, right? Because you move on forward to this Group D, you've got Wizzes with Vibes right there as well. Another team that was new into this entire PMPL, but what a play they've also showcased.
Yeah, I mean, Wizzes with Vibes, they have been doing really good. I mean, Johnny, you remember, right? If Delta is the last one surviving, he does really good for his team. Reaper, that lad has been just now picking up numbers for himself lately. Rules is a really good addition to the game when it comes down. And Malik, his heal battles are just out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, Wizzes with Vibes was a team that was... I mean, we even talked about this during the pro analysis time, that this team is a dark horse. You will not expect what is about to hit you, and that is exactly what they are proving. They are the biggest threat that you will never see coming in your direction, and that makes it a challenge to deal with a team like this.
Absolutely, and as we move on forward to the final group, that's going to be Group E, where we have the X Factor team coming in. That's going to be from the side of Australia, Paradox, who are going to be, of course, part of this league play. But first game, they're not going to be playing. But, of course, the conversation will be based on, are they going to be able to participate in this Super Weekend?
I mean, that definitely is a conversation, because when their first Super Weekend happened, right, in which they were part of, they also got a chicken dinner. That means, this team has potential. You don't get chicken dinners that easy in this game. And that too when $1,000 on the line for each and every chicken dinner. So that shows that, this team has potential. But this time, for this week, to be honest, they'll have to showcase that potential. They'll have to, in fact, each and every team will have to give up their 100%, if more, if not more, right, just to mark up their name, maybe for the last time or something, but they'll have to. So Paradox is one of those
completely, mate. Completely agreed in that, of course. But moving on forth, as we bring ourselves to recap what happened in the second week of the league play days, is where this overall start is going to be brought on, where the storyboard is certainly favoring Stalwart, as they got some amazing points for themselves. And as we were just talking about Visible Vibe, well, they are right there on that second position. But once again, I mean, this is only the second week of the league plays.
Yeah. I mean, do you remember the destruction that was given to everyone, the thrashing that was given basically by Stalwart Esports to everyone else in the lobby? I want to see that again, and I want to see more of it in Super Weekend.
So here's the thing, Johnny. If you remember, right, if you talk about first league week versus second league week, in my mind, it kind of hits differently. And that is Wizzes with Vibes. That time they were at the first position. The final game, as DRS had 3 chicken dinners, something like that, right? And this time it was Stalwart having multiple chicken dinners, and Wizzes with Vibes was just around the corner. So personally, what I would say is, Wizzes with Vibes, they are playing really good. They just should not reveal their Super Weekend strategies in League Week. Without those revelations as well, they can qualify. That's just my thinking, because what happens is, in League, they're always in top 3. In top 2, perhaps. In first League Week, they were at the first, and second, they were at the second. So now as well, they can be at a really good pace, but they just should not reveal their strategies. I somehow feel like they here and there, they do reveal strategies.
Well, hopefully they don't. Hopefully this time round they don't. On the other front, talking about revealing strategies or rather formulating strategies altogether itself, for one team it has definitely not been working, and that's going to be PN Crew, a team that has not been able to participate from the league plays into the Super Weekends up until now. But this is the do and die moment for them.
I mean, if you talk about PN Crew, I always get scared, man. I don't know what to expect, because look at the difference. I mean, they were a little bit more aggressive. They were taking few more fights in the second week. but their point average did not go up. I mean, the conversion wasn't there. And it is definitely a hard time that P and Crew are going through, but I hope they have recovered now, because going into this last week for the league stages, there's going to be a lot of pressure. And as Ocean mentioned, there is an opportunity for the team to go YOLO because they have nothing to lose at this point, and I hope they grab it.
I mean, as we are looking at the highlights, right, we all know these are just league highlights. They have so much highlights for themselves. That means they were involved so much in the fights. But the actual result that came out of it was not, like a good one. Obviously, that's why they are not a part of the Super Weekend. And they should be. This time, I would say they should. You see them. There are so many highlights. That means they were part of so many fights. But no doubt, even they start up a fight, they were always on the receiving end. And that's what kind of just changed everything for them.
I mean, things definitely did change, but they need to change for the better now. That's all I'm asking from this team. And I mean, it's not like, I mean, if we talk about roster changes as well that the lineup has gone through, yes, they might have lost the star players that were there before, but still the lads that are still present as part of the lineup are experienced players. So, I mean, we do expect quite a lot from this lineup still, and they have to live up to the legacy that has been left behind with the name P and Crew. There's a legacy attached to it, and well, it's time to show up.
It's a tough conversation for P and Crew. I mean, being a part of a new family, creating that synergy within the family itself, and then moving on forth against these teams that are part of the lobby, it is a tough undertaking for them. But of course, as you so perfectly mentioned, they've had the time now. This is the final week. If they cannot deliver now, then it is going to be a fall down from their side and from the name and the goodwill that P and Crew itself has created for themselves. On the other front, we can only keep our fingers crossed. But as we move on forth, another two teams to talk about is going to be Paradox, a team that was looking so very good during that first week as they played that first Super Weekend. Were not sadly part of second Super Weekend, but they were, of course, interchanged with Venom Legends, where Venom Legends showcased some amazing plays. Talk about synergy, talk about classy plays. Venom Legends was all across that board.
In this one, what I would say is Paradox, no doubt, these are stats of Paradox's Super Weekend 1 versus Venom Legends Super Weekend 2. Look at the efficiency that Venom Legends had in the damage dealt versus damage received. It's kind of like a ratio of 1, almost, if not 0.9999 a bar. But for Paradox, if you look at it, right, their damage received is still more, given the fact they had a chicken dinner. I mean, Venom Legends did too, but they just got 75 points. Now, what I need from this team is, if they qualify at this moment, I would not want them to have like almost 114 points just like Venom Legends, but maybe a 100-point marker that will get their total to 175. That actually puts them on a really safe spot. And if they can accumulate 75 points, well, they are evolving with each and every league that is going on. So they can go to a 100-point marker. Given the fact they have taken a chicken dinner before, they can take it now as well.
I mean, I don't know about that, because I mean, a lot of things do fall in those equations as well. Is high voltage going to make it and stuff like that? So it is definitely going to be a high pressure situation for Paradox. But yes, I agree. If they can manage to qualify and then secure those 100 points, there is going to be a possibility that Paradox makes it to the other side. Also, there are other teams as well. P and Crew is the only one who failed to make it to a single Super Weekend. So we have R3D in the same boat. We have 7C in the same boat as Paradox. So what is going to happen to those teams? There are a lot of X's and Y's that need to be taken into the equation. I see Ocean getting a smile over there, but yes.
So
back to
what I was going to say is, there are always just two X and Y's. It's Z is getting added as well.
I mean, a lot
different
of
variables.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. Yeah, see, that's the correct word.
Absolutely. But again, I mean, sorry, Ocean.
Yeah, so this is just the exact concept that I was going to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are their respective Super Weekend performance graphs that we are comparing right now. Look at the way, Venom Legends started up. It's not like they've had only good games. They also had their bad games, but they are kind of in the middle of the area where you see from 6-point marker to around 18-point marker. That's where Paradox was not. Paradox was on to the lower side. You see a 2-point marker, you see those markers for them. So having a normal average as well can actually get you good points, and that's a perfect example by Venom Legends.
I mean, so here's the thing. As long as you're not getting 0 in a game, that game was not a waste. Because, I mean, it is going to be really, really difficult to come back from the fact that you just wasted a complete match. 0 points, that is going to be really bad. And that is why I believe, I mean, what we liked about Venom Legends was the fact that even in the bad games, they were going into those early fights, securing those 1 or 2 points and making sure that at least something was being salvaged from a worst possible situation. And well, if things keep going this way, maybe we're going to see Venom Legends bounce up really nicely this week as well.
So true indeed, mate. Because again, when it comes down to Venom Legends conversation, there is that one dude who has just been a rock for the entirety of Venom Legends. That's going to be none other than Steelshot, because of the way that he's been able to take up fights for his team and be so phenomenal in the stats that he's been able to showcase.
Wow. I mean, Steelshot has been quite incredible, but I mean, it's not just him, right? It is his other teammates as well, because we've seen some interesting moments from Frypan. We've seen some interesting moments from Void as well in the matches that they've played. But yes, I agree. Steelshot is the man who's responsible for filling his opponents with lead the entire time. 31 matches played, 46 kills, 1.48 kpm. The damage is looking really nice as well. And that 19-minute survival time is just the cherry on top of that cake.
Exactly. That's what I was going to just take up my conversation as well. You've played a lot of matches, and that too, you're surviving just in those amazing numbers. And that just showcases that you've had an impact on which your team is just, feasting on. Think about it, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, this lad has played all the 15 matches of Super Weekend, and that's where it matters the most. He had an impact when the team got a chicken dinner. He is the one, who's been clutching out. And the best part is, he has been in 2-3 different Sanhok fights, different variable Sanhok fights, in which, he had to change his weapon or maybe just drop down, take a shot. Like, all those things. Sanhok has been like a really, really good, good field to play for this lad. But today it's Erangel and Miramar. And especially, I would love to see what this lad does in Miramar. I mean, 4 good kills gets him to 50 marker as well.
Oh, dude, I am not liking the fact that during that replay right there, we did not get that awesome reel where Steelshot, right? I mean, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? On that same exact map. Yep, I mean, that was so ludicrous play coming in, all based on just Steelshot's play against Vibe's approach. But all of that, of course, can be duplicated and replicated as the day moves on along towards this third week of league play. With that, let's get our day started off. Let's move on to a schedule where we will be starting off on Erangel to get the day starting on along. On the other front, Group E is not going to be participating, so that means FS, well, I don't know if I should say this or not, but thankfully we won't have FS in that
yeah, where they have their topmost placement point category area. I mean, so that's a good thing as well, because it's like they're dominating to the entirety of the tournament. That's really good. But just like you're saying, right, T2K, FS, Seal9 and Paradox won't be playing. And so here's something heartbreaking for me personally that I would just say, and that is obviously ZEUS is going to play. But so far, it has been a thing that ZEUS never is performing in their first game of league play.
Yeah,
true.
The Super Weekend is a different story where, we saw Zeol also coming down to top 3 markers and all. Like, that's a different story. But for league plays, ZEUS starts casual and then they pick up the pace. So I don't know where ZEUS will be, but my eyes are going to be on PN Crew personally to see if they start up good. I mean, all this team needs is maybe one chicken dinner today or tomorrow, and the momentum will be back on track. I mean, chicken dinner is still a long stretch thing, but
hopefully, I mean, there's nothing wrong in hoping for that sort of a cause coming in from the side of PN Crew because of the name and the goodwill that they've been able to create for themselves in the entire history of course, this game of Battlegrounds. But on the other front, Warren, I do want to ask you, mate, when it comes down to the team, for example, Venom Legends, I mean, they have had a perfect second Super Weekend. The first Super Weekend for themselves, but a second Super Weekend for us. Now, as they move on along with that momentum, what are your expectations from that team? Do you think they're going to be faltering down, or they're going to be rushing on forth to take on that many more points?
I believe Venom Legends, they're going to carry the momentum that they built for themselves quite nicely in this week as well. But I'm going to keep my eyes on all the teams in the bottom, be it High Voltage, Seal9, Paradox, all of the teams that have just played one Super Weekend, because now it's time to go YOLO.
Now is the time to shine indeed. With that, we've had our shining moments right here on the desk. It is time to move on forth that shine towards our lovely casters. It's going to be none other than XP and Play to take us through this first game.
All right, thank you very much for that as we come rising out from the ground. I don't know why I'm pixelated today instead of UX, but it's like you've passed on your virus towards me. But week number 3, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and it's going to be an exciting time. I like the fact that you have the sickness now. It's all good. No viruses are being passed around over here. We shouldn't be throwing words around
Social
like
distance.
that.
Yeah, I know. It's a very bad time to talk about passing viruses.
Already. Well,
jokes
week
aside.
3 play.
Yeah, week 3. A lot on the line. I just noticed something though when the analysts were talking about Venom Legends. Steelshot has more kills than all 3 of his teammates combined. They have 45. The Mad Lad has got 46. That's ridiculous.
I mean, when you are going up against squads all by your lonesome and wiping them out willy-nilly, it is going to be pretty easy for him to, rack up those kills. And again, to back it up, man, that boy has the skills. He's getting the job done. He's keeping calm under pressure and just annihilating his enemies. Now, a few names have obviously been already called out on the analyst desk. And this week, again, the last week of League play, the last Super Weekend before the finals. So, I mean, it's the make it or break it situation for a couple of teams. Now, I'm going to throw a word out at you. You know it. It's going to be the god of Thunderbolts himself. I'm going to be talking about ZEUS.
Yep.
Now, we were speculating that, they're trying new things out because they have a new coach, they're under new management. But again, for them, in the next couple of days, including today, it's going to be all about making it to the next Super Weekend. I think that is when they're just going to let everything loose and go back to what they do best.
Maybe. Like you said, they might have just would play a little bit YOLO, as our desk mentioned as well. Just try and unshackle themselves, I feel, from what's been keeping them pinned down all this while. A team who would like to see them break the chains, and also maybe bring about a change would be PN Crew, because they're the only team out of 20 at the end of week 2, at the beginning of week 3, who are yet to get a single point in a Super Weekend XP. It's kind of tragic.
Now, what I want to know is, I wish I was actually like a fly on the wall in that camp, because I'm pretty sure morale is going to be taking a bit of a hit right now. And, when that happens, I'm talking from my experience, you have a little bit of infighting, you don't get along because, everybody loves pointing fingers. I wish they get over that stage now because, like I said, this is the last little hurdle for them to cross. I mean, if they can actually make it to the Super Weekend, get a few points, remember, you only have to get to the top 16. And if you have a look at the Super Weekend points, which of course we'll see once we come to the Super Weekend, it's really close down on the latter half of the table. And, a couple of good games, if they do make it, could propel them to the finals.
It could indeed. I'm actually going to try and bring that up for myself, so I can probably talk a little bit about that. But I do believe we have almost all the players in the server as well. Of course, we're not going to be having Group E playing the first game here. Everyone has an equal opportunities. Taking a look at the table, PN Crew at the bottom, 0 points. They haven't played a single Super Weekend thus far, right, XP? And then we have Paradox. Now, they missed on a second Super Weekend. They played the first one where they were able to get 75 points. R3D, 77 points. Again, 1 Super Weekend played. 7C, 1 Super Weekend played, and 95 points. These are the bottom 4. So for PN Crew to jump over them, they not only need to qualify, they also need to accrue at the minimum about 100 points and hope that the 3 teams I mentioned don't qualify for the next Super Weekend. So that's something we can talk about later on. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping on in. And it is, again, going to be on Erangel where we find ourselves on. It is going to be starting, the plane pad is going to be starting from Primorsk. And unlike a couple of interesting games we've had so far, XP, where it went from Primorsk to Novo or Milta, it's going to be heading a little bit further towards the northeastern side, towards Lipovka.
Yes, sir. And, we already know who all is going to be dropping to the right side of the plane right now. It's only going to be a couple of teams in the form of, I'm pretty sure everyone already knows. But what is going to be interesting is to see where ZEUS and other teams are going to be going. Again, teams that have multiple drop points. Now, usually, we've seen action only breaks out in Erangel right at the beginning, only when there's a little bit of a fight for vehicles, of course, which you want to take to your distant location. So that is something that they want to avoid. They have been at the receiving end of things as far as that little exchange is concerned, but they are going to be heading to the shelter this time around. Now, I8, of course, are going to be heading to the military base as usual, as Stalwart Esports make their way to Novo Repnoy. Now, the circle is going to be the deciding factor as to whether they're going to be sticking around their drop spots or whether they're going to have to migrate up north, which is going to be on your screens in just a few seconds. Blay, predictions here, mate.
Zarki.
All right, I'm going to go for a gut thing. Oh, all right.
I was close, but it's okay. It's a standard circle. It's a standard circle. However, things could get very interesting because, as you did point out, looking at a plane path, a lot of teams who usually like heading towards Georgie and Severny are going to be dropping, they drop towards the farm area, like a team being ZEUS, who do like dropping towards Shelter. Then you have Dead Eyes Guys, you have PN Crew, you have High Voltage. A lot of these teams are dropping in a position they're not supremely comfortable on, right? DRS, though, as usual, going to be dropping in to Yasnaya. And because of that, XP, because of how the drop location is and how the circle is going to be panning out, we could potentially see a few early skirmishes breaking out here in the very beginning of the third Super Weekend. PN Crew, a team that has been on the tip of our tongues many times, and unfortunately, many times it's been for their lack of performance so far. Do you think they're going to make it? Do you think they're going to make it to the third Super Weekend? Or do you think it's going to be a big fat zero for them at the end of the event?
Well, it's all going to be written down in stone in front of us in a few moments. A couple of games should tell us, what their intentions are as far as week 3 is concerned. And as of right now, they did realize, DRS is going to be calling Yasnaya their home, and it turns out Seal was just southwest of Yasnaya itself. So what PN Crew is doing now is making that right decision to go up towards, I would say, somewhere around Severny or the shooting range is where they're going to go and loot up and make it to the circle. Now, again, it's going to be the first day of the third week, and PN Crew, a lot of weight is going to be riding on their shoulders right now because, well, expectations are high, and, they do need to make it to the first weekend. Now, it does look like Seal Esports did kind of catch a drift of the fact that, this team is going to be moving on forward. And if you have a look at Baron, now he doesn't have a plane, but he does have a vehicle, and it looks like he is going to be speeding behind the enemy, not to confront them right now, but of course he's going to be looting in those little isolated warehouses and compounds. But he is going to keep an eye on them, is what I think from this little movement over here. But again, the circle is as it is on your map. A few teams are going to be outside. I don't see I8 or Stalwart really having any problems making it inside because they've done it time in and time out. Now, if you have a look at the Eastern Front, I like the fact that someone is going to be all the way up there in Kameshki, and it's going to be the Ruthless, aggressive Warriors. Question is, are they going to be amping up the aggression today?
Let's find out. Let's find out. Now, considering their position there, I wouldn't be too surprised to try to go for a drive across that really pretty northern coastline. But then, going up against PN Crew, I guess at this point, I hate myself for saying this, but PN Crew are kind of like a farm team for a lot of these other teams around, right? It's like, oh, there we go, 3 points. It just kind of feels like that. So obviously, REW don't know it's PN Crew over there, obviously, but if they do head towards Severny XP, if a battle does break out, I gotta say, I have to give the edge to REW.
That is a possibility, to be quite honest with you. But again, let's see if PN Crew are a different team this time, because sitting out 2 Super Weekends is going to have a little bit of a detrimental effect on the morale and also on the momentum. But again, if they can just overcome that, let's see if they bring something to the table today. Again, speculations aside, we are going to be rooting for action. That is what we're all about. And if you don't make the cut, well, you don't make the cut, and we call it out. It's as simple as that. But I did kind of expect some action on the other end play. I thought maybe something is going to be breaking out between R3D and Clarity Bublu, seeing that how they were so close to one another just north of Promos. But right now, R3D have kind of pulled back to the city itself, making sure that they are going to be near one another, as Prabeen is going to be running across the fields towards Water City. His teammates are already holding it, so, not a lot of opposition over here. And again, no action breaking out early on, although so many teams are so close to one another. And I just had a look at the map play. We might, in fact, have some action breakout just north of Pachinki, because a few teams are going to be coming in close to one another. And there you have it. Looks like Seal, again, are keeping an eye out on PN Crew's movement. And like you said they're a farm team. That is what maybe they could expect. Again, they do not know that it's PN Crew right now. But, of course, once the kill feed does give them away, I wonder if it's going to be instilling ZEUS with a bit more confidence. Oh, sorry, not ZEUS, I beg your pardon. Seal with a bit more confidence. Mm-hmm. The moment the map came out, my eyes just went to ZEUS on the side. So, it just took over. It happens. And
I do also want to touch upon what our very esteemed colleagues on the desk alluded to as well, that ZEUS have always had very, very super slow and quiet starts during the group stages, right? So I do wonder if they'll be able to turn things around, considering this is going to be the final group stage of the Pro League.
you know what? I kind of feel, have a look at how ZEUS suddenly moved from the shelter to the center of the map pretty early on, which kind of tells me, you know what, they might actually be going back to what they do best, just trying to hunt down teams. Because if you have a look at their position, they are north of Pochinki. I'm assuming they're going to have one of the compounds on the downslope of Potato Hill, just southwest of the school. That is what I'm assuming from what I can see right now. So again, they've got their basic loot on them, and it kind of looks like they are out to get some fights, which is something that they are going to get, because have a look at all those teams close by. We've got 7Cs moving up from Pochinki. A1 Esports is going to be in the mix. Vibes, of course, we did see them at Water City last. High Voltage and Deadeye's guys are going to be coming in from the Eastern Front. Now, Deadeye's guys, Blay, they are going to have a little bit of a monopoly of Rozhok, because, again, it is their town. They know every single nook and cranny, and it does seem like they're going to be posting up for an attack. Elsewhere, have a look at Raw. They are going to be moving in, and it looks like PN Crew, they've already looted Severny. They're already on the move. They have that little cavalcade working for them, but they could be spotted by Seal at any moment, and we could hear a few shots being let loose.
For sure. And as you pointed out, the moment they get a knock, they're going to be like, oh, well, we need to go for this. Like, these could potentially be easy kills, a potential early team wipe, but we'll get back to that later on. As we lay eyes upon I8, who have managed to, as usual, boot up towards Military Island, head on up north, crossing just next to Ferry Pier, and they're not really going to be facing much opposition, primarily because 1952 are nowhere in the vicinity, or in fact nowhere in the server either. They are in Group E, so they'll be playing later on. That is, of course, Future Station 1952. I8, though, the fact that they have a chicken dinner makes me happy. I feel like the curse is broken now. You know, this team, how they're so consistent, how they're so good at getting kills and getting team wipes and taking fights, but just not quite able to get that, stay alive at the very end. So the fact that they managed to break the curse earlier last week definitely makes me believe that the curse has finally been broken. We might be seeing them cropping a couple of chicken dinners, but we'll get back to that later on next, because we have a bit of a, not really a skirmish, but more like a little bit of posturing between Vibes and ZEUS in the distance. They can spot each other out, they're taking a couple of pot shots, and looking at the zone, it's going to be very, very densely populated extremely quickly. And I said it was some posturing XP, but it is going to be ably with that Mini 14. And ZEUS and Mini 14 and Stalwart as well, they are just fantastic with its semi-automatic.
Let me just point something out. You know, when Godless was up there all by his lonesome, he was just, if you notice, he was just firing off random shots in any which direction. Now, his team, on the other hand, was getting ready for exactly what's happening. Godless played it perfect. It kind of attracted Vibes' attention to come up. They kind of assumed that, there's not a lot of people in that vicinity. And, well, had they got a few knocks, it would have been beautiful. But looks like ICE is going to get that knock on Praveen as he gets taken down. And now, I have a look, and they are going to be running to their vehicles. Looks like, ladies and gentlemen, the old ZEUS is definitely back, as they are in their vehicles going in for the kill. In fact, Deadeye's guys are going to be joining them as well, as all of them have a vehicle to themselves. Now, this is when I want two members to a call. There you have it, because you can still drive around and shoot from the shotgun position, as they are going to be making their way to the 6 houses. Again, what was going to happen over here, Blade, was that ZEUS was definitely going to go straight for Vibes, but Deadeye's guys kind of threw a wrench in their plans.
Well, the wrench might be completely, bent by Vibes, because they are walking into a wall of bullets XP, and it is going to be Baron who's going to unleash onto RAW, actually, joining the fray out of nowhere, as Vibes and Deadeye's guys now in a bit of a battle for control of this particular part of the land. But of course, ZEUS are hearing all this commotion XP. They are very close by as well. However, I8 are nearby too. We can probably bring up the zone a little bit later on, but you can see a lot of teams just slowly making their way into the interiors of this safe zone. And look at how many bodies there are, like all far away from each other. On top, he sees the player, but Praveen nerves a steal. He managed to get the res right in the nick of time before On Top alights from his vehicle and tries to take a shot. But there's still two predators nearby from Deadeye's guys. They're still roaming around.
Mind you, I like the fact that Deadeye's guys are playing a bit regressive. They're pushing up on Vibes' position, but what they are doing is potentially setting up ZEUS to take a few kills as well, because they have been forced to the other side of this mountain. And mind you, ZEUS could have a good angle on them from those 6 houses where we last left them. And ZEUS being ZEUS, they could be coming in for some kills as well. Elsewhere, an airdrop has been picked up by Rules from Whizzes with Vibes, not to be confused with Vibes on your screen right now. Now, you did have a look at how On Top went on that little bit of a right rotation because, he did see one of the members from Vibes running towards Water City. So that angle is cut off, but right now, Rated and Frag, they don't have a lot of options unless they push up on the mountain wait a second, where Vibes is, because their members are going to be caught elsewhere. Now, On Top is going to be in trouble. That grenade is going to blow him to smithereens as it's going to explode. He gets out, but not in time, and there you have it. The first knock is going to come in from DE's point of view, and looks like they're going to lose one man and are going to be reduced to a 3-man squad. And, well, Jiggle is going to take his time, adding a little insult to injury over here.
Yep. It's like, well, there's nothing you can do about it. Just going to chill here while you watch as you bleed out. Cruel man that he is. But in a battle of PUBG Mobile, in his Battle Royale XP, there is no mercy. Only guns, bullets, and a swift death. And of course a chicken dinner at the end if you do survive. Oh, that's a nice shift. That is a tasty shift. Look at that. It's got to be smack on top of the eastern side of North and South Georgia. The bridge smack in the middle XP. Now this is where the bodies are gonna hit the floor. And that is when things get very exciting indeed. Rated Sir out in the open. I think he's been spotted out. Yes, he is, but almost. Assassin, though, gets knocked. I do believe that was by ZEUS, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. I see from the distance. Trading out. Well, for Deadeye's guys, basically, but still. Deadeye's guys, they will lose a member there. I don't see any possibility of Rated Sir getting rezzed, and that's unfortunate, but at least his team is still very much in contention.
I like the fact that...
One member, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I like the fact that, if ZEUS have been keeping an eye out on the kill field, they are going to realize that, okay, Deadeye's guys came in, they had a little bit of a skirmish, and they know that Vibes is there because, if you remember, IC did get that initial knock on Prabeen on that hill. So they are still going to be holding their ground, trying to put as much pressure as they can. As ZEUS, if you had a look, ABDE did go on a bit of a right rotation. And, well, he's going to be coming back because Stalwart Esports, the other Mongolian team, is coming down from the hill. And boy, oh boy, are they moving fast. Now, they have been spotted out, and I'm sure they're going to be anticipating that these compounds are taken, especially since we've got some smoke over there. But Jiggle over there, as soon as we switch to him, gets knocked down by a DP28 headshot. And, of course, that is going to be coming from Stalwart Esports' way. Now, Killer is going to be on a daring little mission over here to pick up his friend, which I think he is going to get to. And against all odds, we already know Rated's days are numbered, but he's still alive and kicking as top A. Now has to work a little extra as Vibes are going to be up on his position. He does take cover behind the McLaren, but Killer could be coming in from the right. In fact, he's getting shot at from elsewhere, Blair. It looks like ZEUS. It's not ZEUS, it's Stalwarts from the heavens above, and that grenade just put everyone in the ground, which means Vibes are now on the back foot with 3 members alive, and Killer could be in a little bit of trouble.
I love how Top lobbed in the nade, even though he was so very low on health. Instead of playing passive, he's like, just eat this nade. I'm going to heal myself.
I love the cover Pika provided, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's all he needs. Now, Top, that nade could be huge. That is massive. But Killer able to dodge it. They're just exchanging blows with the HE, and with the circle closing in, with the blue closing in, Top is like, I'm just going to leg it. He's just going to make a run for it, but that's such a scary proposition. But Killer not quite able to land his shot, and it's going to be action from behind. How has he done this? There are members of Vibes right next to him, and he just takes down their teammate, and they're like, wait, where did that even come from? If I'm Killer, I'm seething inside at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you need to have that presence of mind about you, as Mafia Ninja has exactly that. He knows what he's on it. That grenade is going to hit its mark. It's going to blow up, and Steel Shot, man of the moment, we were talking about him earlier, is going to be taken down just behind that little concrete block. Now his members are going to be taken down by another grenade. That was a massive grenade. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the first team to bite the dust in Erangel on the first day of the 3rd league play is going to be Venom Legends. And we were just talking earlier that, Steel Shot, man, he's carrying his weight, 46 kills to the other 3's 45 as Baron. Sneaky as he is, not going to be fighting in the skies this time. In fact, he's going to be low down to the ground, and he does spot out Mafia Ninja. In fact, he's going to get the knock.
They get the finish. Now, the other 3 members of DRS a little bit of a distance away. So, if he wanted to, he could potentially go for the finish there on the fallen player, but no. I'm just going to stick around. This battle between DRS and Seal, it's going to get very messy very quickly, because they both need to make a move real quickly, because they are at the edge of the blue right now. They need to move quite a distance inside to head towards North Georgie. As you can take a look at your kill feed, ladies and gentlemen, you can't really see the fight, but I8 are going up against Stalwart, and I8 seem to be coming out on top here. Stalwart has been eliminated. That's a massive stuff for the Pakistani team. Nima on 1 point of health. Now, if Wally walked ahead just a couple more meters, that would have been a confirmed kill, but Nima on that sliver of HP might just be able to find a semblance of cover and heal himself. But in the meantime, Mafia Ninja has been knocked down. What is Seal going to do here? They've just left them in the blue, and they're going to be moving on in, which in my opinion is the right call, XP. They could just gatekeep them.
They could indeed, and it does look like they might be just picking up some utilities from Mafia Ninja, because picking him up is not going to be ideal right now, but it's going to be Seal. They are making their way to safety, as PM Crew again are still a 4-man squad. We did see them kind of getting in some trouble early on, but they are still holding on by a thread, as Slayer is going to be called out. He is going to be in the building, but he did take quite a few shots of damage, and now that first aid kit is going to be administered for good health. Now, Clarity have not got a single kill to the name yet, but they obviously are trying to add to that tally. As of course, I'm a fan of this zone, because, you know, once upon a time the Georgia Ball containers and the mountain was like my favorite spot in all of Erangel. So I'm actually excited to see what's happening, but you got to keep an eye out for Wizzies with Vibes. Now they're going to be coming in from West Georgia Ball, and at this very moment they are going to be atop that fabled mountain, possibly shooting down on R3D if they aren't careful. However, as soon as they fire a shot, A1 Esports, Clarity, R3D, and ZEUS are going to know what's going to be happening. And have a look at that play. We have 4 teams running around amidst the containers. Sooner or later, somebody is going to get hurt real bad.
There are going to be some jump scares, XP. You walk around a corner. That's my nightmare. I used to hate final circles in the containers, because I'll just be happily walking around and there'll be one guy just lying prone with a shotgun looking straight at me, and I'm like, oh well, that's it, I'm screwed. AJ, you're being extremely brave, my friend, but what a play! AJ somehow he dances, weaves around the bullets, and he takes down a member of SEAL. He played that to perfection, and Hustler's gonna be seething. He really should have landed that spray, XP, but it went a little RI for him, unfortunately. And with that, VRS are going to be pushing into SEAL's position. They don't really have to push it any further. They have these couple of buildings for cover. And for SEAL, though, you know, the fact that they're a bit isolated. Here's the thing. If you look at his 2 buildings for DRS, they can easily jump from one to the next. For SEAL, though, you have 2 in one big building, the other one on a separate one, and there's no easy way for him to jump on over.
But in SEAL's defense, the thing about those buildings is you got a lot more angles. You can go a lot higher up. You can shoot down.
Pros and cons.
You have you've got pros and cons for everything. You know, I mean, it all depends on what you make of your surroundings. Talking about what you make of your surroundings, High Voltage were making the best of it because they were behind this mountain and the blue zone. But now the circle has shifted and they are going to have to get out of the sweet spot. However, Aussie does know that someone is lurking in the waters down below, and well, it is going to be the boys from 7C, probably feeling right at home. Let's have a look at this beautiful Car 98 shot. Action is spotted out, and boom goes the shot, and his helmet pops off with his body hitting the ground. Elsewhere, Deadeye's guys just getting ravaged is the word I want to use right now by Wives. Of course, we did catch all that action early on. Now, as the circle is shrinking in on itself, 13 teams are still alive and more are falling as Nima is going to get caught out by Wally. Lovely patient by Wally.
Absolutely. I like how they're able to, you know, just kind of circumnavigate their position. And this is DRS. Oh, man, they're just getting obliterated here. 2 players already taken down. And despite it being a 3v3, and as we alluded to earlier, both of them in a pretty comfortable position. But now SEAL have reigned supreme in that particular battle. And they know where AJ is. They know which direction that vehicle went towards. So they're going to be having their eyes peeled on that water. In the meantime, P and crew haven't really moved much. They're going to be deploying all the smokes, but this is the thing, right? Like, I would love for P and crew to just say, screw it, we're going to take fights. Instead, they somehow find themselves pinned down. And listen, man, like, even if your enemies don't have line of sight, they're just going to be lobbing in nades. And if you're going to play it like that against I8, I'm sorry, but you're just going to be like, you know, just sheep in a farm, getting completely sniped from above by a wolf. And well,
I mean, they're literally putting themselves in a corner, especially staying in that one shack. And one good grenade, if it finds its way inside, two of the members could be blown to smithereens. Now, I'm expecting, since they did get that one knock, they are going to be moving in on PN's Crew's position. We're going to catch that action in a second. As again, massive fights breaking out with Bublu kind of caught in the middle of action over here with his own vibes. One side, A1 on the other, and looks like Orkin is going to be taken down as well. Here you have it, Refuge with the grenade. This could be it for PN Crew. Slayer could be in the line of fire. In fact, he is going to be missing that as he gets on the other side, but now he's going to get shot at from the other end. Again, you see some smoke. You are going to be putting some shots in it, but Laurie Bot X over here has ideas of his own and does take down one member completely, and it's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. However, he needs to get out of that harm's way because if he's still in the building, again, like we said, he's cornering himself, and you did kind of call this out, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, they can't. He at least got the one kill, and Crypto, did the rest come in? No, Crypto's been taken out. So yeah, fair enough. Fair shot. You get a couple of kills, good for you, right? But it's a 4v4. You're going to pin yourself down there. I mean, that's basic 101, right? It's PUBG Mobile 101. Listen, man, I'm a shit player. I won't lie, but come on. Like, you can't approach a fight like that and expect to come out on top.
They dug themselves a hole there.
Yeah, but I8 have also been knocked out because they were kind of out in the zone, in the blue, and they took a little too long to get that kill. But at least they get those kill points, so that's good, I guess. But XP, the circle is tiny, and look at the zone shift. Look at the zone shift. This is brutal for all these teams.
Now, the only team that is going to be a little happy is RAW. We're going to come to them in a second because right now only one team is going to be wanting to be the victors in the containers, as A1 Esports are going to be going up against Wizards with Vibes elsewhere. You still have ZEUS in the mix. You still have R3D, who are just holding themselves a little bit back. In fact, taking tremendous amount of damage from the blue zone. Of course, ZEUS is the man who has them pinned down as well. Again, not a lot of options over here. Now, A1 Esports, they need to make a move because have a look at Wizards with Vibes. Smokes deployed. They are going to be trying and circumnavigating around this little guard tower. That is where they need to get. In fact, if Shoykot gets there earlier, it could be problematic. They do hear the wave, grenade could be knocked down, and looks like bullets are going to fly, and Delta X is going to be brought down. In fact, he is finished in the blink of an eye.
Well, that's an unfortunate end for a Delta X and Wizzies with Vibes. Now in a bit of a pickle. They just have, I do believe, the one member standing there, and that is going to be Rules. He's going to try and be very quiet. These guys get eliminated as well in the meantime. And A1, I love this. The wall of smokes, XP. They're going to be crossing it over. And High Voltage just completely obliterated RAW. Bear in mind, RAW, they had the bridge. And High Voltage just swam across. They crossed, and they just took them down without losing a single member, XP.
I mean, it's all those grenades. It's like artillery strikes in PUBG Mobile these days with such precision and accuracy. And of course, the blood trading catching everybody off guard. Right now, ZEUS again, the one-man army trying to keep the fight against R3D while his teammates try to navigate to the new circle. If you have a look at ABDE, oh my goodness, he's still alive?
He's still alive.
Is he still alive? He doesn't have any HP.
I don't know. The guy is immortal. He's a vampire. And Goddess is lying in wait. He's going to unleash. He's going to find one. The second kill. Ow! Oh! But not quite able to convert the third. And Anubis coming in, though. And the nade could find Anubis. Oh, he gets taken down. But not before Anubis at least gets some vengeance by taking Godless. A fantastic trade by ZEUS there. And they have wiped them out, XP. And now ZEUS, so amongst all the commotion, Avery's been spotted out as well. And finally, he will fall, XP, leaving it all in the hands of ZEUS. The one-man surviving for ZEUS. Rules on a one-member squad. Seal have 3 alive and kicking. A1, all 4. So right now, A1 are in a fantastic position. They are in the circle. They're in the zone as well. And right now, it's what happens to the next zone. What sort of shift is it going to be? Because that could completely seal the deal for a lot of these teams. As finally, ZEUS as well will be put 6 feet under. And we say goodbye to ZEUS Esports in the 5th position. Circle shift coming in on XP. That is amazing for A1. It's right next to them. However, which of Seal or High Voltage are going to make their way to the zone?
Well, we're going to find out sooner or later because Wally is going to be taken down with a grenade. That means Zake and Baron have lost his understanding. And looks like Zake is going to be spotted out. Those hit markers doing what they do best, giving away positions. Now, Baron is going to be caught up in a little bit of a pickle. He does have some smoke to work with. However, he does have 3 very angry guns trained at him. And of course, that AK is going to be going off with that ratata. However, since his shots are not going to be connecting, this could be problematic for the lad. Baron, if he had a couple of grenades, this could be problematic for High Voltage. They could in fact be sparking, and in fact talking about grenades, looks like Havoc is in fact wreaking some havoc over here, getting the job done. That means it's down to the final 3 teams. Mind you, it is going to be a 4-on-4 between A1 Esports and High Voltage, but Rules, you called it, the man who is making sure Wizards with Vibes is still in this game, is also lurking
Yo.
Actually.
That drop could be
It's a
huge
godsend.
here. Yeah, it could change everything. And there we go. They just try and toss in whatever nades they have, and they're just tossing nades in the smoke. So high voltage don't have any vision, and they are getting harassed. They are getting bullied. They are getting bombarded. It's just artillery bombardment coming in from A1. Oh, Sinister spots out Aussie in the buggy, and high voltage is just getting electrocuted. They're just riding the lightning straight out of the server as A1 is just pushing in XP. This aggression is fantastic for the Bangladeshi team. There's still a player right there inside of the smoke. It's going to be Sinister, and he's not stopping anytime soon. He's looking for the team wipe. He's looking for the squad wipe, and that's going to be it. A1 Esports, screw that. Screw that. It was Sinister alone. 6 kills for him, and Rule just snaking in the grass is like, well, I guess I get second place here, but there is a chance, XP. It's a 1v2 right now, and the Shoykot gets res instantaneously. So if he's got a shot to take, if he can find Sinister, or maybe 9boy amongst all the commotion, there is a possibility of a potential clutch. He's just ditched his backpack. He's ditched everything, even his pants, XP. And he spots a Sinister. Great spray. Finds one. The second kill could be coming in, but he will be denied. And A1 Esports, what a fantastic and that push against high voltage was just beautiful. A beautiful, vulgar display of aggression, and I loved everything about it.
Let me just break that down for you real quick. So what happened was as soon as that drop hit the ground, now we did kind of say that, oh my goodness, you kind of said that, high voltages, they're going to be happy about this. But lovely anticipation from A1 Esports. The moment that box touched ground, they lobbed grenades right behind it, anticipating that high voltage is going to be coming in for some supplies. And well, they got the job done. And well, we did see one man with some sinister plans up his sleeves, just wiping out teams left, right, and center, getting the job done. In fact, I do believe it was a 1v3 that he took out in that last little skirmish.
Yep.
And well, wonderful job by A1 Esports over here, getting it done in style with a large number of kills as well. And like you mentioned, with his vibes are going to be happy, they came second.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, like, high voltage just got read like a book. They just got read like a easy book right there. And sometimes that's what happens, right? You obscure yourself with smokes, thinking no one can see you, but nades don't care if they can see you or not. They're just going to be tossing on in. But you okay?
Yeah, something's happening with my glasses.
Oh yeah, I like you are entering the matrix. But ladies and gentlemen, before we lose XP, we're going to be jumping to a very short break. And of course, after that, we have the analyst desk to break everything down.
Hello and welcome to the final week of the league plays right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. We are in the third week, of course, and we just started off with a chaotic game on this first day of this third week's league play. What a wonderful performance. A1 Esports certainly chiming in along, taking those kills for themselves, but that was not only a one-team affair. There were just so many teams all across the board taking those fights.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible match, and I'm happy about the fact we got to see a glimpse of the old Godless again.
Yeah,
so true. The players of R3D. Also, Ocean, we got close to the containers, man. Finally, after so long, we got close to the containers. Yeah.
This lad single-handedly just went through a smoke to take down the squad. Oh my god, that was such an amazing feat of strength. And just like, Blaze said, that it was just a really, really brutal display of aggression by this lad, to be honest. 6 kills, 1093 damage, and only 94 healing done, given the fact he has 5 assists as well.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance by A1 Esports and incredible performance by Sinister, contributing 11 kills to his team with 6 that he secured and 5 assists. But he's not alone, right? 6'9" boy, look at him on the 5th position, 397 damage, but hey, 4 kills, and the team gets the chicken.
I mean, this is where a few assists went, right? Because you see, 4 kills, 397 damage, and well, this is where the numbers were just not chiming in. But Godless coming back again, 5 kills, 394. And this time, the team was in top 5, which is actually really good, as we were just talking about it. This week, it should be ZEUS's week. We've seen Seal doing decent. We've seen Stalwart just, picking up themselves on all cylinders. Usum from I8, oh my god, the nades and his charge on P and crew, that was just so amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I have to say, Rules, the man is a ninja. Because you saw him, he was hiding. I mean, and there were I think 5 or 6 teams remaining. And then you see him again when the game is about to end.
He's a ghost. He's a ghost at that moment, right?
So true.
What
the
a
ghost of Georgopol. That's right.
Indeed. With that, as we move on forth, this time around again, I mean, talking about Godless, right? From ZEUS's side, this time they did not really go to Georgopol.
Yeah.
They had a different drop altogether and still were able to, Yes, Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. But they were not there. But as soon as the first circle was coming up, they were onto the north side of Pochiki, thinking that would be the central lines of the circle. But then on the next circle, they did start moving around Georgopol and A1 Esports as well. A1 Esports had the most amazing rotation, to be honest, in this circle. Yeah. They were just onto the southern side of Pochinki for a while. Then they rotate all the way around from the hospital side, and then they move on to the Georgopol area. That was just so incredible.
Absolutely. And as we move on forth, let's have a look at the match summary along with all these stats.
Alright.
Sinister game.
Yeah, it was a sinister game. And his name is Sinister. He was sinister with the way he destroyed the players from high voltage as well. So quite an amazing performance. We see him with the highest skills, highest damage, and the most utilities used, which was super important in that final fight. Talk about the teams that were present that were closing in from the shorelines. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was going to be a challenge to take up any sort of aggression from those teams. In A1 Esports, the utilities were always going to be quite key in those final fights.
True. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Ocean and Johnny, but would this be the first game for A1 Esports that has resulted in them walking away with the multiple-digit kill points throughout this PMPL Season 4?
Throughout this, yeah, I would say, yeah. Because, they have been just getting good numbers. But, in fact, if you remember, it was a future station checker in which A1 Esports was outside the area. I still remember that time. Yep. I guess they had 9 kills at max. They were trying to get good numbers for themselves, but not exactly. I mean, those are still really good numbers. Yeah. But getting to a multiple amount for yourself, and that too with 15 points. Again, it doesn't get you $1,000, but does get you satisfaction to your fans as well that, the team is in it for this weekend.
On the other front, though, talking about Venom Legends, a sad state of affair from their side. I mean, we were talking about hopefully continuing that momentum that they had in the Super Weekend on into this league play day itself, but game number one, has definitely not favored them. But along with that, I mean, this was a chaotic game altogether, a sinister game, as we just called it. Let's move on to the Oppo F9 Pro and get this saga started off.
Yeah, and as I said, I was going to keep an eye on the teams that weren't doing well in the overall standings for the whole league in its entirety, basically the overall leaderboard of the Super Weekends. I was focusing on one of these teams, 7Cs. I was focused on what P and crew were going to do, focused on what R3D were doing, which actually brings me to my point. R3D had an incredible performance in this game. They had a very slow start, but the placement points that they were able to get was something that is definitely going to work out in their favor. And you can never account for what Godless is going to do. Look at how ZEUS Esports starts. IC getting taken out initially, and then all of a sudden you see them in Georgopol, and they're there to rule it for a while.
I mean, just like you said about P and crew, right? I still remember the team did drop onto the backlines of Yasna, then they took a vehicle, went to Severny, and then they start moving on to the areas around Georgopol. Well, every team does start moving, and then there are a lot of teams just like this. This fight was just amazing. Baron just takes one down. He had spotted down the player, but he was just waiting for the right moment. And if you're spotting your opponents down in the open areas, you need that right moment. Well, DRS, even though they had a few blows here and there, they were still trying to survive. But, things like these, things that were catching them off guard, they were just not ready for those.
Yeah, I mean, DRS never expected a team to be holding the North Georgopol city, especially in a way that they are going to be outside the circle. But I mean, it was an incredible decision, and the Seal Esport over there capitalizing on the fight was also quite fun to watch. But Rules, this man was just an absolute legend in the way he was able to he managed to survive in those container areas, avoiding ZEUS, avoiding R3D, and somehow he managed to avoid A1 Esports despite the fact that he was sitting out in the open. Watch where he was sitting when Zeol got picked off, right? He was right next to them across the street, and they still did not notice him.
Yeah, that's true. But you remember, right, the way A1 Esports just starts moving in the open with that smoke wall for themselves. That's just a classic strat, ladies and boys and girls. If you're just moving out, and if you want some sort of a cover that just dishes out, that just fizzles out your opponent's brain. Well, you need that sort of a smoke wall to actually let all 4 players move out. But Sinister, oh my god, third, his 4th knock in confirmation was this one. He spots 2 more players, 5th and 6th. This was just so amazing. See, he's shooting, but as soon as the player comes out, he shoots him out as well. And now he knows that he'll have to switch up the weapon. He does that and he shoots again.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible match, and as you were mentioning about the smoke wall, it did a lot more for A1 Esports than just protect them. It forced the other 2 teams, it forced High Voltage to take a fight against Steel Esports, which, I mean, worked out in their favor quite nicely, didn't it? I mean, it allowed them to fight a weakened team, even though it was all players charging towards them. They were already coming from a fight, still a little battered, so it did work out, and it was a smart move. Then they just had to deal with that one lad from Wizards Wives, which they finished off quite nicely.
I know why I have this feeling, and that is a new big name might not just make it in top 16 this time.
Oh, how big?
It's
Are we talking?
No spoilers, Ocean. Please, no spoilers, dude, on the desk.
Why not? I love them.
I'll give you post show.
All right.
All right, yeah, that's better. That's better. Because again, I mean, when it comes down to those spoilers, dude, I hate people who end up giving spoilers for those movies. I hate getting that storyboard completely off the rockers, you know. And
Sorry about the time when I went to see a movie without you, man.
But indeed, I mean, talking about this damage histogram, it is just crazy stats coming in for the side of A1 because that's the only team that has reached into that 2,000 plus marker. There's no other team even crossing that 1,500. So what a play being showcased on the other front. Talking about Clarity Esports, 900 plus damage, but only 1 kill. Certainly were part of some fights, but sadly we're not able to capitalize upon them. But then again, I mean, it's just the start of the day. It's only game number 1 that's been taken care of right now. We still have 4 more games remaining for these teams. And of course, hopefully when it comes down to, well, you know what? All right, I'm really curious. Ocean, what team were you going to predict, dude? I'm genuinely curious. What team are you honestly anticipating will not be a part of this Super Weekend? We'll move on. We'll come back to that conversation. All right, let's move on along. Let's get the show moving on. Let's move on to the schedule where we just got game number 1 taken care of on Erangel. And now it is going to be a bit of change. It is a bit of deserty change as we move on into the map of Miramar, where Group E is going to be participating. We've got FS right there. We've got Paradox along with T2K. Yeah, it's going to be an abysmal affair.
Yeah. It is definitely going to be interesting. And I want to watch what S9 and Paradox are going to do in this match.
Exactly. Actually, same, because I would want to see what Paradox's approach gets for this one, because given the fact Miramar is kind of a map that just requires a lot of patience if you're spotting someone onto a longer on a longer range or something. That's where I would love to see what Paradox does, because given the fact, if you look at teams like maybe Stalwart or something, they have dedicated snipers as well. ZEUS has Godless as well, like dedicated snipers that can just get the role of that. Plus, we are seeing a lot of mini 14 usages nowadays.
Right.
Yep.
From Paradox's side, I want to see who just wields that weapon today.
Indeed, that's going to be such a crucial note for the side of Paradox, of course, because, I mean, when they started things off in the first week of PMPL Season 4 itself, we were questioning as to what sort of a capability are they going to be bringing to the table. Well, we saw it in the name of Viz, in the name of Hazer, G1, I mean, all of them, they're an aggressive lot. They're an aggressive lot, and that is something that certainly does favor them, but it's about taking those good fights and bad fights, as Ocean does keep on mentioning, and that is something that if Paradox is able to capitalize upon, and of course, along with all of that rotation, so many times during those open moments as well, we've seen Paradox getting caught off guard based on those rotations and being just completely hunkered down. Hopefully, that does not end up happening for them today. Varun, what do you think?
I mean, we are definitely going to be hopeful about it, because it sort of comes down to the fact that Paradox, they start up a fight but they don't finish it completely, and they try to rotate into the next position, but these guys are following them, and then during their rotation they get caught off guard, so it's double pressure instantaneously, and that is something that they will have to figure out for themselves as to how they want to tackle that situation. We've always seen Paradox sort of be in those awkward positions between the safe zone and the blue zone closing in. They are always in the middle, not on either of the edges where teams actually usually do play around. So that sort of positioning, it is definitely going to be a challenge, but hey, I mean, they have done this one before. They have managed to make it to the first Super Weekend, skipped out on the second, maybe the third one is going to work out.
Maybe third time's going to be the charm for them, of course, indeed. On the other front, talking about, going back to the conversation that Ocean was mentioning about ZEUS, Godless, basically, right? I mean, Ocean, we, I believe, did have this conversation on the desk in the first week itself. You were talking about Godless, or rather ZEUS, altogether itself, bringing themselves up onto the parallel of the other teams in week number 3. So do you think this is the moment, or do you believe that it'll probably be the super weekend where finally ZEUS Esports is going to be climbing up that ladder?
So personally, what I feel is like, ZEUS as well, other teams are trying to go for those $1,000 definitely for themselves, but ZEUS kind of just is playing on their own normal gameplay. So if we talk about it, I would say Super Weekend definitely can be just, really, really good for them. But as of now, we want some sort of an amazing league play game from them. Like we want to see a glimpse or a teaser of or like something like that from that team.
I mean, talk about a storyline coming in from ZEUS Esports, right? We saw in the first week it was IC who was taking on that reign, and then we saw, of course, moving on along, and now it's finally in the week number 3. Godless, who's finally moved on along and taken a supreme being performance coming in from the side. But of course, that's
it's not all three
enough.
together. Yeah, all three need to be together. Otherwise, one by one, they are charging up. They are bringing themselves on the leaderboard.
I mean,
but all of that needs to happen at once.
It's just like those days when we actually remember, last season,
right.
It was out of 10 people, 8 were Mongolian players, starting from Action, Top, and then obviously, Hustler as well. And then we had ZEUS, ZEUS Godless, IC, like all those players were there. Zeol as well, all those players, like these 3 players were there definitely. And so that kind of a thing, we want that sort of a domination again, because we would not want it to be just one tournament affair. We want it to, if you're capable of it, you should be doing it, right?
Absolutely. On the other front, I've been talking about Mongolian teams themselves altogether. We can actually take the conversation forth from the teams that are performing to the teams that are not performing, and that's going to be, of course, S9. Now, S9 has had a very problematic approach, is what I would say, till week number 3 also. We see them a little bit ups and downs in terms of their gameplay. What do you guys think could be the reason for that?
I mean, their playstyle is quite opposite to how we see the other Mongolian teams play. The aggression level is there, but it's not as much as we see from either Stalwart Esports or the squad of ZEUS Esports. Even Seal Esports are a little bit more aggressive in comparison. So maybe they are still trying to build up their own style of performance, but maybe in the third week, in this match, we're going to see them come into their own.
Well, let's find out. That's going to be enough banter coming in from this Mafia desk. It is time to move on along and get this game started off. It is going to be XP and Play to take you through this second game of the day.
Always mute
Mafia's
myself.
desk?
Always
Did I hear
mute
that right?
myself. Yeah, they said a Mafia desk. I can see that. I can see how like Ocean and Johnny are from like the 70s from the Godfather movie, and then you look at Blotter and he's from The Sopranos, right? A little bit more modern. We've got a leather jacket and everything going. We're just two nerds talking about a video game. There's nothing Mafia about us, XP, but I'm excited about the second game taking place here, because guess what? We get to see Paradox. Now, we didn't get to see them in the second Super Weekend, and right now they are languishing at the bottom of the table alongside P and Crew. Now, if they're able to qualify for the third Super Weekend XP, we could be in for a pretty interesting time here. So definitely one of the bigger underdogs in the tournament. We got Hazza, we got Parakeet, as you like to call him, we got Azrael and Wiz, aka G1, that is Azrael, obviously. Or is Azrael playing instead of G1?
Let me say one thing. Azrael, the Angel of Death, is going to be making an appearance for the first time. I haven't seen Azrael before, but right now it is going to get a little dark for all the other teams around. And, well, talking about the other teams, have a look at the flight path. We are going to be flying down to the southeast, this time, of course, from La Cobreria all the way to Puerto Paraiso. Now, it does kind of split the map in half, so again, not a lot of problems that I see as far as, teams getting to their favorite destinations is concerned. But again, I want to see some action early on, and something similar to Erangel is, the action initially is only going to be those little skirmishes that happen around vehicles, unless, well, a team pretty much drops on top of another. But right now, as you have a look, everyone is going to be happy. We have seen DRS do this in the past. They're going to be dropping down at La Cobreria. Maybe Nima just might head over to the fabled Oasis to, take a look and just calm down before all this action breaks out. And elsewhere, we did kind of mention Paradox. They are in this map right now, and chances are they are going to be heading to Puerto Paraiso. So again, a lot of teams, like you said, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, especially to make it to the last circle. And with this little zone coming up to the northeast, it is going to be even more exciting. Again, it is a little different from what we've seen in Miramar so far. And you know what? I'd be pretty happy if the action at the end goes all the way up to Campo Militar or even Torre Ahumada.
I would be echoing your joy as well, XP. That is definitely something I've been looking forward to as well. Hazza, though, Oh, what's he gonna do? He spotted out a cryptoism, and he's gonna be dropping a little bit of distance away. But crypto, knowing this man, he's gonna be trying to get the knock. Did he get it? No.
He did lay down some shots, but they did not connect.
Well, that is
UMP.
unfortunate. Unfortunate for crypto, but fortunate for the side of Paradox. Gaming Hazard, definitely a player who has impressed us quite a bit. Very aggressive player, very aggressive team. It's just that they do struggle when it comes to placing the top 5, top 4 in their games. Hopefully, final group stage, things could work out. You seem to be a bit surprised here.
Look at what is happening down south. Now, normally in Los Leones, we usually just see a couple of teams that drop down every now and then. T2K being one of them, A1 Esports being one of them. But right now, I8 is going to be in the mix as well, just a bit south of the city itself. But I'm pretty sure they are going to have a little skirmish with the two teams mentioned before, sooner or later. Now, Paradox also are doing something different here. I guess it's a little effect of having the Angel of Death on your side, Azrael, that makes them a little bit bolder. It does kind of look like they are ready to get into fights early on because they aren't taking that usual route that we've seen them do. You know, I mean, 7C right now have Puerto Paraiso under control, as Impala is going to be under Venom Legends control. And normally we've seen them, head towards the East Coast and just hang out over there, and they can make their escape into the circle pretty easily along the scenic drive, which looks like Venom Legends can take advantage of this time. Now, talking about Paradox, you did kind of mention they are going to be kind of low down on the overall rankings as far as the Super Weekends go. And if they want to make it to the finals, they definitely need to make it this weekend as well.
Absolutely, and that is something that will be at the back of their minds, I am very sure. Taking a look, though, P and crew.
I like how most of the teams are outside the circle right now. It's going to be a frantic dash sooner or later.
Yeah, it was like when they dropped down, majority of them were kind of heading down south, right? Which kind of makes sense. Usually on Miramar, you want to be heading towards the central, southern part of the map, especially with where Los Leones is located. But yeah, the circle definitely could lead to some early fights, early battles breaking out. But right now, everyone's pretty happy, just biding the time, taking a sweet time, loading up to the heart's content, and deciding which way they want to head towards. Just the fact that there's so much of free real estate XP. Look at El Azahar, Tierra Bronco, Campo Militar, as you pointed out earlier, even Junkyard. Now, the eastern side of the zone is, of course, bereft of any big buildings or compounds or any looting area. So I can completely understand why no one would want to be dropping there or going there early. But let's assume you're Venom Legends, right?
Okay.
You've looted up.
Mm-hmm.
What's stopping you to going east of El Azahar, right? Near just the boundary of the map itself, and then slowly moving on in as the circle shifts.
Well, I mean, that is going to be something that's going to be in their favor if the circle decides to move along with them, and they can actually secure that high ground over there and shoot down at the rest of the enemies like bugs. But again, it's a lot of big ifs and buts in our vocabulary right now. We love anticipating what's going to happen, but the circle, more often than not, Blair, has a mind of its own, and usually it loves throwing those curveballs. So I think for Venom Legends right now, I like the fact that they are going to be heading towards the Junkyard because, you do have all that high ground over there. You can see it's hilly terrain. You have some high spots where you can have a good 360 vigil all around. But again, you are going to be spotted fairly early on if you are going to be taking your vehicles up mountain. So it is a give and take in Miramar as far as, those high spots are concerned. But right now, for them, they should be kind of concentrating on what's going to come down from the south, because if they are the Junkyard, they have a good little range that kind of covers them from any opposition to the north. So for now, they are in a good spot, and I kind of like the fact that they're heading to the high grounds of Junkyard. Now, the teams that I am going to be a bit afraid about is probably Paradox and 7Cs, I beg your pardon, because if 7C take that same route that Venom Legends has done, they are going to get some opposition, possibly in the form of Future Station as well, who are making their way up north to Minas Generalis. So again, this is proper Miramar for you. You're not going to get any action right at the beginning, although once those vehicles start moving, once that great migration commences, that is when bullets are going to be flying, and well, vehicles go boom, boom.
Vehicles go boom, boom. Yeah. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. As A1 Esports, fresh out of chicken dinner, they're probably finished picking the teeth Tossed
Man, this
away.
guy, though.
Yeah, tossed
Sinister.
away. Sinister. Oh, man, that just he literally
The
just took the
confidence.
fight.
Did
Yeah.
you see the confidence in that play?
And it's also not just blind confidence. It's also about belief, sheer belief in your teammate, right? Belief that even if he does get taken down, information would be conveyed, and his teammates would be there to trade immediately, to trade instantly.
Something similar to what happened with ZEUS. Now, we did see in the last match at the Containers, Godless took out 2 members from the opposing team, R3D, I believe, in the blink of an eye, right? But then he was knocked down. If you realize one thing, ZEUS chucked a grenade at his teammate. They knew that it was a lost cause. They knew that Godless is not going to be coming back on his feet, but they also knew that, the last member from R3D is going to be a little greedy to confirm that kill and make sure he gets that 1 kill point, which they eventually did get. But, oh boy, that grenade would have been devastating. Of course, ZEUS did finish him with his bullets. But again, I like the fact that, teams know when to cut the losses and move on. And sometimes it works out brilliantly, and sometimes, it could be kind of devastating. But right now, A1 Esports are going to be driving away from Los Leones. I like the fact they're taking the eastern route, making sure they have good solid ground and good solid roads to traverse on. They should be kind of maybe going towards Impala, and they are going to try and take that eastern front, is what I'm expecting, as 7C are going to be moving in as well. Elsewhere, have a look at what's happening in the blue play. I8, Seal9, and Paradox are going to have a little bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah, they've been sticking around quite a while there, and that's a bit surprising considering all of them dropped pretty close by to the zone, and the fact that they're going to be just sticking around south of Los Leones, and as you said, kerfuffle. It hasn't really taken place. Now, a knock has happened. I'm not sure if it's via the blue or maybe a shot coming in. Well, it is a shot. It is a shot. It is a spray from Crypto. It's kind of hilarious that Crypto spotted out Hazard early in the game before he even dropped to the ground. And 8 minutes, 8 minutes in, fine. It's almost like it's preordained. It's almost like it's fate. But he's still alive though, Hazard. And I do believe he's been rezzed by his teammates. So all good so far. The sudden front here, but they need to somehow pick up some pace. T2K making their debut here in week 3 have already crossed La Bendita. They have left behind I8, Seal9, and Seal9 are actually still sticking around. Are they looking to pick off the pieces, the remaining pieces, or try and catch Paradox off guard or something?
Oh yeah, if you have a look now, Senor and one of his teammates is nearby, but Inky is right next to the enemy, and now finally he did get a little bit of respite, and he's going to make his way. Oh, that one shot did connect to his noggin. A headshot coming in, but he is going to be a lucky man to still be alive, thanks to that metal plate on the back of the buggies. That is one of the reasons he is still alive and kicking now. He did get off his vehicle. He's going to be administering that first aid, but now Godless, on the other hand, is going to be in trouble, as Abel is going to be coming in for a little bit of help. They do get one of the knocks on a member of PN crew, as Slayer is running around frantically, trying to be the first in the line of defense as Abel goes around the right. That information should be conveyed, but Abel is going to be walking into a trap because 2 members are going to be unloading on him as well. Now Abel is going to be caught between the rock and a hard place, and sooner or later it does look like he is going to be put out of his misery. But it looks like Stalwart Esports could come into play a little spoil sport, as they are going to take PN crew off their guard, and Orchid is going to be taken down. Of course, that M249 with that high rate of fire does get the job done, but of course you cannot dodge grenades.
Well, that is a brilliant nade coming in from Laurie. Oh, that's brilliant. P and crew. Where does this come from, XP? I love it. I absolutely love it. They've been just getting bullied, it seemed like, by everyone. And now, ZEUS Esports, they're down to a one-man squad. It's going to be ZEUS. There's nothing he can do. And it's really not worth going for this, because P and crew are a full 3-man squad still. They have lost Ayush a while ago. The rest should be coming in. But amongst all the commotion, XP, Stalwart Esports, like a bunch of coyotes in a desert, they're hearing all this commotion. They sniff blood in the dry air. And they're like, look at that kill feed. ZEUS, 3 dead. P and crew. Where's Stalwart Esports? And look at them slowly circling around. They're like condors, just slowly circling around, coming in, all one by one from different angles of attack. And this is where things can get spicy. But because guess what? Look off in the distance. Guess who's coming in as well? It's going to be Vibes. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a 3-way battle again.
That is exactly what I was going to put up just a few seconds ago. So what happened was one of the members from Stalwart, it was Action, who actually kind of went behind the team to try and get an angle. But looks like Apex is going to be spotted out by Slayer. And, well, Slayer, living up to the name, does slay the enemy and puts him down on the ground. Now, what happened was Action did kind of go behind, trying to catch P and crew off guard. They were getting ready to mount an assault. However, as you did kind of point out, Vibes heard the commotion as well and were like, hey, wait a second, what's happening over there? And they were like, we want to join the party as well. Now, they did manage to steal 1 kill off the opponents, but it wasn't going to be enough. Now, Jiggle does know that someone is going around him. He does lob a grenade, but of course, before he cooks it, he realizes the car is in motion again, and Action once again has to step on the gas and get out of harm's way. Of course, Jiggle is going to be trying to riddle him with bullets, but Action has gone a bit too far. Again, it was just timing over here. Stalwart Esports, you did kind of say that, hey, I'm kind of surprised they're not moving in. They were planning on play, but Vibes put a halt to their plans.
Yep, the Vibes, the unintentional guardian angel, I guess, for P and Crew. But P and Crew, kudos. They keep 3 alive. They even get a kill on the Stalwart Esports, and XP, the gods of PUBG are going to bless them with the zone as well. This is fantastic stuff. Who is not getting blessed, however, is A1. Off a fresh chicken dinner. They're getting pushed by Crypto. Might have to be careful here, but that is a messy fight, XP. But it is going to be A1 coming on top, but just for a second. Sinister, he's going to finish off the job. Finds Crypto. Now Johnny coming in, running behind, trying to confirm that a trade will take place. He spots out another player. He's like, wait, who is that coming in from behind? It's C1 from Future Station 1952. And he's been knocked in turn. It's a 3-way mad battle between a Pakistani team and a couple of others, and it's just back and forth. I8, though, suddenly, in the blink of an eye, down to a 1-man squad, and Future Station as well down to 1 man with 4 alive, and A1 Esports, unless they get that res in time, are also going to be down to a singular player. But the rest looks like it is going to be coming on in. But Reviews with a good nade, a good spray. He could find both here. This could be massive. And Reviews, he's like, screw this, I'm going for it. He wants those kills. He wants that knock. He's got to find the knock. Dante's down. 9boy is going to heal himself right in the nick of time, but he's being hunted down as well. Reviews knows he's nearby. He can smell him. He can smell his bleeding open wounds, and is coming in for the kill. The nade could actually find him. Yeah, it's going to be tossed in, but it wasn't cooked well enough, so it's going to be sailing in a little bit too deep and not going to find its mark. A bit of a delayed explosion, and that could give an opportunity for 9boy to come in. Dante, though, he's being used as bait here by Reviews, using his body on the end of that stick of his, which is the AK, and he's somehow still alive as 9boy is going to come in, and he's going to get the kill, but from afar, he gets taken down by Entry. Oh, the humanity!
Future Station over here survived by 1 man, and that was a beautiful shot over here, making sure that he takes, he makes the best of that situation. Now, elsewhere, P and Crew, again, we did see a different side to them today, taking on ZEUS, who are now only survived by 1 man, and Zol is going to be MIA from action for now, because, again, he needs to make sure he survives till the end. Now, he is going to be pretty much in the center, as you have a look at all the teams are going to be moving in. From the west front, we have DRS, who do have good control of the entire range just east of the water treatment plant, and in fact, they're going to have a good lay of the land, and teams like Seal, who are behind cover, could be in trouble in case they get, wait a second, Void over here, dangerous game, does take a few shots. His buggy is going to go kaput. He does dismount at the nick of time, and now Paradox are going to be heading into the circle. Now, the problem that I see for them is they're going to get shot at, of course, from Seyorg. Now, he was ready. He saw them in the distance, and Azrael, well, the Angel of Death is going to have to get us a view, as he is going to be left for the Carrion to feed on his corpse. Now, Paradox are making their way, and we did see Entry early on. One wonderful play by him, as Frypan is going to take some damage as well. Frypan almost getting knocked out. He better get that first aid in. It's going to be a bit too late, and with that, Venom Legends' hopes are going to be dashed by 1 more member. Now, Paras Hazza is going to be coming in. He wants that free kill, but from distance, he gets taken down by Mamba. Steel shot, trying to make his way through. He's going to go right past the enemy. In fact, he's going to get taken down, and this is chaotic from all sides.
Oh my lord, Parakeet, like, does he go for the res? No, he can't. Teammates down. It's all on him. And so is Frypan. This has just been a battle of attrition, and Parakeet needs to try and heal himself. And Mamba, oh, he's in the blue. Oh, well, there we go. He's been taken down. Parakeet's been taken down by Mamba, but he gets knocked down as well, XP. Venom Legends, the bloodlust on these guys to take them down, and they just fall 1 by 1 to the zone. It's just absolute no self-care whatsoever.
There's a lot of give and take taken on over here.
Was it worth it?
You get a few points. At the end of the day, they really didn't have any options over there. They were in the thick and thin of the action. I do kind of feel that a couple of fights could have been avoided had Paradox, kept on going towards the circle. They could have probably had better chances of survival. But it is what it is, as Jiggle now, jiggling his way out of harm, is going to try and patch himself up, which he is going to do so. But of course, he's so close to 7C, it could be problematic. Now, his teammate behind him, Killer, is going to have an idea that something's happening. And from that distance, I don't really see him opening up an angle just yet. As we have a look at the replay, this was beautiful. So, C-Wine, I like the fact that he's added noob to his name. Caught A1 Esports off guard while he was hiding in that bush. Finally, Johnny does spot him out. And in fact, Johnny goes down as well, but it was from behind that I do believe Crypto put him out of his misery. And well, Entry doing the best that he can as well. Meanwhile, if we join the present right now, we are going to see 7C's Memo rattle off bullets in Mamba's direction, who I believe, Lay, we did see him knocked out earlier, but looks like he was picked up. And wait a minute.
Yes.
We have a few big guns in the fray, and that AWM just took him out.
I love how he just tracks him, XP. Tracks him. Oh, the drive-by! Assassin's gonna be found out. What is this? This is amazing stuff from 7C. I love it. I love everything about that battle. And look at the way they're moving, XP. They're not stopping. They're continuing to push on ahead as we're going to be shifting now to two Titans battling it out. It's Stalwart against DRS.
That's what you gotta do. You take a hit, you take some damage, you quickly stop, patch yourself up, and repeat it once again. Now, Pika does come up the ridge. It's going to be a bit problematic. That grenade is not the right call right now because I do believe Mafia Ninja could have done better with his bullets, but now Action is going to be low on HP. I did believe he was almost spotted out, as now we can have a legitimate barrage of grenades in their direction. Now, what's going to happen is this forces Stalwart Esports back in the compound, something that they are doing at tremendous speed, and have a look at how quick DRS are to moving as well. They're in their vehicles. In fact, they want to kind of circumnavigate around them and hit them from the sides, especially in that little boom, and down goes Jiggle. Just broke. I just love it when these shots connect.
I feel like
it's a wholesome moment.
Like not so wholesome for him, but I just want to say, like, I feel like you and I have our disagreements, but that's one thing both of us have one thing in common, is a nice bolt action shot is just, you know, it's so nice. But Killer looking to get some vengeance for his fallen comrades, able to get a knock on his 7C, but it is not a confirmed kill. So both these two teams right now, Vibes and 7C, will have to make a move. They will have to abandon that particular cluster of buildings, of houses, and make a move inside. In the meantime, the zone has taken down both ZEUS and one member of RAW. We're down to just 9 teams, XP, and 25 left alive. And Prabeen, can he hold off the onslaught that is 7C? Because they know he's nearby, they know it's just a 2-man squad, and they're potentially coming in for the kill.
That is going to be a possibility. Now, what's going to happen, I believe, is 7C, they're aware that, you know, another team is making some moves around them in the form of T2K. And again, there is going to be a bit of a race for the finish. But right now, Seal coming under fire by DRS, and Gyalzan, in fact, is going to open things up with a knock on Baron. Elsewhere, Praveen is trying to hunt down Ale. 7C's Ale does lob something. Is it a grenade? Is it a Molotov? We don't know. We're going to find out. It's a smoke grenade. As he's tossing and turning, he's jumping on the roof. He is now a man of action, so to speak. That was quick. If it was me, I would not have been able to do that as quick as he did, but looks like Ale is a man who thrives under pressure, as Prabeen is oblivious to where he is, and looks like he finally found out that grenade just doing enough damage, but Ale is still on his feet, just patching himself up with bandages by the look of it.
No, he's got to get it. It's fine. But still, XB, just such quick thinking on his feet. Right? And he's doing parkour indeed. And he's doing his best Santa Claus impression as well. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to push on down. Killer needs to be taken down here by 7C. And there you go. Prabeen now left alone and is going to die while climbing up. Ale, that was so well played. That was so well played by Ale there. Just delaying him for as long as possible, waiting for backup to arrive. And 7C, they look like a whole different beast right now. They look awake, raring to go, XP. 6 kills and 4 alive, although a knock has taken place. And now they're going to be going up against T2K.
They have come prepared, and now Seorg does realize that there are vehicles moving around him. Anubis is going to be right there by the buggy. I think he has been spotted out. Fair still hasn't seen him elsewhere. Raw is going to get a beating as they are taking a lot of damage, but now Seorg does turn his attention to Fair, and it looks like the God of Death himself has been wiped out, but Legend, in fact, is taken out. And wait a second, this is confusing because Sandesh is going to be coming in with a knock and a finish off his own. I do believe that knock did come in from Seorg's way. That's why he gets the kill. But anyway, T2K are holding their ground. It did kind of seem like 7C were going to put up the aggression. Kind of funny that one of their members went all the way around while Memo and Smokey was still kind of trying to figure out what the play over here was. They should have moved right with their teammates, of course. That is all speculation elsewhere. The AWM is still going to be in use as Smokey is going to finally have to take some cover behind the rock, while Memo gets taken out by CO.
T2K, the train to kill XP, and you can see the training is really paying off here. I still want to see that AWM in action. Arctic Warfare shot, and Gyal said, what is that?
Take it easy.
What is that? What is that?
When did the Mini 14 come in full automatic variant? Eh?
Listen, like, I'm afraid for the phone screen, man. It's like probably gonna break it. RAW meantime getting eliminated in the fourth position, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, fifth position. 7C will as well finally bite the dust. P and Crew, top 3 guaranteed. All right, prove me wrong, P and Crew. Prove me wrong. Just prove me wrong. Let's get it done. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 4. The problem here being for P and Crew, the two teams are still alive, XP at DRS and T2K, who are, well, basically the kings of the hill. But do P and Crew have what it takes to hold their ground is a question, as Sandesh is almost going to knock down Slayer, and he will indeed do so.
T2K is in prime position right now. They have a massive bridge to work with, and I beg your pardon, T2K. Now, P and Crew Slayer did know that there was something coming over here. Laurie is going to get taken out. This information should have been conveyed. There is not enough cover for P and Crew from T2K's point of view, and that is something that should have been conveyed, and I think Laurie Bot X is going to be a little bit of a free kill, if I dare say so. Now, Orchid is going to be the last man standing for P and Crew, and we just asked them to prove us wrong. Looks like the top 3 finish is guaranteed, but their chances to make it to the tippity top are slimming down ever so often. Right now, Galzin with a massive grenade is lobbed in T2K's direction. It's going to make it smart. I think it looks good. However, it is going to fall just between P and Crew and T2K. Now, T2K, I did kind of mention they have this massive bridge to work with. And DRS, we know that these guys are the real soldiers.
Wait,
they
what?
are trained for these moments. They were just going above his head. They were just whizzing a little bit above his head.
Unfortunate there for AJ. 3 versus 3 though, actually. And Orchid, he's in the zone. But that smoke is a giveaway. That smoke is a dead giveaway as to where his position is right now. Now, T2K Suyog is going to probably keep his eye peeled in that particular direction while his remaining teammates. There we go. Orchid spotted out. Oh, he goes prone right in the nick of time, but Suyog still has an angle, and that should be it. P and Crew, valiant attempt. They get the top 3 placing. With 4 kills to the name, XP, and here we go. 4 versus 3. A knock's going to take place back and forth, but the heal should be coming on in. But this is the opportunity, XP, for T2K to go in for the kill.
That is going to be something we are anticipating. Now, Nima is in a tricky situation because if you remember earlier, this is exactly where P and Crew was. And little does he know, Legend and Suyog are going to have an angle on him. Now, however, if he makes it to that tree to the left of our screens, it's going to be something different. But again, like I said, Suyog does have an idea where Nima is, and Nima is trying to jump and literally let the bullets hit him. With that, he's going to get taken down. This was a little bit of a stalemate. Of course, he did throw that grenade, which did find its mark, which means T2K are now going to be reduced to possibly a 3-man squad if Suyog doesn't make it into the circle. However, a revive at this stage without any smoke is going to be problematic. The zone is obviously in favor of DRS, but again, that 1-man advantage could be the difference maker.
AJ's so low. Yeah, I'm feeling very nervous for AJ here. And it's Sandesh. He's going to lead the pack. He's like, I am going to go in for my team. I'm going to spray them down, deal as much damage as I can. And Legend's going to help him out. He even takes out a mini, just unscoped XP, hip firing. It's all on Galden. It's all on Galden. He's desperately trying to maybe go for a res here. AJ, still alive. The smoke is providing some cover for the time being, but they're all falling by the wayside, and T2K are pushing in. 12 kills, XP. They want to make it 14. They want to get the chicken dinner, and unless Galden does something truly miraculous, it is going to be it. That is going to be the game. He gets a res in the nick of time, but they're all very low, and it is going to be 1-man standing. Galden against the world. Suyog's coming in from behind, and he's going to finish him off. Trained to kill, trained to win. They get the chicken dinner, and 14 kills to their name as well.
I kind of like how it rolls off my tongue, you know, trained to kill, the real soldiers fighting it out at the very end. Both of them have got that training. I mean, one is a soldier and one are basically killers. But over here, T2K are going to be walking away the winners $1,000 richer, in fact. Of course, we are going to let that money fly in a few seconds. Well, that was in the league stage. I'm just a little confused. Nothing's going to happen in the Super Weekends, but let's just imagine it did. All right, now, 14 kills, Blaine. T2K, these guys have had a tremendous lead as well during the Super Weekends, and they're making sure that they do so in the league play as well. I mean, talk about statements, but I guess everyone is going to be happy with P and Crew.
Yeah, they. I mean, it goes without saying. You haven't played 2 Super Weekends. You're the only team right now sitting on 0 points in total when it comes to the Super Weekend. So yeah, it's time for them to really step up, and they have stepped up. Top 3 placing ain't bad at all. However, I still want to see them be a little bit more aggressive. Take those fights. They have what it takes, and hopefully we get to see them perform better as the day progresses. XP. But right now we're going to a very short break, and we'll be back with the Adams Desk.
Welcome to the Train to Kill game indeed. This is PMPL South Asia Season 4, where T2K are just reigning supreme from Week 1 to Week 2 to Week 3. This team, they just need those opportunities, and they bring that out in style against the entirety of the lobby. What a play. What a play.
The sad part is, sad part for us is personally that I was just looking in all that mafia look, right? I was just standing in all this mafia look, and then you say Train to Kill gameplay. I just burst out. My threshold of laughter is really low, but indeed an amazing game, to be honest, and that too from PN Crew as well. They did manage to survive in top 3.
I mean, that is what I was going to come on, because I'm actually really happy to see PN Crew doing so well in this game. I mean, finishing in the top 3, that means their start of this journey is looking better than what was going on in the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely, but on the other front, as we talk about that chicken dinner winner team, I mean, T2K, what exactly are they on? What is this high that they're on, that they found when it comes to this battleground? Because, I mean, they just know the entirety of the formula, and they are able to deliver in style.
You know what? It's quite simple, right? Because this game, the battlefield, battlegrounds, it's a war basically, and you have the soldiers and people who are trained to be doing so well. So it makes sense, right?
True.
Yeah, I mean, around the rotations as well, the zone was kind of just favoring around them. And well, Suyok, Sandesh, these lads were amazing. And T2K, we saw them in the map chance as well, right? And that's where I was going to just have this conversation. That was DRS and T2K both were really, really close with their placement points. Kill points for DRS, I remember it was 6.6 average and 6.9 for T2K. They are racking up those numbers now. Definitely in the next Miramar when we'll see them, it'll be more than 7 for sure, because they have 14 kills in this match. But both the teams marked up an amazing fight. See, this is where good fight and bad fight is. T2K, the final fight that they had against DRS and PN Crew, they did not get more damage on themselves. But look at DRS, right? 13-12. This 13-12 damage would have been like, what, 800 or 700 had their players would not have been taken down in the final fight. So that means the final fight was their bad fight, but nevertheless, they have really good placement points from them.
Absolutely, they most certainly do. With that, I mean, talking about PN Crew, as Varun was just mentioning, I mean, PN Crew, yes, they have delivered, and that too perfectly when it was required. This is the final week of the league plays. This is where it all counts, and that YOLO strat or whatever you work towards, as long as it gives you a good game, well, it all counts.
I mean, they basically took a page out of Future Station's book, but it is a different map that they used it on. And talking about Future Station, we do see entry there with the longest distance skill. I want to talk about this team as well, because I mean, the match summary, it is being dominated majorly by the players of T2K and DRS. Those are the lads that we see. But Future Station, them capitalizing on the fight that was going on with A1 Esports, and I believe it was I8, was something that was done really, really nicely. They came out of nowhere, absolutely surprised I8, took a few kills, and then they moved on in the game. Those kill points are going to work out for this team.
I mean, certainly on the other front, I mean, talking about that most teams, dude, I'm missing the stat that we had, headshots, because there was so much of bolt action being showcased.
So exactly, that's what I was going to talk about, right? Those were some amazing shots that were taken down by the players. You remember that AWM shot, which player was just saying, like, that was just a clean shot, just mapping where the player is and then taking down the shots. But the thing is, a headshot just always counts once you finish the player, and most of the times people just hit onto the body lines when they're just finishing up the player. So that's the thing. That's why we see 1-2, 1-2. So otherwise there are numerous headshots though.
Absolutely, absolutely. With that, as we move on to the match ranking, what a play. 14 kill chicken dinner coming in for the side of Train to Kill. Following them kind of closely, 9 point shy is going to be the Real Soldiers, and then it is 7C. But of course, in all of this, the main line for the story is going to be PN Crew's comeback, so to say. Or is it? Or is it? We shall have to see throughout the day.
I mean, it's a start, right? It's a beginning that they needed. And it's going to be a good beginning of this journey that they will be on for the next matches, next 2 days. Because it is going to be, consistency is something that is going to be required. And it's not just for PN Crew 7Cs as well. Let's not forget that they have also only played one Super Weekend till now. So it's going to be really important for these teams to actually capitalize now and try and move forward in the overall, because that is what they are going to be thinking about. They want to qualify for the Super Weekend. There is no way they can afford to miss out if they want to see themselves moving towards the finals.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, Notion, dude, I am being remembered or reminiscent of the PMPL Season 3 when you did talk about ZEUS Esports faltering down, and the only point that they faltered down is when another team catches them in the act early moments of the game. And this time around, it was PN Crew taking those shots. So let's, of course, cue in the Oppo F9 Pro moments as you guys take us through this.
I mean, this is true, and with this, you know, there are a few more conversations that I just want to lay down. First thing is, you guys remember previous season's game when it was Ayush or Avsak, one of the lads was surviving, had an M249 and an M4 and had no extra bullet or nothing, and he just saved the game against a 1v3 in the final set, and that was Miramar itself, right? Miramar gets really good for PN Crew if they want to play it on their terms. This time as well, it was a top 3 finish. It was one of the best Miramars that they played today. But talking about ZEUS, right? ZEUS is still making the same mistakes, and that is not being exactly aware of their surroundings when they need to. They are just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, something like that.
Exactly, and as you said, wrong place at the wrong time. Look at CUI. I mean, he was stuck in a really weird, awkward position between the players of A1 Esports and I8 fighting right in front of his eyes, but he was able to capitalize from that, right? Securing those kills was really important. Future Station, they go on to do that, and then dish out a lot of punishment to these lads from A1 Esports and I8, and it was incredible to watch the situation unfold in front of our eyes. But as you were talking about, I mean, other teams, I mean, this is another name that I do expect a decent performance out of. Paradox, I want to see them move forward, and even though they were off to a decent start to this match, I mean, it was filled with a lot of ups and downs.
And then, obviously that shot that we just saw just happened. That was just, it was a 2-minute silence shot.
Moment, as it was
XP was saying, also, and then the parkour movements as well, here and there. So there were a lot of things that did happen, but DRS, I gotta give it to this team as well. They just held their ground and had some amazing fights for themselves. But in the final moments, you'll see Son, they just he knows that his primary weapon is just running out of bullets. Switches his weapon, goes for the Mini 14, goes for the taps, and as soon as he's just done with it, just switches into FPP mode, and then again just starts taking out all the fights. And it's really important. Obviously, you have a smoke line in front of you, so everything you can rely on is the sound sense. More and more you switch on to FPP, you start moving those actual understandings of your surroundings and your opponent's surroundings. That just gets you chicken. That's the way it needs to be played.
Also, talk about understanding your surroundings. You have to understand those rotation times as well, because that is what happened with 7Cs. They got delayed in that edge fight when the circle moved towards the players of PN Crew and T2K, and because of that, while they were moving in towards safety, they were caught off guard. Also, talk about getting caught off guard. PN Crew, that sandwich situation. On one side, you have T2K to deal with. On your back, it is DRS. There was no way they were going to survive.
Yeah.
Exactly. But what a play this has turned out to be. Rather, what a day this is turning out to be indeed. Because the games, they are just so chaotic. There are so many fights that are taking place from first game to the next as you move on to the damage drop ocean.
Right now, I would say, obviously T2K did really good with the damage numbers that there is. But let's focus on teams like I8, right? In the previous game as well, I8 had really good damage and really good kill numbers, but they were not in the top. They were eliminated a bit early. This time as well, you see them 3 kills, 770 damage. They are eliminated at the first position. That's bad, to be honest, at this moment. But this is the thing, right? I8 is trying to have really good games for themselves in terms of kills, but they're just not exactly capitalizing on the other part for themselves. A1 Esports, well, previous game, brilliant game for themselves. This game, they don't get any placement point, but only the kill points.
I don't really blame either of these teams to what happened to them as this match. No one could have predicted Future Station is going to pop out of nowhere, especially with CY and an entry being present behind that bush, and entry landing that last insane shot on the final surviving player of A1 Esports. But I mean, the level of aggression, it needs to be controlled to a certain extent, because if you realize there is a third team present in the vicinity, you're going to try and slow things down. So that is something that I believe we're going to see from these teams in the upcoming matches. But hey, I mean, this one was like still, as Ocean said, could have gone better than it did for these two.
Absolutely. As we move on to the storyboard, indeed, we do have A1 Esports' perfect play being showcased right there on that 31-point marker. But then again, they need to be consistent to be able to hold that ground for themselves. On the other front, the Real Soldiers pushing up 7C, pushing up along with P and crew.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? Look at T2K. One game, just one game, whilst everyone else is having 2 games. One game gets them to 29 points. Imagine what they can do in more games, because from now on, they will be playing each and every game that there is. P and crew, I'm really happy, a 7-point lead, a 7 placement lead for them. So 7C as well, right? 7 placement lead for these 2 teams. Right now, they're in top 8. Only thing is, don't mess this one up.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be careful. Now you have a good start. You need to be consistent. Also, talking about good starts, we did see I8 on that 10th position with 10 kills and 1 placement point to their name. And again, that is just classic I8, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
But teams that haven't had a good start up until now are Bubble Clarity, Dead Eyes Guys, Paradox, C9 Esports sitting at the bottom. So hopefully in the next coming matches, we're going to see the standings get a lot more interesting.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, of course. As we move on along with the show, let's get the schedule on our screens, where we've got 2 games done. And now we will go back to the map of Erangel, where Group C is not going to be participating.
So this is where, it gets really interesting. I mean, Group C, I get it. They're not going to be playing this match for now. But the other groups, obviously, they do have, good times for themselves, good amount of time for themselves to just, understand what they're going to be doing. It means 7C, a team that just, is at 5th position, is not going to be playing. Stalwart is not going to be playing. A team that is, around 14th, 15th position, they are not going to be playing. A1 Esports is not going to be playing. That means T2K can actually climb up. And hey, if it's Erangel, it's Future Station as well.
Always.
Yeah. As you said, always. I mean, Future Station, they just can't seem to do bad on this map for some reason. This team is always going to be part of those final situations. And I want to see if they're going to set a record for highest, the longest time you're sitting on the first position match. Yeah.
Johnny, they have the zone magnet. They have entry. If you just look forward, look at the wordplay, right? They have Clutch Baba, who helps them whilst the entry is being done in the zone, something like that. So, yeah.
True, mate. True. Absolutely true indeed. I mean, that word battle certainly kind of did almost work out. But of course, when it comes down to the playstyle, Future Station is not going to be far around from that top 5 position when it comes to Erangel, of course. And now it is time to jump into the game itself, thus implying let's move on to our casters who are going to be right over there. Right over there. Yep, it's XP and Play to take you through this final game, or 3rd game.
Final game for us, Blotter. You weren't wrong. XP has gone full Terminator mode.
I've got googly eyes.
Yeah, I was looking. I'm like, that is so weird. You look anime.
I'm not using any filters. What I'm going to do is keep my head down a bit like this.
It's fine. No. Look back up. You look very anime. You got the big eyes. You got the spiky hair. You're like an Indian anime character.
All right. Anyway, coming back to the game now. Group C is going to be sitting this one out. That means the winners from the previous Erangel A1 Esports are not going to be in the fray, which means somebody else could come and steal that chicken dinner. But the question is, Play, who is it going to be? Because a couple of teams definitely need a chicken dinner if they want to make it to the Super Weekend. And with that, we are not going to delay things any further, as match number 3 is going to be underway as the Big Bird takes the skies once more. We are going to be flying over Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. And funny how the plane starting point is pretty much the same. We're going to be flying over the quarry once again. This time, Play, your wish has been granted, because it's going to be an absurd plane path. We're going to be flying all the way to Novo Repnoi. Now, only 2 teams are going to be dropping south of, the main island. We already know who they are. The question is, where is everyone else going to go?
Could be 3. I mean, why not, right?
I want it to be more than 2, of course, but again,
there's a lot of
somebody
players
needs to
alighting.
relay this information to the teams.
A lot of players alighting early on, XP. A lot of them alighting very early from the plane, and yeah, the ZEUS immediately heading towards Georgie. I want a military circle. I want all the shift down south and be like, oh crap, we got to head on down, because that was a fantastic game we had in the military base circle. Hopefully we get to see that. Or you know what? Stalwart, Kameshki, I don't know. I don't care. Something way off the plane path would also make things very interesting indeed. I love chaos. I love watching teams just look very confused. And speaking of battles breaking out, it's going to be the two teams who are right now at the bottom of the overall leaderboard when it comes to the Super Weekend points. And it's going to be Paradox going up against P and Crew, who definitely put up a fight earlier in game number 2 in Miramar.
Now, Wiz did throw a couple of grenades. Unfortunately, they were in the wrong house. Finally, that Molotov does find its correct mark. Now, Slayer is going to be on the rooftop up over here. He's going to get an angle on Wiz a lot earlier than vice versa, because he's going to be spotting his feet a lot quicker. In fact, he spots his noggin, and now they've got the Uzi. He's going to be laying down some lead, but reminding you, Ayush does have a couple of weapons up his sleeve. He does have the Uzi. His teammate has the shotgun to get up close and personal, and looks like they are going to be heading up in tandem with Slayer and Ayush going to get a kill on Wiz. Now, Wiz needs to reload quick enough, but he doesn't, and in fact is taken down by Slayer's Uzi instead, which means we do have the first casualty coming in pretty quick. Well, a couple of casualties, I do believe. And it looks like Paradox are going to be at the receiving end of things. Now, P and Crew, we did kind of see them in the last game jump 7 spots on the leaderboard play, which means they are going to be a happy bunch. However, they're going to have to continue that momentum forward if they want to make it to the Super Weekend. And this is the first little knock that we missed, because, of course, the Angel of Death was sneaky about it. Azrael letting his opponent come in, and then, well, he pumped him full of lead. Ouch.
It is kind of curious how Paradox have opted to... I mean, they should have known how many teams
They're going for
alighted,
the fights play. I like it.
Yeah, but like they should have known how many teams alighted, right? Initially, we saw like 4 or 5 teams drop. We saw Seal 9, we got Bublu, we got P and Crew, we had R3D, Seal 9, Seal 9 and Seal
too many
ZEUS as well. Yeah, so when you know you're going to be dropping down amongst a plethora of teams, you kind of want to be together. Instead, they're kind of spread out. So yeah, sure, they get a knock, they get a kill, they lose one as well.
Again, I guess in Paradox's defense, they weren't really... Now, this is something I'm going to say, which is going to be a little controversial. They weren't expecting anyone to be there. Had they done their homework, they would have known. Usually, Bublu and R3D love dropping down in that spot. But the fact that Para and P and Crew are going to be joining them is going to make things a lot more exciting.
See, again, alone.
Again, it's all about, these compounds play. Whole teams dropping down is not going to make sense, right? Because you're not going to get enough loot.
True.
But I like the fact that usually 9 out of 10 times this particular theater of this map only has a couple of teams battling each other out, and they barely battle each other. They loot up, they know of each other's positions. But the fact that we've got P and Crew and Paradox, who are not natives of this area, so to speak, it kind of makes things interesting.
It does, but it's...
I mean, there's a little gap over there, Azrael.
Well, he's got no wings, but he's got a bike, has Azrael. He's going to be grouping up with Hazza, the heavy hitter for his team. And of course, for Azrael, he's making his debut, playing here in Pro League, replacing G1. And at least going to be grouping up together. Sure, they lose a couple of members, they get a kill, so I guess they're a little bit worse for wear, considering they would have liked to at least keep 3 alive after losing 1 earlier on, but at least they are inside of the zone. Looking at the circle, XP, it basically just kind of try to imitate the plane path. So no one's really going to be budging too much. Even ZEUS, even though they're headed towards North Georgia, Seal 9 have very quickly just evacuated Georgia Pole. Like, they looted up very quickly, and just look at them. They're just making a straight line smack center of the zone, as Seal's going to unleash Wall is going to be unleashing a few bullets from his M4, a little too far away to really land a shot. However, now looking at the zone XP, it could really go either way, right? It could easily be towards Military Island, it could be up towards north. So which way do you think it's going to be?
I don't know about that, but looking at the way Paradox was riding through, looks like they're playing a different game. This isn't MotoGP just whizzing past on their bikes willy-nilly. That was quite picturesque. But again, see, it can go either way. Now, what Seal's going to do is they're going to come towards the center. Obviously, there's going to be a massive fight breaking out between Seal 9 and Future Station in just a few moments, as they are going to be vying for control of the compounds just north of the bridge. Now, the gas station is going to be coming in as well. Have a look at Future Station. Now, they do have 2 members at the compounds, right at the bridge, while C-Wine, and I do believe his buddy, I can't really read the name out over there, they're going to be a bit further back near the beach. Now, they are going to try and set up those angles. They're going to have that hill to the west of the bridge as well, but with Seal 9 coming in, it's going to be problematic. Now, again, we've been wanting this from day one, Blay. I want to see a blockade, a proper blockade set up on the bridge, because as of right now, it is going to be prime property.
Prime property. All right. Let's see if that's going to be happening here.
Danny's being really careful.
Yes. Oh, it could happen, XP. I love this.
It
But
could happen. I love it.
because the military island is in the zone, I8 are going to just try to investigate what's happening on the bridge, but there is no real need for them to cross on over, right? So they're going to be just waiting, I guess.
Absolutely. There's no immediate need for them to cross over. In fact, if you have a look, Crypto is going to be the first in the line of defense for I8. He's going to be just east of the bridge in those houses down below, just looting up, possibly keeping an eye out on what's happening on the northern side. Now, if a few shots are fired, well, that is a dead giveaway, in fact, that, there is going to be something breaking out. But I like the fact, Future Station, they kind of regroup. They realize, wait a second, someone is rolling in hot. And it was Seal 9. They've taken over those houses along the cliff. And now Future Station are going to be forced a bit down south near the beach. Now, the thing is, the beach is different, right? This is the brand new Erangel, and we have a lot more things to hide behind. We've got all those incapacitated vehicles from a previous war that was fought on these grounds. So we have a lot of trenches that are dug in as well. So again, I do like their position. However, with R3D having a similar idea as they move towards them through Ferry Pair, Future Station could be in the middle of something they do not want. And well, with I8 moving up as well, it could happen. Right about now, shots should be fired as Seal 9 could unload on I8 on the bridge.
Yeah, this could be an FU sandwich, XP. You don't want to be part of that. Oh, meanwhile, though, instead, it's going to be Future Station spotting a few players. I think it's R3D in the distance, not really taking any shots. We did fail to kind of mention that Deadeye's guys did drop down south, right? And they haven't moved yet. They're still on the island. Now, I don't know if I8's aware of that, because here's the thing. I8 knows Stalwart like dropping towards Nova. With Stalwart not being in the server, they're like, there shouldn't be anyone else. There shouldn't be anyone else dropping towards the island along with them, but they're...
If you look at I8 Uzum's position, right? He's just offset of that road. He's on that hill at that little junction. Now, what I'm going to be anticipating is he's going to be their eyes in the back of their heads. That is what I'm going to be anticipating. Have a look at that. 3 members of I8 already on the other side of the bridge. Now, this is a little tricky. This is a little tricky, Blake. Uzum,
he can't take a fight alone
with his teammates. He can't. But again, he's probably the guy who's going to be conveying all the information that someone's behind us. But Deadeye's guys, man, they're going all the way around the island. Wow.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't expect them to find any easy... Are there boats down south? If there are...
There are a couple, but again, they're going to see where the zone's going to go next and then make their move.
Exactly. So if it's going to be up north, they can take the boats, head towards Primorsk, where, they should be taking the boats here. But they could also try and head towards the bridge, but they don't see what we see, XP. What we see are 6 teams waiting on that bridge. And when the bullets start to fly... Even if you're just a casual passerby, you could potentially die. Wow, that rhymed.
It is going to be a possibility. Now, I8, we did see Uzum quickly get in his vehicle and make a move right as the circle changed. So again, he was not only the eyes in the back of the head, he was also, he was making sure the position is held in case I8 needs to fall back to the island, had the zone shifted down south. But right now, Clutch Bobble from Future Station at some distance with a red dot on the DP28, trying to lay down a few shots in R3D's direction. Not going to be really fruitful over here, but again, he is nevertheless still going to try. Now, elsewhere, Uzum has caught up with his teammates. In fact, now he's leading the charge as Azriel is going to find himself in trouble, but Hazza could be the first who comes in the line of fire. He hasn't moved. Uzum has no idea someone's inside, and Uzum is going to get taken down, and in an instant, he is going to be put in the ground as well. And Paradox, mind you, they are on a little bit of an upbeat as Crypto is now going to be fired upon without any bullets actually connecting. But here you have it. It's finally going to break out. Review's under fire from Azriel from the side as Hazza's got to keep the left flank in check.
All right, Para. All right, what you got? You're going up against a very dangerous team here. Nade. Oh, it's going to hit the lip of that little break in the wall, but the Molotov, is it going to spread? No, it's on Hazza. Needs to be careful. He's been spotted out. Crypto's going to be tossing in the nade. Double nade coming in. He's somehow still alive, but finally he will be spotted out by Crypto. Actually, by Johnny. He just got sandwiched there between two rifles, XP. The triangle of death, the trifecta of death descending upon him. And now the Angel of Death himself. A lot of Angels of Death. We got Anubis, we got Azrael, different mythologies, different religions.
I've got a fun fact which I'm going to bring up when there's a little lull in the action. But yeah, I mean, I love it. But right now, Azrael, well, let's see if the Angel of Death is going to hold off against an army coming towards him, because I8 is hungry, as Crypto is going to lead the charge as they go up the stairs. They're still a little hesitant. Again, they don't know that Paradox is down to a 2-man squad. Well, a single squad now, but wait a second. They don't need anything. A gas canister flew up, and with that, the hopes of Paradox were blown to smithereens, as well as they're going to be the first team to exit this game. But right now, Wizards with Wives have spotted some commotion in the form of DRS, who are going to try and come up the hill. However, that little attempt has been thwarted.
Of all the ways Azrael could have been
he's got to go
down,
out in a flash.
Yeah, but he had to go out with a canister exploding. Something which you rarely get to see. One of the rarer forms of death here in PUBG Mobile. Circle going to be closing on Indo XP, and I do wonder where Deadeye's guys are. If you could maybe zoom out of the map.
They're right there. You can see them north of the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
North of the gas station.
Oh, yeah, there they are. I'm just blind. So they braved it, XP. They braved it. They braved the bridge, and they will be rewarded for it, because I8 have moved in a little bit more into the interiors. Next zone, though, that's when things can get interesting. If it is going to be a shift to the eastern side, towards where T2K are, we could be in for some tasty action. However, if it does opt to remain on the left-hand side, then I don't really see too many of these teams really budging from their positions. You can see P and Crew in Gatka. They got Seal outside in the fields right next to Gatka as well. No one really having to budge anytime soon here. So there we go. I called it. No one has to budge. But DRS, Wizzies, High Voltage, and Venom Legends will have to slowly make their way in. Now they have time. They have Pachinki nearby. But because of how small that circle is and how many teams have populated for the time being, once they make their entry into that position, that's when they could potentially face some resistance in a form of bullets in their faces.
Now, also, just to keep an eye on the circle, the best thing about it is scattered with little shacks and little compounds all over the place. So, we're going to have a lot of cover. Again, we are going to witness a little bit of a stalemate coming out sooner or later. But right now, Bablu is going to be in trouble. I do believe a couple of the members are going to be down on their knees. And if it was Future Station who did all the knocking, they should have kind of moved in for the kill. But again, they're opting for higher ground. Right now, ZEUS is going to take the fight to their comrades as Mongolia goes up against Mongolia with Demon Minds Inky taking the first hit. And, well, he is going to be put in the ground while his teammates can just helplessly look from afar. However, I talk about them being a little helpless. They're going to be in problem as well, because Vibes are going to be pushing up on their position, applying the pressure. But right now, it looks like Vibes are going to have their sights set on the boys from ZEUS Esports. And judging by the way ABDE was kind of hiding behind the wall, keeping his vision towards the side, he is aware that something is happening on top of this mountain.
He is aware. He is definitely aware. Considering how many teams are still in contention, how many players are still alive, all these players are going to be very wary, very paranoid about the potential of this team just jumping on them. But at least ZEUS's position, XP, as you pointed out, they're all like a spread compounds and small little shacks and houses around, so they do have the 360-degree vigil, right? So it's going to be very hard for any team to sneak on in. But as we kind of pointed out, most of these teams are very content just lying down, just taking, just going for a quick power nap before the action really happens. And I'm taking a look at the map on my secondary monitor and can see that almost all the other teams have also made their entry. However, they've all opted to head in from Gatka, XP, and that's what P and Crew, who have been alone in Gatka for the past half an hour, they're like, wait, why are you guys coming in? Why are you guys disturbing the peace in the neighborhood? They ask his Slayer is getting hunted down. He needs to lob that nade. He needs to lob that nade, and he doesn't, XP. And Malik is going to catch him from behind. A couple of bullets in his butt cheeks, and now he's down on the ground, knees bloodied, and his teammates are too far away to help him out. He's going to be finished off. Slayer will be slayed, and there's absolutely nothing that his teammates can do about it.
What I was kind of anticipating was, had Slayer not been in that position, DRS, in fact, were vying for the same compound that Wizards with Vibes are currently controlling. So I would have kind of anticipated, them to come in and third party a little bit. But right now, we're going to join the action on the hill as Sandesh, on his bloodied knees, is trying to make his way down slope. with Venom Legends trying to apply some pressure. And we've got Teslas flying in the air, ladies and gentlemen. You got to watch out for such hazardous objects as well. Now the grenade is lobbed. Mamba is going to be the intended target. However, that grenade is going to be just on the other side of that tree. And, well, no damage is going to be done. But it looks like ABDE from afar with that Mini 14 does have them in sight. A shot was fired. However, the bullet did not hit its mark. And have a look at what DRS did. They realized that some action broke out over there. And they made the right choice because they're going to go further down south, just east of the quarry. And are probably going to try and go into that compound just where Future Station is. So right now, again, a lot of migration taking place all over the place, and looks like Venom Legends are going to be finally put in the spot as they are kind of cornered with just the rock for cover. Now they have deployed smokes, and that revive should be coming in, but Extreme could be in a position to be taken down, and he is with laser-guided precision.
Laser-guided precision indeed, XP. And yeah, as the circle shrinks further and further, people are dropping by the wayside. However, there's been very few confirmed kills, right? Like, we've lost Paradox. We've lost a couple of members of High Voltage. One member apiece for, Seal, for I8, for R3D losing a couple. P and Crew just lost Slayer as well. So, still very few casualties, all things considered. But, yeah, as it gets smaller and smaller, as you have to start battling for each and every inch, bodies will drop. P and Crew. I'm going to go up against Bublu. Clarity Gaming. They have looked pretty solid so far. Not quite hitting the peaks, which has been hit by their countrymen in the form of I8, but definitely a force to be reckoned with in their own right. And right now, they don't really have to move, right? Actually, they got the little house, so they can just try and wait by their time. But eventually, they will. So they have to be worried about the fact that P and Crew are going to be not necessarily gatekeeping, but right in front of them. So they might want to take the fight early on. Speaking of taking a fight, it's going to be Mafia Ninja and Gyaldon just charging into Deadeye's guys. And the knock's going to take place. Gyaldon's going to finish off the job. And that is going to be a member lost here pretty early on for Deadeye's guys. You do have only 2 members left alive, Shifu and Rated Sir, who are quite away, far off in the distance. And there's nothing they can do about it. And one thing I've noticed so far in this game, XP, is just the fact that the spacing, the trading, has been pretty poor from quite a few of these teams.
It has been. In fact, we've been just talking about this fight over here. Bublu are going to have to make their way back because I did kind of notice from the corner of my eye, Wizards with Wives were coming in to play as well. And they have kind of forced Bublu on the back foot, which could be problematic because now Wives could actually have a few angles on them from the other side. Now, they only have this one compound, this one house, and that wall for cover. But the question is, for how long? Now, P and Crew's blend is going to be lying prone on the grass in front of him. Now, he's not going to have an angle on CL as of now. They're going to have to contend with Wizards with Wives. Have a look at that. They are coming in with aggression. They should be assuming that, someone could be in that house and they should be focusing their fire there sooner or later. There you have it. Short-stopping fire. That's a beautiful grenade. However, it's a bit too short and Zabian is still going to be on his feet. In fact, Delta X is taken out with shrapnel instead. That is a beautiful grenade. Danny should be careful. In fact, he gets taken down with a blast from his back. And now it is going to be flipping around as Retobot goes in for the kill. He does spot one. He's going to spot another as well. Both goes down. He takes a lot of damage. Taken down instead. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation now as Wizards with Wives, or 2-on-2 actually. Have a look at that. Delta X is up. They got that revive in. But if they are going to be pushed on by grenades, it will be problematic as they're all clumped together rather in one spot. That just looks devastating. But P and Crew is coming to the rescue.
To the rescue for Wizards, maybe. Bubbles had enough. He's like, screw this. I'm doing it by myself. They're just pushing in. Oh, they're just pushing in one by one, but one by one, they're getting individual fights. And of course, they're going to take them. Malik's going to find one. And suddenly, there's a guy right on top of you, Malik. And it's going to be 420 boy. But Wizards with Vibes, somehow they survive. XP, this is complete pandemonium. Zeal down to one man standing. That Zake is going to get the res, but Vibes, they know they're in that smoke, and as you pointed out, the nades can be just massively problematic. Wizzies, I have no idea how they still have 4 alive. That makes no sense. And now they're pushing into P and Crew, and P and Crew decide, yeah, no, we're just getting the hell out of this. Sorry, Laurie. Sorry. We love you, but yeah, sorry about that.
Well, Borex has been left to his demise as P and Crew are going to make their way through. That is, of course, the best decision right now. But Void could be coming in. We could have some shots fired as entry. Does spot the enemy. In fact, he does let loose a few bullets, but his attention is diverted suddenly to another team as now Wizards with Wives are going to be whizzing by A couple on the bike and one in the Jeep. Right now, Future Station are going to have their workout out as they are going to be going down one by one. Looks like, wait a second, another team was right in the fray, but they got taken out. Wizards with Vibes, still a 4-man squad. No, they're not. They get reduced to a 3-man squad. But man, these guys are firing on all cylinders. P and crew, they were caught out in the middle, Blade. They were just caught out in a bad spot.
Yeah, like, oh my god, what is this? What is this? Oh, come on. They just tossed in 100 quadrillion nades there. And somehow Clutch Baba, because obviously his name is Clutch Baba, is still alive. But for how long? That's the question. Clutch Daddy in name. Can he be the Clutch Daddy in the game? Entry, there's nothing he can do. He will eventually meet his demise. And Clutch Baba, he's been spotted out. 1 point of health XP. Literally a sliver of HP. Frypan trying to patch himself up before he goes in for the kill. Clutch Baba's going to be tossing in a smoke to try and sneak his way out or stay alive. But he doesn't have any first aid kits. He's got to be picked up from his teammates. And Frypan's being, might I say, a bit hesitant? No, he's just waiting for his teammates. I like that. And eventually he'll fall to his death. Yeah, that happened.
Also, he was waiting for his teammates. Now, we knew that the opponent was on a sliver of HP. Of course, he did not, as the action is going to keep continuing. The zone is closing in another few seconds. It's going to be pandemonium sooner or later. Assassin could be in trouble. That second grenade could find its mark, but Godless over here with that MG3, trying to lay down some lead in T2K's direction. Joker, on the other hand, is taking tremendous amount of damage from the blue zone as Rules comes under fire. And finally, Void is going to send him to a void of his own as Mamba slivers closer, trying to get a pickup. But now he has kind of given Void his position away. And it is going to be problematic elsewhere. Malik is going to get shot upon ably. Random fire in that.
Hey, if it hits though, it's not random, right? Well, Wizzy, I do wonder how many kills Wizzy's has right now, because they've like wiped out. Like,
they should be in the double digits.
Yeah, they've wiped out 3 teams already, as far as I reckon. But yeah, DRS in the meantime, they have also. Yeah, that's it. DRS are out. IA just completely decimated them. And now ZEUS Esports, 4 alive. Can they do something here? Venom Legends, they're coming under, well, not direct gunfire, but nades are being tossed in a general direction. And if you look at the zone XP, there's barely any cover. Void! Oh! Sliver of HP, tries to get into cover, duck into cover, but it doesn't find it in time. And now he will be on his knees. Deadeye's guys using all the nades they have to try and keep Wizzies in with vibes at bay. But look at this XP. Apart from hay bales and maybe a couple of trees, there is virtually no cover whatsoever as Void will finally answer the call of the Void and he is no more. Venom Legends down to, I believe, just a 2-man squad.
This is when you need to get as close to nature as possible. You need to basically have your chest on the ground. You need to go prone. You need to slither like snakes through the grass if you want to get the job done. Because, like you mentioned, we've got a few hay bales. We've got a couple of trees, 1 shack, and just 1 big rock. But now Godless is going to be opening up on Havoc as Water gets taken down. Havoc is going to be lost right down again. He's got 2 opponents around him. But that high rate of fire from that MG3 is going to be too tremendous. It's going to be too powerful for High Voltage to do anything about it. And ZEUS Esports, let me tell you one thing, these guys are firing again. And they're getting the job done elsewhere. Delta X is in a predicament. He only has that 1 rock for cover while Steel Shot again, the last man standing for his team. And just as I say that, ably from afar is going to pull it right between his eyes. And well, with that, Wizards with Vibes are going to be exiting in the 5th position. And of course, Venom Legends go out in 4th, which means now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 3 teams. It's going to be ZEUS versus Dead Eyes guys with I8. And talking about Dead Eyes guys, they only have 1 man standing.
Rated, sir. The smoke is a dead giveaway. They know where he is. And look at how fearless Godless is being. They are being extremely tunnel visioned on 1 player. They're going to charge in. Zeol spots him out, and he's got to switch to his gun. Indeed, he will. M4 out. Deadeye's guys. Rated Sir doing his best to confirm the kill, which he will. He still stays alive as well. And now, ZEUS, they had the advantage for a moment, XP, with all 4 alive, but with the player getting taken down there, it's even Stevens between I8 and ZEUS. And Rated Sir is still doing an incredible, a tremendous, a fantastic job staying alive. But finally, Refuse will find him. And ladies and gentlemen, the Mongolians versus the Pakistanis. Ably, Godless, and Icy going up against Reviews, Crypto, and Johnny. But a heavy hitter has been found. Crypto is on his knees. And look at Godless running in, trying to get the flank, trying to finish off the job. But Johnny coming in from the sidelines, and I don't think ZEUS are ready for this, and that nade could be big. No, it's a little far away from Ably, but Johnny has a perfect line of sight on where Ably is crawling towards.
Johnny's position is still not given away. Ably finally realizing something is going to be on his left as he's now going to be proning in that direction. Johnny with the lovely grenade. That is a bit optimistic. It's supposed a bit too short. Elsewhere, Crypto is down. Reviews is down. And
Johnny.
now this could be problematic for Johnny. He's going to be the last man standing against this onslaught of Olympic gods. Now, ZEUS, a 3-man squad. They are going to make it look so easy. Again, this is the old ZEUS that we have been used to. And now Crypto did get the revive. Looks like he's going to be up on his feet now. Johnny should be shooting from afar. Yes, he does. That is the crossfire they need to build up, as now ZEUS are going to be in a little bit of a panic mode. Dare I say that? But now, forget that. Crypto got knocked out, and all eyes are now going to be on Johnny. This is problematic, Blake.
Johnny. Yes, Daddy. Do you got it? Yes, Daddy. He's going to take a shot at Godless, though, but he's got that covered. That little shack is going to be problematic for Johnny. So now he needs to isolate Ably and take him down. But Ably is just crawling around in the grass. Very hard to spot, XP. Now, if he can isolate this particular fight... Oh, he's going for the res! That could be huge. Smoke's being deployed. If you can find a res here, it could be massive, but there's a big gap in the smoke. There's a big gap in the smoke, and it could be spotted out by Icy. Look at Icy going ahead. He's just shooting bullets, and he's going to be running on pass. If they can find a way towards the hay bales, it could be massive, but Abel's going to stand and try and deliver. He spots them. They're trying to prevent the res from coming in, and I don't think they have any more smokes remaining here. But a res in the last second? No, it doesn't. He falls. Reviews as well. Time is not his friend, and can he get it though? He just might XP. He just might. No, he can't. He has to take the fight. Icy at least has been knocked on down, so it's a 1 versus 2. Abely's making a lot of noise, running out, trying to run over to his teammate. He spots out Godless. Almost gets a knock, but Godless will still be alive and kicking, lying prone, trying to patch himself up. This is just a battle of attrition, and Johnny is doing his desperate best to try and stay alive and get the chicken dinner.
The fact that Icy's been knocked out multiple times, if you kind of had a look, he was bleeding out a bit too quick, and right now Johnny is going to be coming into fire. He, in fact, is going to be flashbanged as well. This man is going to be firing blind, as Godless is going to take this moment to switch up his position. Now, he needs to reload that weapon because, well, that MG3 is good only if you have a lot of bullets in it to pump it out at a high rate of speed. Now, Johnny is caught out, and Ably definitely knows his position.
He's got no health kits.
See, if they have a couple of grenades, which I do believe, does anybody have any utilities? It doesn't look like it.
No.
It's gonna be a waiting game right now because the circle is gonna move in about 3 seconds, and Ably is just kind of baiting him out. There you have it. It finally works. He runs a little circle around that hay bale, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment you guys have been waiting for. Everyone was asking, hey, whatever happened to that one team, ZEUS Esports? Was that the name, ZEUS?
Well, I mean, it took a while, but they made that look good. 14 kills. Is it just me, or have the majority of teams who have gotten chicken dinners thus far have got 14 or 15 kills, XP? It's kind of...
Especially today. In fact, I think game 2 was 14 kills. Game 1 was 14 as well. 29 points.
Can we bring up the stats, maybe, for all the chicken dinners we've had so far, and the kills they've had? That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, what a game coming in from ZEUS Esports there, XP. They get a chicken dinner. But honestly, that final fight, it could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way, but I like the fact that, you know, they are getting the job done. And of course, the analyst desk should be bringing up this point as the googly eyes is going to return to your screens right now. Maybe I should just get some contacts on. Anyway, with that, of course, we are going to be at the midway point of all the action in store for you today, because we still have 2 more games that are lined up just for you guys. So what you got to do now is make sure you get some refreshments, hydrate yourself, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome to PMPL South Asia Season 4. This is the final league play week. This is the 3rd week is where we're at, and we were asking this question as to what has happened to ZEUS. Are they going to be performing? Are they going to be underperforming? Well, here they are. They've returned to the arena. 14 kill chicken dinner, working in the team's favor.
I mean, and just, wow. We were, as XP also pointed out, everyone was asking the question, where did ZEUS go? And I guess they are back. But that final fight almost got out of hand.
Wow.
You have to admit that.
Yeah, actually, it did. And we were talking about it in the pre-game as well. They need one game to actually just set up their momentum, and it's always Godless. It had to be Godless. 4 assists, 6 kills, 915 damage, 228 healing done, and I get it, right? So many open area fights. In fact, the last circle as well, so much of an open area just coming down, and well, I8 did perform really good as well, to be honest.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I had also had an incredible performance, as you said, especially in that final situation. Crypto trying his level best to sort of sustain himself against the charge that was coming upon them from Godless. But Johnny, have to give props to the lad. I mean, just taking down IC, making sure the numbers were in a favorable position for his team. But still, we know Godless, especially. I mean, you know, right? Ocean, what was the first name we gave him when we saw him for the first time back in? Yes, and this time it was the MG.
MG, Godless.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just this thing, right? Last time the lad used to wield the weapon AUG in the most perfect ways. Now he's just switching it up. He's just evolving, in fact, and he's doing that in style. I would say that he's doing it in style.
Ooh, talk about style, right? ABDE is going to be there as well with 6 kills, 797 damage. We hardly get to see him in the list of top players because he likes to support his teammates from the backlines. But this time, ABDE showed up big. And not just him, Reviews and Johnny from the side of I8 doing an incredible job. I mean, I8, one thing I know for sure is just like we don't have to worry about placement points for Future Station, you don't have to worry about I8 getting kills in any single game they play.
Sure.
This team knows how to aggress, they know how to get those kills.
The best part is, right now, look at I8, right? Their damage stats are really good. I mean, not a lot of teams on the second position have such high impact damage dealt strats for themselves. And in fact, their damage received strat is very good. This means, had they had a chicken dinner with all 3 players surviving in the final moment, right? You see their average survival, obviously they lost a few players here and there. But had they not lost the final players for themselves, think about it, their damage received would have been under 500 with an impressive chicken dinner. That would have just not changed the pace of the game. But right now, against ZEUS, with those 14 kills, 10 knockouts, they have 29 total points for themselves.
I mean,
Definitely. What a play. What an incredible play being showcased by both of these teams, rather, is what I would say, from I8 as well as from ZEUS' side. But as we move on forth to the match summary, now this is where things are going to get interesting, because Johnny right there with 918 highest damage. I mean, that dude held his ground for as long as he possibly could.
Also, I would like to point out, I believe that 301 meter distance kill that Galzin has was how Clutch Baba went down. Because he was on a sliver of HP, like I think 2 or 3, and the players from Venom Legends, they missed out on him. But all of a sudden we see him go down, and you see in the kill feed the name Galzin finishing him off. So I think it was that.
And you know what? We see most heal stats here as well. But I love, I miss Sanok, to be honest, at this moment, because that's what most heals just was really, really good. But well, talking about this one, right? ZEUS Esports, 14 kills, 15 placement points. It's really good for them. I8 coming up with 20 points. Amazing. Whizzes with vibes. We saw a glimpse of this team with the kill department that they were just holding for themselves. But DE, this is kind of the game that this team needed, right? They were once again out of top 16 as of now. Now they are just marking up their entry again.
Exactly. I mean, DE are bringing themselves back into the
talking
action
about
high voltage. Yeah.
Johnny, Blotter, talking about entry.
Venom Legends.
Future Station.
No, Future Station.
Oh yeah, Future Station are not here.
Yep.
I mean,
for the first time.
That's because of Venom Legends. Venom Legends just stole their charm in this match.
Yeah. Well, indeed. I mean, 1 kill, 1 placement point, that just comes out for the win.
But I guess Future Station, they should not take those fights in the early stages of the match.
I mean,
debatable. Debatable. On the other front, though, I mean, talking about Clarity Esports as well, I mean, they're not having a good day thus far. They have been part of fights, definitely, but this is just not the...
Yeah. This is where, it gets really tricky, because Clarity, they kind of had the zone for themselves, right? If you think about it. The circle, I get it, it had a military area, I8 was rushing up from it. Clarity likes to drop to the backlines of Query. The circle was there. They could have had the zone for themselves, but bad decisions were made.
Exactly. And this is like the third game already taking place. So we've got 2 more games remaining. But of course, with that, let's move on along with the show. Let's move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments from this game.
And this is what I was going to ask Ocean. What do you think about the very first fight of the game and how we saw Paradox get eliminated?
I mean, PN Crew, well, they kind of needed this kind of a game for themselves, like this kind of a start for themselves, right?
Yeah.
We saw PN Crew in top 3, lately or in the previous game. So now they wanted to create that chaos factor for themselves. And trust me, if they qualify, I'm telling you, well, a lot of teams will have to watch out. Because this team, I get it, even if they don't, get in top 16 in the Super Weekend, well, they will be there to ruin a lot of gameplays.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch PN Crew in action in the Super Weekend. I mean, they are fun to watch right now, and that sort of makes me question, where was this team? Where was this PN Crew? Were they waiting to have their backs against the wall in order for them to pop off? But no matter what, PN Crew, they're looking decent at this point. They're looking good, in fact.
Yeah, fantastic, I would say.
Yeah.
As of now, as compared to the previous weeks,
Yes.
right?
True.
The start is good.
They're looking like a chaos creator in the lobby, simply put, I mean, whenever you talk about teams that are supposed to be moving on forth, there comes in PN Crew. We are here. We're going to be completely destroying your gameplay.
Exactly. And alright, so this is when we see Rated Sir, the last surviving player for his teams, start hiding in the shack, and he was there till the end of the day. Just would like to point that out, because I mean, patience is also something of a virtue, my friend. So it is going to be incredible to watch as to what D is going to be able to accomplish with the rest of the matches at hand, and I'm just waiting for that Future Station DRS Venom Legends moment. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, this was just just chaotic. In an open area, one shack, if you're just thinking about, and that shack just has the entire population of like 3 squads almost just coming around. No one would anticipate that.
Yeah, and I don't even think that bullet from Galzin was meant for was meant for Clutch Baba. He shot it from the other side of the zone. Like, they were literally on opposite ends, and it's still connected. I mean, blind shots will sometimes get you an extra point, thing to keep in mind. But talk about things to keep in mind. That is going to be ZEUS, and Godless never face this man if he has an airdrop weapon in his hands.
I mean, he knows, how to make most of the opportunities. And now it looks like, the team is just evolving all through it, and that's like a good thing.
Exactly. And talk about good things, we see this wonderful nade. That was a perfect 3-pointer, by the way. Went inside the shack from the top, and Rated had nowhere to go. But this final fight, there was an opportunity for Johnny to actually, if he had utilities on him, which we later realized, I mean, he did not, that he could have actually clutched out the fight for his team just with a Molotov or with a nades, because the players from ZEUS Esports were actually constricted. They were restricted to those positions that they were holding. Talk about that Habil that was there, and Godless, well, he was running out in the open basically.
Yeah, I mean, that did happen. But look at this, right? DE. This was just because I'm saying this was the game that they needed, because they played it so cautiously. They got the placement points from this one. And that's indeed a really, really good thing for this team in order to get them in the top 16 for sure. Wizards with Vibes. They had such a high-performing game in this one.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, you can say, a pretty balanced approach. Though it was aggressive, but it was balanced because they did not take extra fights till the end. 1500 damage, that's all.
I mean, the moment where Wizards with Vibes went out was the fact when they were trying to actually come towards the field from the high ground slope, and we knew they were going to be exposed. It was going to be a challenge, and well, they did get punished. But I love seeing Venom Legends in this form. They have, as we talked about, they have carried the momentum that they built for themselves in the Super Weekend to this week as well, and they're looking really good.
Absolutely. With that, let's talk about the storyboard altogether itself, as it is being created based on the 3 games that have been played. As we move on to the overall ranking, where ZEUS Esports, with that dominating play, do move on to the top position. 8 placement change. What a push! What a push! I mean, this is just incredible. But once again, I mean, the question will be: will they remain the kind of performance that they've showcased, or will they probably just fall back and be like, all right, now we're confirmed for the Super Weekend, so we'll chill?
That's just questionable right now because they are not playing the next match. Group B is not playing the next match, right? And with that, right? Wizards with Vibes again with that consistent performance. They are marking up their entry in top 3.
Exactly. I mean, Wizards with Vibes also an incredible run from the team, but PN Crew, we were seeing them sitting on the 9th position over there, I believe. So even that team is doing quite decent. I mean, last game they walked away with those 3 kills. The early fights did harm their position inside the late game, but still, the early game aggression did work out for them. As we move to the next page, though, Deadeyes, guys, Ocean, you called it. They needed this match, and this match has brought them into the top 12.
10 placement points is what they walked away from this game, right? And that has definitely worked in their favor. But on the other front, I mean, as we move on the conversation, let's move on with the schedule as well. But Paradox, again, they're working towards those kill points, but it is definitely not helping them when it comes to the placement. Exactly the play that they showcased in week number 1. So again, I mean, Ocean, Varun, I would like to ask you guys, when it comes down to a team and how they improve, this team, it seems they are, well, still questionable a little bit in terms of how they're improving or evolving.
I mean, it's still their first time against the South Asian team, so I would say maybe if we get to see Paradox face off against these teams the next time, maybe we're going to see a new team. Yeah.
Oh, well, in the previous Miramar, if you guys remember, right, we saw these two teams, DRS and T2K, marking up a really good impact, right?
Yeah.
They were in top 2. I mean, that's what I mean. And I want these two teams, I mean, especially if you talk about T2K and DRS, I want these two teams again to be in top 2 in this one. That's just my thinking, because both of them have more than 7 placement point average, which is actually insane if you look at the competition and the way, the competition is evolving week by week.
Absolutely. On the other front, Varun, when it comes down to your prediction, dude, what team are you going to be supporting for this upcoming game?
I would say Bablu Clarity is making a comeback, and that team desperately needs those points because they weren't looking really good in the overall ranking. So I would say I expect a good performance from that team along with ZEUS Esports because, well, the momentum is just getting started. Hopefully the team doesn't lose it.
Well, let's certainly keep our fingers crossed that be the case for the side of ZEUS. But on the other front, of course, as we were mentioning earlier, that group is not going to be playing. So as we move on forth, let's anticipate. I mean, I want to throw a curveball. I want to say, Paradox, please get some placement points, dude. Let's get the game started off. Let's move on to the Panda Bros to get this 4th game of the day on your screens. It's going to be, of course, Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, the final league days, and here we are. Quite an interesting start to the day, of course, with A1 Esports grabbing a chicken for themselves. And moving on, we've got ZEUS getting 1 in the previous game. But now we're talking about Miramar, right? And there were a lot of interesting shuffles happening around the overall standing. But what really caught my eye was Stalwart Esports, Necro. And, well, they haven't really been doing pretty good, considering the fact that this is one of those days, in the league days is where they absolutely shine. What do you think is going wrong with them?
I honestly feel like at this point in time, we don't even need to worry about Stalwart Esports, man, because they're already such a solid team. I'm pretty sure even if they're really not doing good today, they're just going to be doing good tomorrow or maybe even in the upcoming game. Like Stalwart Esports is the kind of team that it's just like, if they have not been doing one day, it's fine. We do know what they have in them, the firepower they have, the overall strategical advantage also they have over a lot of teams. It's just insane. But now Fixes inside this upcoming game. Which team I'm going to be going with? I'm going to be going with Seal9. Now that's an interesting choice, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I agree with you. I'll tell you why. Because this team has always showed those signs, right? They've always been there. It's just about those little mistakes that they commit during those fights. I mean, you talk about Amra. We know how good a player he is.
Exactly.
You talk about Senior. I mean, he provides some good cover fire. And they've always been a good team. But sometimes it's just about being unlucky. They always tend to get caught off in really, really bad situations. But, again, the first day and everything is still even Stevens, right? It's just that one chicken dinner that you need to get yourselves into the safe zone. I mean, you want to qualify for the next Super Weekend, get yourself a chicken dinner. That's it, right? You're not gonna get the $1,000, of course, but you are gonna embark on yourself on that journey to maybe have a possible chance at grabbing those $1,000 if you get a chicken in the Super Weekend. But talking about Miramar, right? To be honest, I haven't really been liking the Miramar circles lately because they've been too stale, right? They've been pretty much those default circles.
Yeah, it's understandable.
I really want a switcheroo. I really want the circle to maybe go towards as far as El Pozo or maybe towards Puerto Paraiso. So somewhere around that, somewhere on those extreme circles. But that's not gonna happen. But where do you predict? Do you think the circle's gonna stick to the usual center or this time somewhere around the map, the edges?
I honestly feel like we might just see a little bit of Northern Circle, like a little bit towards like the La Cobraria side, So DRS might just find themselves in a little bit of luck. But now again, as you beautifully mentioned, yeah, Miramar is that kind of a map where you don't really get to see those kind of unique circles. You know, it's pretty understandable.
Yeah.
There's like not really a lot of water, so you can see a lot of teams just struggling inside the water. So basically, what you want to say is you want to see a lot of teams struggle. That's what you basically want to say. It's pretty understandable. It's quite fun, actually. A lot of fights do break out in those kind of moments. But as I mentioned, Seal9 is one of those teams that I'm really going with inside the map of Miramar. Because why? Now, in the previous Super Weekend, they didn't really qualify inside. Same thing goes with P and Crew as well. High Voltage, Paradox. Now, their positions are getting compromised. P and Crew, they still haven't really made their entry inside. But hopefully, inside this Super Weekend, they're able to get inside, because this is the final chance you get.
Indeed, and if you're qualifying for the second time, you have 60 or 70% chance that you're qualifying for the finals, right? I mean, of course, in the Super Weekend you get to play, so you've got to build yourself up over there. And with just 8 games to play, you can't really get too complacent, right? I mean, one game goes bad, you're like, yeah, all right, next game, and the moment you realize that you've been doing that for a repetitive number of games, you've got no games remaining, the pressure starts to build up. So first day is always important, right? Either you go completely big like ZEUS, or might as well, you know, just approach like Wizards with Vibes, you know, stay stealthy, stay silent, and be an assassin. I mean, the last game of Erangel, I mean, the fight they took against Clarity Papu, that was so mesmerizing, you know, completely capitalizing on the high ground advantage that they have. They did face some casualties, but they still managed to win the fight over. So that is how good they are, right? The decision making has really impressed me. But taking a look at this time's flight path trajectory, you know, La Rivera to Campo Militar, I mean, quite an interesting one, because most of the teams are going to be dropping off to the places that they like and love, and they've been going. Any collisions, Necro, are you anticipating?
Yeah, of course, as always in Los Leones, those collisions do happen. But again, now, the thing is, like, recently in the previous Miramar that we saw, there were only 3 teams. We didn't really see kind of like one more team just trying to get inside. That was Seal, which was trying to just like overlap these drop locations. But hold on, there's a fight going on in front of us, and well, it's going to be I8 versus Seal9. Now, Seal9 is one of those teams that I personally do really want them to succeed. Now, as we do know, this kind of an entire league day is really important for a team like Seal9, and they need to understand the depths as well. Reviews, though, he has an off-angle hold, and well, that's going to be rewarding him pretty well. Yunki being taken down, and Iki as well. That's a questionable move from his side. Why would you just move out in the open like that against a team like I8? No, you're underestimating team like I8. No, I don't understand why.
I mean, at this point, I don't think they know it is I8, because, well... No, you did not fix it. They messed it up, and well, all the fault, you know, goes to the players, right?
Yeah, that was
the way they entered inside the compound. Of course, you got that one knock. They do realize that they've just come in, right? They cannot full-heartedly commit inside that one fight. So what they did wrong was they went in individually. I do not understand why, because either you go in really quick, you know you've gotten a knock, you know the other person would be trying to revive the fallen teammate, so they've got just 2 players at bay watching out for the flanks. But no, they gave enough time for the players to get the res back on Crypto, and after that, I mean, you've got to give it to Reviews, man. The way he played in that one fight, you know, holding that angle. This was a really bad push from Seal9, and they ought to be punished for that. And that did happen to them, right? So you go up. It's not just about, you know, going up against I8, right? Had there been any X, Y, or Z squad, I think a similar fate would have awaited for them. You know, just completely blindsided, entering inside the compound without no idea where your enemies must be hiding. That is where Seal9 fell short.
Look, I feel like at this point, those mistakes are the kind of mistakes that a pro team should like really avoid trying making. And that mistake was being made from their side. Like, as you beautifully mentioned, going inside a compound, pushing individually. Yeah, I do understand that there is a res happening. That doesn't mean you need to be completely desperate and just pushing inside a single compound and just trying to get those kills accumulated for yourself. So that's just kind of like the kill hunger that actually got him killed. I do understand sometimes the importance as well, but I feel like holding your horses in that initial position could have panned out a little bit much better. But now again, 7C versus Paradox. A lot of early fights happening, early collisions. And well, the weird part here is that all the teams that are at least taking a decent amount of damage out of themselves are those teams that are pretty desperate for a kind of spot inside the Super Weekend, including Paradox as well. Now, one team has already been taken down. It's going to be CL9. Hopefully, maybe in the upcoming game, again, they're able to kind of strike back up. But considering the fact that PN Crew isn't really playing inside the Group B, or at least inside this game, so we can at least like give them a little bit of time to rest.
Yeah, I'm really interested in taking a look at this drop from Paradox. Right, it's not usually where they land in Miramar, and this is a place where ZEUS loves to take those fights. Now, 7C did realize that ZEUS is not playing in this game, so might as well just drop over El Azhar, have a good time, get your loot done, travel afar. But never did they realize, right off the bat, they're going to be engaging against Paradox, who apparently are playing like they've got nothing to lose, right? They've been really aggressive lately.
That's not good.
All right, this is a good positioning from him, having that higher ground advantage, and this aerial view gives them so much information to act upon, and he's a dead piece of meat, right? There's no chance on planet Earth, or maybe whatever the planet we are in, of course, inside the battlegrounds, to get the rest back onto it, because the teammates are desperately going to come in for 7C to get that one kill confirmed, and Memo does that. But where does this leave the other players of Paradox? They're so split apart from each other that all 7C need is information. But talking about information, they better do have that information about what presence, and they do. M249 going up against a likewise gun, in fact a replication, and I8. They look to be in sublime form.
Fixes. This is the prime example of how desperation can make you kind of like go inside a lot of mistakes. High Voltage as well, another team that really wants to slot inside desperately. They didn't really get themselves a slot last time. And again, all these teams, including Paradox, including CL9, and now High Voltage as well, they're falling down early off in the game. And I don't know, is it just like the panic setting in? I have no clue what's exactly is wrong going on, because they're getting capitalized on easily and they need to find a way to get out of that securely. As we were having a conversation, Paradox as well, another player went down. That means Paradox now are down to a two-man squad. But now again, this kind of like, the drop location you brought in the conversation, I still remember back in Season 3. Now, this used to be kind of like the main place where 7C used to drop, they dropped in like day one. They're pretty secure, but then later on, ZEUS just came in. They dropped
it was the first day of day one. I mean, that is where 7C and ZEUS had a fight, and after that, 7C never,
they got so scared.
Dropped at El Azhar,
They're like, all right, guys, you can have the control, man. We're good. We're just going to go and settle somewhere else.
We come in peace and harmony is what they said, and retreated back, I believe, towards Torre Almuda or Tierra Bronca. But we're witnessing a really weird game of Miramar, because look at IH. This is not where they usually go in for the drop. We're dropping off at Chumacera. High voltage either. We've seen a lot of high voltage plays coming out from Monte Nuevo. But we've got Deadeyes nearby, and we've got a rather eastern shift, right? Somewhere centering around Minas Generales, where Future Station have gone in for an early rotation. Now, T2K, this is one of those teams that has been so good in the map of Miramar, and well, primarily the reason pertaining to the fact that they've opted for so much different kind of gameplays, right? We've seen those variations. When it's needed, they play that center circle so well, and sometimes whenever they're playing that edgy circle, the rotations are so serene, right? It's an absolute delight to watch. I mean, the last game, against in the map of Miramar, they were so good, right? And now, talking about Stalwart, well, they're finally deciding to rotate inside circle from San Martin. And Visits with Vibes seem to have spotted them. And Delta X is definitely one of those players that you would want to have your eyes on, because he's been creating waves lately.
Yeah, I also personally do like how Visit with Vibes play now. It's like, they personally don't really like to challenge a lot of fights unless an enemy team is being spotted. Then they definitely are going to be taking a decent amount of shots. So in the initial phases, Visual vibes are kind of like to a fight, right? In the later phases, this is where they do start to kind of rack up a lot of kills, and that's the prime example in the Erangel first game as well. Now, what thing really caught my eye was the rotation inside the circle near the Georgia Pool circle. So they moved it all the way from down south. They moved it all the way towards hospital from the left side, hugging the blue zone. And that was just so outstanding in my eyes.
Indeed. I mean, right now, the way the circle has shifted, again, a standard Miramar shift. That is something that we do not want. But what I'm really loving is the flurry of teams, marching from the southern side. But now, this might be one of those encounters that we absolutely love in Miramar. T2K going up against Stalwart. But are either of these teams prepared? That's a big question mark over there, because Apex is still making his way in. And, well, Jane, looks like he wants to retreat. He does not want to be, part of that particular fight. Rather get a good position for themselves. Try to have more elevation, more altitude, and that's where they're headed. I mean, brilliant anticipation by the lads, and this is what I love about them, right? The adaptation to the situation. Now they've got such a high ground spot. Even if they get knocked out, I mean, you cannot just go and confirm the kill as long as you do not push on them entirely. Just step up the hill and then try and finish them off. So this is a really good strategy, but it does come with a little bit of shortcomings, right? Now the moment you're taking that high ground, you sort of become a center of attraction, right? A lot of teams pay heed to where you are, and that is where T2K needs to choose their prey, right? The ones they can 100% go after.
Definitely. But yeah, by the way, by this conversation that we were all having, you remember last time you asked, why R3D isn't really playing, and you asked some people to slide it in your DMs. Did you get any kind of insights?
Yes,
I got it? All right, share it with me.
I mean, of course. So Reviews had some issues with his account, so he could not play those previous tournaments.
Okay.
And Twinda is apparently working as a coach or a mentor for the team, because this makes sense, right? The kind of experience this guy has, I've been following him for quite some time, and this shows, right? The way I8 have been playing, and Reviews as a young lad, I mean, promoting young talent, that is exactly what you need to glorify your region, or for your region to really grow. And I think Reviews needed some time, and now I believe he's well settled in with the squad, right? Because the last game, in fact, this particular game, look at him. He was so confident with taking those 2 knocks. I mean, of course, Seal made really a foolish decision to push without any armors and whatever. But again, it comes down to the confidence on this lad, which has been building up, right? It takes some time to accommodate to the PMPL pressure, right? And now he's done that. He's feeling himself. And of course, another reason why he was not playing, Blade, in fact, was not playing. I think he was in Germany. And now I think they're back to their soil, and they're good to go as a team. And well, I8 has to be one of the best teams, rather the best teams representing from the Pakistan region. But hold on, we've got a shift over here, and well, T2K lie in the center. Now this is certainly a different sort of an approach coming out from them, considering the fact that the last game they had an edge-to-edge approach, this time playing around the center.
Exactly. So not really any kind of a hard shift, so it shouldn't really be hurting the teams a lot much more, considering the fact it wasn't really that hard of a shift. But now Vibes, and this is Vibes. Okay, 2 Vibes going against each other. Praveen out in the open. Oh, that bolt action shot not really connecting. Vibes finding themselves in a bit of a luck over there. But again, the problem is, Wizard Vibes do have a real great cover for themselves, but Vibes still need to find one for themselves. So this is where the real problems do really occur for Vibes. But let's just hope that they are able to get out of this tricky situation. They are getting inside the vehicles. This is where all 4 men are inside one single vehicle. They're going to be traversing for next compound. And well, they have found themselves a secure compound where Jiggle is kind of settled the mark. He's kind of being the scout of the team. And we have been talking about how Jiggle's aggression is over there, right? Being the IGL, he's still the first man to kind of go inside any kind of fights. At the same time, he does a great job scouting as well. But take a look at this now. Clarity Bubble also unleashing hell on the I8. I8, they seem in quite a bit of pickle here.
Yeah, indeed, and it's understandable, right? So a lot of teams are rotating from the southern side, and if you get spotted off guard, that's where you're gonna be taken down. But what I really want to bring to the viewers' attention over here, and also yours, Necro, is how Vibes love that particular compound, right? I think it's for the umpteenth time in history of PUBG Mobile that they've rotated to that same compound, and they've got a lot of chicken dinners just holding on to that. So if the circle shifts there, they're going to be in a really comfortable position, as Rated certainly isn't, because not only has his health dropped below 20%, his vehicle has also been blown up. So Frag doesn't really need to come in for a revive, as Vibes have got an interesting split going on over here. 2 players holding the compounds, 2 players, or rather 3 players just outside the hills. This is the moment where I really thought they're gonna go in for some cover, but that was not the case, as Assassin staying out in the open. Now, that's not how Assassins are supposed to really operate, but either ways, Team Vibes, they will need some time to recover. I believe they can.
Yeah, they are pretty safe. Even though Assassin went down, they shouldn't really be that big of a deal to get him back up on his feet, and that's going to be happening in no time as well. DRS now, they are on the north side. They're one of those teams that I really have also my eyes locked on. My predictions already went false, because CO9 got eliminated way too early inside the game with some rookie mistakes. But it's fine. We can focus on some other teams now. Now, take a look at this. If we can just have like a little bit of map feed up, as you can see, yup. Now, 7C and Paradox, again, they have kind of collided against each other near while they're trying to rotate inside the circle. I feel like in that particular situation, the Paradox could have stayed quiet. That could have been the best thing, but no, instead, Quick gets caught off guard, and well, he's going to be finished instantly. As pretty 7C as well, they do know that it's just like one last man alive for that squad, so you might as well go ahead and finish them off, right? And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to create some off angles, making sure at least they can get a bit of visual on Viz, but that's not really happening. Viz doing a great job in survival game, is doing his best to make sure keeping his identity as anonymous as possible, keeping his position as anonymous as possible, but that's not way too anonymous. Well, I8, he's quite lucky to make it past from I8, they're gotta say that. But with that kind of a commotion already being caused, 7C has gathered I8's attention. Uzum does have his eyes locked in on the 7C. That's a little bit of spray coming in through just to scare 7C away and make sure they're not really going to be focusing on I8 anymore.
Well, we'll take a look, and Crypto's got that AUG, certainly a weapon, but not with the right set of attachments, right? I believe I did see a thumb grip on that, and interesting if he is really going in for those closed tools, but maybe could be also the case where he did not find any other attachments, but Play Zone indeed has engulfed reviews, and I8, barring those early kills, they're gonna have to play those final circles without him. So that's gonna be a sad thing. But Team Vibes, they're back in action and have gotten a big target over there, as Sandesh has fallen. Now, Sandesh has been such an important player for T2K, the way he's been playing. But Legend replies in fashion, just blowing down 2 of the players of Team Vibes. Now, that certainly leaves Shiggle, rather, just to be alone, caught in a shack, helplessly screaming for help, but no one really is there to hear him out.
Blah, blah, blah's down such low. He's healing himself just in that little bit of corner that he has himself. But unluckily, Extreme moves away. He didn't really have his eyes kind of dead locked in on the ball, blah, blah, blah. So he found himself a little bit of movement, so he just got himself in a bit of cover now. But again, blah blah blah, that's a questionable decision, my guy. Why would you just move out in open like that, especially when you do know you're getting pressured from all the across angles? High voltage, they have their eyes dead locked onto him. They're not going to let him go out that easily, but at the same time, he doesn't really have a lot of choices. He needs to move inside because the zone's going to be moving in soon as well, and this is where high voltage as well. Now they're on the move. They need to get inside the circle, but the problem here is DRS as well are in the front lines. And consider the fact that if the zone moves away from them, that can be a little bit more problem. But I'm assuming the zone's probably going to be moving up south, or moving up north, my bad. And well, just like that, the vehicle blows up, blah, 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 moves out of that vehicle. I mean, ejects out of that vehicle when he was running, and that's why he gets knocked out. Unfortunate.
such a hasty decision coming out from blah 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 over there, because he was the one closer to the circle. We get back to that later, because Future Station right now is taking a few fights for themselves, as they have taken down a few players of A1 Esports and Paradox. They've finally been put down. But taking the look at the zone shifting, I mean, Jiggle is definitely going to enjoy the center, but all by his lonesome. He's the only one, as Crypto has managed to spot one of those players right in front of him of Dead Eyes, as the grenades are being lobbed in thin air. And, well, Sheep just gets eliminated, wiped out, as Frag and Rated are the two last players surviving.
Well, there you go. The bombardment coming in through from their side, and I8, they're looking for blood. They're out for blood. Deadeye's guys, well, they're just pinned behind this little shack. Fraxer is the man who's in the clotheslines of that shack, and Wall stood ready. So he's trying his best to create an off angle, just to be a little unique inside the situation. Uzum does have a little bit of high ground over Deadeye's Fraxer. On the other hand, Raid's position, if it's still not being compromised, he can actually bring in a huge factor inside this entire fighting. He can try to turn the tables a little bit here and there. That's a great bait as well from that buggy. Perfectly played from Crypto. And this is where he also had a little bit of hinge that there might just be someone on the left side, and well, there was Raided.
There indeed was, and this is perfect from I, the way they're approaching, but now a really tough task lies ahead of them. That is, they've got to get inside the circle, and you know, you're talking about the only compound that's well guarded by Clarity Bubble. Now, Johnny did mention his intentions of wanting Clarity Bubble to win, and this is one of those maps where they sort of tend to fairly perform really well, right? They've been avoiding a lot of fights, and you know, rather haven't really gotten on board with kills. But you know, as long as you're getting those 15 position points, I mean, I might crawl my way to victory if that comes down to it. But now T2K and Stalwart, and a sort of a rivalry that was never intended but has been built up. Two of the most amazing teams in the lobby, and they're exchanging grenades right now. But DRS, they're playing it really smart, as Mafia Ninja dashes in, heads on towards Crypto, who's taking some damage from elsewhere though. Mafia Ninja got wide out in the open and missed the smoke. AB2 make sure that he gets him punished, but indeed gets traded himself. It's absolute chaos.
But take a look at
around the lobby.
Yeah, but take a look at the separation as well coming in from the side of 7C. Ale is all the way separated from Smokey. Yeah, Smokey got taken down. But again, Ale's position is still uncompromised. DRS now somewhere down line. They are again on that struggling phase, but it's fine. They have a good risk for themselves. They can try and work around it. If they have smoke grenades, they can probably try and get Mafia Ninja back up on his feet, and that's what's going to be happening in no time soon. But Clarity Bubble, as you mentioned, they do have the only compound inside the game. And well, they might as well do a great job guarding it. Just really comes down to this next circle shift, and I feel like that's really not going to be on them. And yes, exactly, the same thing happens. They will need to leave the compound now and move out in the open ground, just like the other soldiers, and that's what they're exactly doing. But the problem is there's one more guy from one more squad. It's going to be I8. It's going to be Johnny right next to them. And well, let's see how they're able to sustain against Johnny.
I mean, right now, Johnny's the one who's going to sustain, right? I mean, he's just that lone wolf out there. But Jiggle, look at him. The hyenas are surrounding and Seal. They are certainly unaware of his position, right? Jiggle, still lying prone. And he's got to make a movement, right? He's got to get himself inside the circle. But he's got to make sure that all the players of Seal have passed by, right? The moment that happens, that's where he's going to strike. But T2K, they're coming in from the backlines. It's going to start getting really deadly, as we do have Khan 420 getting a knock on one of those players of DRS. And Nima has indeed fallen, but that might just be a possible start. But Khan 420, he cannot really get complacent about his surroundings, because if he does, he's gonna get knocked out from elsewhere.
Hale's position still being uncompromised. He has a little bit of cover for himself, so that's at least looking good for now. AJ being taken down with that wonderful nade. Trades happening back and forth. The rest should be here again. But take a look at what Mafia Ninja and Nemo are doing, and this is what exactly needs to man advantage inside the game. But Johnny being spotted out with that initial push, but still, he managed to grief the game of DRS. Mafia Ninja is well taken down. Now it's all down to Galzin and his teammate Nima. Galzin's down low, so I feel like challenging this fight in such low HP wouldn't really be that good of a decision. But with those initial nades coming in through from DRS, and well, this is what we know them for, the accuracy with those utilities. And well, you can always trust DRS no matter what kind of day it is.
again, Johnson not really going in for the heal, but you know, that's Des talking about. But right now, we've got T2K going up against the Mongolians. We've got Seal right in front of us, but mind you, Jiggle still lies prone. His position still uncompromised as Hustler. Well, he's gonna lob those grenades, and CEO goes falling down, but Jane does respond with another nade of his own as Jane gets traded off over there, but still somehow T2K have managed to survive. Now this might be the perfect opportunity for Jiggle to strike. The movement he's made his position compromised as Legend and Sandesh are pushing at his direction and will take him down, but look at Ale, he's made that survival game so strong. But now, DRS, they're going to be marching at him. Sandesh from the backlines is taking so much shot as Ale. He still wants to trade this fight off as Galzin is on pretty low HP. Can he survive this one? Galzin needs to heal pretty fast. But where's the cover from backlines? How on earth is Ale even alive, Necro?
I have no clue. TDK from the backlines with the high ground. Kind of helping Ale a little bit in that situation. DRS, well, again, getting griefed. So many games being griefed because of those third parties, man. Sometimes they can be really annoying. And Ale finally, well, this is his go call. He goes inside for the push. And Wally's down quite low. Galzin, though, it gets taken out. The kill will be confirmed as well. And AJ just couldn't do anything rather than just watching his teammate fall down. And go down just like that, because if AJ moves out of his cover, that means it's pretty much game over for him, because TDK will have a clear line of sight onto him. Well, now DRS, being the only team who has the kind of a man advantage inside this situation. No, actually, TDK as well. They have 3 players alive, so this is kind of like even Steven situation between DRS and TDK, and then Ale is the only man who's kind of like that lonesome survivor, trying to rack up as many points as he can. And well, 7C, gotta thank the Ale.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the way he's improved over time, right?
Oh my!
I used to remember that early nervous Ale who used to mess up. Now look at him, so confident, taking down the big giants. But Nima, however, finds Sandesh and will take him down. Now this is a big catch, and this might just help DRS in sealing the deal, because if Ale does not, cause any more commotion, I think ideally it should go towards DRS, considering the way they are taking control over the map. Now, Suyog and Legend, the 2 players alive. Legend does have that mind, being the IGL, the way he's been playing, coming in from PN Crew. He's been phenomenal this season. But right now, he's gonna break past his limits. That was ought to happen, right? DRS are gonna punish Ale for that. And of course, you're gonna stay in that little shack. And yes, he's alive. He's got some, anti-bomb suit over there. For some reason, he still breathes.
How is he alive? That nade literally crawled right inside that shack, and he's still alive? Ale's got to be getting near inhuman at this point. And well, Ale does realize that critical rotation coming in through from the side of DRS. The goal call has been made as they find the opening onto TDK. Suyog's down. It's all down to the IGL Legend. And well, finally the nade connects. Mafia Ninja's going to be having a little bit of smile on his face after that one. But Legend now, he needs to make some legendary plays happen from this hilltop that he has for himself. He does have the high ground inside this. But again, looking to convert into kill him. What's going on? He's going... What? They were going to pan him. What? Okay, that's
all right.
Okay, Fixes, you talk about Masala. That's a lot of Masala right there. Handle it, bro.
That's too much to digest. Honestly, that's too much masala to digest. It's really spicy, and how on earth could it be even better? It's in Miramar. Now, I'm really getting worried about, tomorrow morning. But for now, DRS have managed to secure themselves beautiful chicken dinner. An iconic one at perhaps the way they went after T2K. Every single thing they did was absolutely, bent to perfection, right? Even, Galzin now making that push, he was just unlucky, and Ale was just a little bit better, but they recovered, Mafia Ninja did compensate for that rotation and an effort to, just span them out. It's a message delivered, right? With the reigning champions, do not mess in our turf. And, well, for what we've seen, T2K, They say challenge accepted. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot to talk about this match. Of course, the desk will discuss more over it, but after this short little break.
All right, and the Nepali domination continues on fourth right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. This is the third week, first day of the league plays, and what a play. What a play indeed this has been from the side of this team of DRS.
It was an incredible match, and it was an incredible performance from the lads. And I guess revenge is a dish best served cold. And I don't know why they were trying to warm it up with a pan, but the intentions were good. And they employed some tactic to that as well. They threw a nade, hoped he was going to be low, and then charged in with the pan. But unfortunately for them, Legend had a bit more HP than they thought.
Yeah, that's the first thing. And well, I'm again happy. I'm again happy. See, spoilers, you get it here. You get it here. You get it here. DRS and T2K both are supposed to be in top 2. Yes, they were.
Yeah, and they remain.
They remained there. And Crypto, oh my, I8 had a really good game, right?
Yeah.
For themselves coming onto the sidelines of Crypto. I mean, 4 kills, 681 damage. I mean, talking about not just this team, Clarity Bablu as well, they survived really good in this map of Miramar. Like, pretty decent. Not exactly good, but pretty decent survival start coming out. And 7C as well. So that was really, really good.
Exactly. It was an amazing performance from these two teams, but I mean, taking a look at the head-to-head stats of Train to Kill and DRS, what an incredible performance! And look how close it got. Train to Kill were able to secure so many kills, 14 kills, 26 points. Even though the tally goes in the favor of T2K, DRS, they get the pleasure of having the chicken dinners for themselves. And well, this is the league play days, so no $1,000 this time. But still, the chicken dinner, I mean, itself, it holds a pride if you win it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and Yalzin's dance as well.
Yeah, you get an opportunity to dance on camera.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But all right, talking about this one match, right? Highest kills we see by AJ and Crypto as well. I mean, everyone that you see in this list has 4 kills for themselves, and Crypto coming up with the highest damage, though. That's really good. We see AJ on the highest kill number because of his team getting chicken dinner.
Yeah,
that's just there. And if we talk about most utilities, even though that's not a huge number, but still it is there. 14 utilities used by Nima, which indeed is really good. And you know, these utilities kind of just AJ and Nima, these comes down to those smokes as well, those nades that they were using against 7C, like something, those numbers were increasing by that.
Absolutely. As we move on forth, we are going to be brought on with the match ranking, where it was only a 1-point difference between these two teams, as we did have Train to Kill leading, even though they did not have a chicken dinner, but certainly the kill ratio working in that team's favor. On the other front, as you guys were just mentioning, I8 had a really aggressive game right off the bat itself. I mean, just 2 placement points, but 11 kills to this team.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say, right? Classic I8. That's their style. I mean, they will be out for blood every time they drop from the airplane. And I mean, I have to say though, 7Cs, I like this turnaround from this team. Looking more comfortable. The casters pointed out, Ale, he keeps looking better and better with every single day that goes by. And in this game, he was looking really good. But holding your own against an entire team of DRS, that is never going to happen. I mean, I don't think it is something that we see every day.
But he held that track really well.
He held it for a while,
True.
I mean, talking about Ale, it's just, today has been the day of people just, being ghost overall. If you talk about the first game of Erangel, right? Just surviving instinct as for how long it can take you, like how far it can take you when it comes to those fighting stances. And in this game as well, like Ale did perfectly good. He knew if he'll come out onto the back lines, it's T2K. If he comes out on front lines, it's DRS. So he just had to stay there. Objective, mission, survive.
That it is, and that certainly worked in the team's favor as they walked away with a lot of points. But let's of course summarize all the fights that took place throughout this entire game through the Oppo F9 Pro moments right now.
And I mean, talking about those moments, this is where it all started. Seal 9, S9 getting eliminated by the hands of the players of I8. Now, this is going to be really interesting because I8, I mean, both the teams, in fact, were forced into this fight sort of unknowingly. And it was a hasty decision for S9 to sort of charge in the way they did when they know that they're going to be sitting at a disadvantage. Once your first player goes down, you're going to try and slow things out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, I8, to be honest, in these kind of fights, they were looking really, really good as they were just charging out on a lot of teams. But well, they were being charged upon, not exactly charged upon, but they were being pressurized from those long distances, which again I would say is their way of playing. If you're just taking fights against them on long distances, well, they know how to find the perfect cover and they know how to just rush overall. In those kind of scenarios, if they want to just play against your minds, and then so many vehicle blasts just coming out, and there was that one as well in which I guess it was blah blah blah. Yeah, this lad just using that truck and was taken down in the open.
And talk about getting taken down. I mean, Stalwart Esports, we did not expect them to be a part of those fights. I mean, the distance, and the players. You see, in fact, multiple players that will be putting their crosshairs upon you. So it was kind of an awkward spot for them, but they managed. We know it, this team. Also, I have to say, I mean, Bubblu Clarity actually did really well for themselves in this game, considering how their day was going, how the rest of the matches have been so far. Had DRS not been there, they could have capitalized, but still, it was a decent game from their side.
Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was just a really, really decent game when it comes on to. In fact, Clarity Bubblu, right? It was the way they were just finding out their opponents. Yeah. They played smartly. It was not aggressive. It was not defensive approach, but they were playing smartly when it came down to the fights, and they just got a good utilization of it.
Yeah, and the hill they were holding was the same sort of the ridge that they were holding. I'm sorry, was the same position that DRS actually used to delay the players of T2K from entering the circle, and it was so important. That trade of positions was so important because now the terrain in these final fights becomes crucial, right? It becomes key. DRS, they had clear vision of the ridge that T2K were about to climb, the horizon sort of, if you will, that they were about to come from. And the last player from 7C, we see him in the shack and we see him getting blown up. So DRS, they had the advantage of positioning themselves in a certain way, and that allowed them to sort of put a lot of pressure on the players of T2K as well. Plus, I mean, if you have all players, until Ale actually took one of them down, it was going to be a fun game if you were a player for DRS.
Galson can be a good person with emotes, I'm pretty sure.
He is a good person.
With emotes.
Yeah, definitely.
The first part I know, the second part with emotes, I mean, that's what I was talking about. But yeah, talking about the damage draft, right? You see, in Miramar, it's rare that there are teams going down with the 0 kills and high damage, right? It just happens because if you're just getting chance, I get it. For a few teams it happens because you might just be giving damage, but when the person knocks down, there's a ridge just covering them. But in the latest season, I'm talking about team like Vibes, right? Because they have 0 kills, but they have 3 to 7 damage. The impact was kind of unknown when it comes down to the game.
Exactly. And that, of course, can be then moved on across because at least the placement points certainly worked in favor for Vibe, right? Because on the other front, when you talk about the teams that are on the far end of the spectrum, we've got Paradox once again not being able to get that work for themselves. On the other front, I mean, this is with Vibes. Look at that. A team that we have seen being so aggressive, but this time around, sadly, not even being able to work towards those kill departments.
I mean, but hopefully we're going to see them do that in the last game of the day. Wizard Vibes, we know this team is incredible. And I guess they learned their lesson from that first week. Now they take the league play days just to qualify, and then Super Weekend is where we actually see them shine. So I'm going to be waiting for this team to show up in the Super Weekend again. Them and Dead Eyes, guys.
So true indeed. As we talk about that Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend for PMPL Season 4, we need to move on to the storyboard, where, of course, once again, the storyline remains the same. Top 16 will be moving on. And in that top 16, there's still quite a lot of contestation.
Yeah, there indeed is. But DRS, it's just think that DRS has made a really good safety spot for themselves right now, even though they won't be just playing this game, the next one, I8 as well. So these teams are just there, 56, 44 points. ZEUS, well, there's a chance to get in top 3. They did not play the previous game. Now they'll be coming up, so that they can just get a pretty good hold for themselves, to maybe reclaim that top position that they were just a part of. But T2K is going to be a team that's just going to be right there with them because they are playing this game.
Yeah.
So 58 points for T2K. We'll have to see how T2K versus ZEUS happens.
So DRS and I8 are going to be sitting out along with Sealy Sports and Vibes from the next match, and it's going to be really interesting because DRS and I8 are pretty close to each other on the top second, and as Ocean said, this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for the players of ZEUS. But I want to talk about these teams: Venom Legends, PN Crew, Dead Eyes, guys. They want to make sure, these teams need to make sure that they at least hit at least 20 points with this game. And surprise, surprise, Stalwart Esports.
I said today after the first game, right? We can see potentially one big name, not in the Super.
To be honest, I thought you were hinting towards Bablu Clarity because they were struggling as well. Yeah,
they'll do good.
They'll do good. All right. Well, the wizard certainly has spoken, but on the other front, I mean, Stalwart, we can maybe anticipate this team to come back.
This is the thing. This is the thing, right? If today's last game does not go good for them, tomorrow they will have to play, in order to be in top 16.
Yeah.
And so this is why I'm saying this. We haven't seen this team playing ever under pressure. So I don't know how they perform under pressure, right? Is it good or is it bad? Because this team has always been in a really, really good pace for themselves.
Also, I just want to say Ocean just went against his word and gave us spoilers now at this point. Just saying.
That is true. That is so true indeed. But again, I mean, when you talk about Stalwart, let's bring up a few more stats, right? Because as you guys were just mentioning, based on the stats that they've been able to give us in the previous games, right? Right here we do have League Week.
So this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. In last week, League Week, right? They had a chicken dinner by this time. They had really good games, and the final game also, they were just going on to dominate. So overall, they had 3 chicken dinners, if I'm not wrong, right? In League Week last time. That was obviously 2-day affair. But today, when it comes down to just one game remaining, look at their average of 4 matches versus their average of 3 matches now.
They had 13 kills per game average for 4 games on the first day of League play, week 2, and now third week. Are we watching the same team, guys? Is this the same team?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So we haven't seen them play under pressure. This might just be the first time.
Yeah.
Well. Once again, I mean, we do know the players. We've got Action, we got Pika. I mean, these dudes, we have seen them in history as well, perform under pressure and perform really well. But hopefully, they do bring up their game in this final game because there's only one final game remaining for today, and that, of course, will take us to Erangel.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Last rank. Yeah. That's FS is the safest bet in this game. You know they're gonna do good. But with ZEUS Esports returning, I hope this time, I mean, as I said, just continuing the momentum, we're gonna see them build up something in this last final wrangle. And also, it's going to be really interesting to see Stalwart Esports, as we were just talking about. The Ocean said that we have never seen them play under pressure. Now it's going to be time to watch this team.
True. All right, Ocean, any prediction from you, mate? What team would you want to pick?
I have 2-3 things in my mind. That is FS definitely going to be in top 5 for sure, right? We see that.
Right.
ZEUS versus T2K because one is at first position, other has just dropped down to first position because they were not playing the previous game. So that's just one thing. And Stalwart, I have hopes for them. This is my first time seeing them play under pressure. So I would love to see that.
Let's find out. Let's get the game started off. It is time to move on to, of course, the Banner Bros. That's going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through this final game.
And with so much discussion around Stalwart Esports, I think the pressure has definitely, increased tenfold, right? Now the world is watching because Stalwart certainly had been invisible throughout all the games that they've played so far. And now heading into the final game of Erangel. Let's be honest, Necro, they have it in them, right?
Yeah.
It's just that one good game that they need to bounce right back in. I mean, if you can remember in those last league days, that one chicken dinner that they did get 20 kills, and in which Action absolutely went mental. I mean, that is exactly the kind of an Erangel game Star would need to, make a comeback. But what I did see, surprisingly, happening around in the probabilities, right? That's business with vibes. Now they're bringing that consistency claim from Sandhawk towards Erangel now on that second spot over there in terms of how they've been playing Erangel so far.
Exactly. I mean, Visitor Vibes, again, they have also been one of those teams that are really consistent. I feel like at this point, no matter what map it is, other than Sanhok, right, they just have been so consistent throughout. Even on Sanhok, sometimes they had their poppy moments.
Every time, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, again, it just really comes down, if you talk about Sanhok, it's just kind of like a whole different discussion about itself, like how the map can be random sometimes. But for now, we're going to be heading inside Erangel, and well, the plane fly path that's going to be starting from Lipovka, ending towards military base. Again, quite an interesting plane fly path. Teams like who do want to go towards Severny and stuff, especially teams like P and Crew, they're going to be having a little bit of struggle, at least in the initial phases of the game. They will need to at least like drop somewhere around. They need to get themselves some vehicles, and then maybe they can go towards that. But yeah, again, getting back to the rivalry now, what thing really blows over here is that DRS is not going to be playing inside. That means we're not going to be seeing that rivalry continue, at least for today.
Yeah, and more interestingly, I'm going to be interested to see which team really dropped off at military base, considering the fact that I8 are going to be sitting out of this one. So considering this particular flight path trajectory, well, this is sort of anticipated, right? Now, what would really get more exciting over here if two of the teams decide to drop at I8's drop location? Right? That's going to increase the excitement right off the bat and give us a reason to be happy about early game fights. That's what we absolutely love and adore. And by the looks of it, no one seems to be dropping over there. Everyone wants to take it really safe, and I think it's certainly understandable right now, considering it's the final league days. I mean, you either qualify or you just sit out of this tournament. Your journey is over. That being said, we've got Bishal. Oh, all right. He tried to get towards Yasnaya. Indeed, he's dropped off at Yasnaya along with the players of C9. Now, what on earth is happening, Necro? Is Myunki gonna be taken down? Yes!
He does!
Insane!
What? Look at this parkour as well. What's going on, man? Myunki literally fell down like a kite. Have you ever seen like a kite just falling down with accidentally
being cut off?
Yeah, just when your kite just get cut off, it's just like the way it falls down. That's how Myunki fell off. Such an unfortunate starting again for a team like CL9 Fixes. And well, if this kind of a string of unfortunate moment continues, I don't really know what to say, Fixes. Like, what do you like? My expectations for CL9, especially when the League One, like it all started in the week one as well, they were looking pretty solid. And then what just happened?
I mean, right now in this particular situation, long parachuting is what happened, right? Where they should have actually opted for vehicles like Raw did. I mean, look at them. All of those players are well stationed inside Yasnaya. They've gotten their guns.
Oh, wow.
In which they did take down those players. But we are looking at a collision course. And Inky, he's on the run.
Good.
But P and Crew, I mean, I like this purge of confidence from their side. I mean, heading over towards Severny and getting some players down early on. Now, that's really good. What I really would have loved if they just, did flatten out those tires of the vehicle that they did abandon, sort of trying to immobilize the players of C9. But either ways, we do see Senior heading down, and look at Blend along with one of those players of C9. I think that's Amra in the nearby vicinity, and PN Crew now have really decided to sort of head in towards their own drop location. That's towards Severny. But look at the circle.
Level 3 helmet.
And yeah, all right. Leaving level 3 helmet apart. Look at that circle. I mean, why? It's almost for the third time today. A Western circle again.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like low-key ignored it. It's just we've been seeing this kind of circle since a long time. We have seen this circle in the past, like almost. I feel like this is the third time, literally, that we're seeing the same kind of circle at this point in time. And well, yeah, just over here now. What interesting thing that can possibly happen is the final circle. Where does it pan out? And most of the chances of it panning out in the open grounds near Gatka and stuff like that, that's probably the highest chance where it can actually go towards. But what we really haven't seen is like a dedicated Brit circle. Like those are one of the most rarest sights that I personally want to witness. Maybe this game can be one of those. And because of the fact that, again, take a look at Seal9 Fixes on the map. Amra and Sinor, they're so separated out from rest of each other. And I feel like, especially when you know you're the only 2 players alive, this is not a situation you want to be in.
Well, I mean, right now things have started getting from bad to worse for Seed Line. Right now, they're sort of trying to mitigate the damages, and I believe they can make it safely towards Georgia Paul. Now that we decided, okay, guys, we out of here. Raw, we mean no harm. Let us just walk away into our own drop location, and we'll be good. But Senior, he's being really adamant.
Oh,
but ably apparently has spotted out one of those players of A1 Esports. I mean, did knock him down though. Now A1 Esports, well, the team that won the chicken dinner in the first game of Erangel in a really fantastic manner, now seemed shaken.
Definitely do, and it's an Ironbow as well. Such an unfortunate starting for this team. Just in the end, I feel like for all these kind of early frags, the main thing it all started was from that plane fly path. Just kind of like an awkward plane fly path. Each and every single team just got caught off guard. Unless the team like ZEUS, they had their drop like as a shelter, and it was right above it, so at least they didn't have any kind of points getting that loot, and then now going inside for it. And what's going on? They're just playing against each other at this point. They're like, all right, we're not really finding anyone else to chase. We might as well just ram our vehicles into each other and have a little bit of fun time inside the game. But I do like what ZEUS are doing, just scouting the areas out, making sure no one's even in like the nearby vicinities, and that's what they're doing for now, trying to find themselves a comfortable compound. They might know, yeah, they have pretty much known that A1 Esports do like to drop in this kind of like the nearby vicinities. That's why they're probably just traversing across, making sure there's no one around. And once they do, I mean, ZEUS at this point in time, they're out for blood.
You know, one thing for sure that we 100% confirmed of is ZEUS have opted for a really early rotation, right? They've got the bare minimum loot, and they're sort of heading towards the centers, which sort of puts me into wondering if they've got good scopes on there, because that's what you need. And well, Suyog, 64 kills for this lad has definitely amped up the game, right? Ever since he's joined T2K, and they've always been so good. Like T2K, I mean, they're leading the standings at where it really matters the most, and DRS, I mean, did just throw a little bit of salt on their wounds, and I'm pretty sure T2K, they're gonna answer back in fashion, in style, because every single player is a death machine, right? All you need to do is have them triggered. And amongst the tippity top of them all lies Sandesh. I mean, this one player has been so impressive. I mean, words fail to describe the sort of plays that this player can pull off. You know, like talking about those previous renditions of PMPL, we did talk a lot about Mongolians. You know, they were all flashy, they were all really good, but we will get back to them, because we've got some Aussie action, as Jake has apparently spotted out. Wiz was completely oblivious about his surroundings, and well, looks like someone has been punished.
Well, presence of mind question mark inside the game, and well, he just gets caught off guard. I feel like at the point when you're out in the open like that, you need to at least like look around, check around once, or just separating out from the rest of your team this early in the game, especially when you don't really know what's exactly going on around them. Yeah, I do understand you're there to scout, but still, that's kind of a questionable way to scout as well. But with that being said, Sandesh again does spot out the entire squad of Venom Legends. They are taking a few shots here and there, but considering the fact that he's the only one inside this area, does realize that maybe staying a little safe and well, calling for backup is probably the best thing they can do. And Venom Legends realize that. They do realize the backup's here, and that's why they're now pretty much on the move again. And TDK Legend, he has spotted one player out of Venom Legends. Steel Shot is the man who's kind of out in the open. I mean, yeah, he's not out in the open exactly. He does have those little bit of trenches for himself, but again, the surrounding is pretty much just in middle out of nowhere, and he needs to find a safe way to go back to his teammates.
But he said he does. And,
oh no,
right
this
now?
is not good. Exactly
so
what I was
bad.
saying.
Yeah, and you know, T2K is one of those teams that will punish you for making such a bad move. And look at Legend, he's already taken the plunge, and well, he'll get the better out of right? Now, in the meanwhile, ZEUS, they've taken the center, they've gone against Deadeyes, have already wiped out Shifuser's existence over there. And this is where, ZEUS have started, doing this from, I think, the last couple of weeks, where they're going for those early central zone takes, and well, they've managed the chicken dinners out of that one, so I'm not going to be surprised. Last time it was around that mansion area, and this time, however, it's around Gatka. But I have a really bad feeling, Necro, is that this circle might just enter out right in the open.
Fixes, two of the good teams, man. This is what exactly we're talking about. We're literally having the conversation about Visited Vibes and then Stalwart Esports, and well, again, this happens. The fight between these two guys and Stalwart Esports, well, they're on a rampage over here against Visited Vibes. I feel like that's the second man that they have able to kind of manage to take out now at this point. The kill should be confirmed as well without any trouble. And yes, now with that being said, Visited Vibes already down to just a two-man squad, and that's going to be hurting them quite a lot in those future games. No, actually, they're just down to that one last man, live Reaper bot. And we'll consider the fact that now Pika is out in the open. He just was not able to get back into cover in the nick of time. And well, this is where the karma hits them back again. And Stalwart Esports, well, Pika was pretty oblivious of what's exactly happening around him. And well, TDK, they are easily able to capitalize on that fact.
100%. Now, T2K, considering they've got that high crown for them, and they're gonna provide some resistance for Stalwart, but at the same time they've got to make sure that they enter the circle. Now this is where T2K have again changed how they approach the game, right? Playing from the edges, as a lot of teams have already gone with the zone shift and have managed to take their own respective position. Now, where does that leave teams like Paradox, T2K, and of course Stalwart in? Right, the eastern sides are still open. Few compounds are still up for grabs. But now we might witness some vehicular fights as Suyog is being chased by two of those players of Paradox, who apparently have decided to go their own merry ways. As T2K, they somehow do want to engage. They want to take this fight. They're hungry for blood.
Yeah, it does make sense in this kind of a scenario. TDK. Oh, that's a great shot! Again, though, but again, the replies there, even from their side, and, well, Paradox are like, we're not really going to be falling that easily. Erangel goes down. Hazard as well gets caught off guard in that rotation. Quite a risky rotation and a desperate one as well. And that's not going to be working out for them this time, at least. TDK able to successfully take them down easily. But again, this kind of gets me back to conversation as Visited Vibes now only have Reaper bot, and well, if we talk about Reaper himself, I mean, only me and Ocean can remember this, like that 1v4 moment in PMNC that happened, that Reaper did from the water. It just got us freaked out.
Oh, I remember that. that was absolutely ludicrous. I mean, who does that? You need really massive balls to pull off a play like that, right? Now, Clarity Boblu in the meanwhile. I mean, I don't know, man. This is one of those teams that has, pulled off some really good plays, but at the same time, they've pulled off some really, really questionable plays that you would not want to do. And one of their biggest problems so far has been that adaptive drop location change that they have had to do in the map of Erangel, where they were just thwarted off by C9. But now, again, there you go. The woe sort of increase as one of those players have been knocked out. Now, where does that leave us? Look at the zone, right? It's gone directly towards the Gatka area, and here comes, well, Havoc towards his teammate, and they've not been damaged, right? But they're gonna make a move. Now, a Gatka circle is what we had really anticipated. That's something that we really got. ZEUS taking that center. I mean, nothing really out of ordinary has happened so far. But look at this replay. Well, a really valiant effort from Hazard. Did manage to get that one knock, but was traded right after.
Exactly, and well, this replay as well, that's absolutely insane. Just cutting that rotation off easily. Paradox, well, sometimes those kind of brave rotations not really work out, guys, all the time. You gotta be aware of the surroundings. Gotta make sure you're clearing the pathway that, at least where you're trying to make the rotation off. At least you're having a rough vision of how you're gonna execute it properly. No Paradox, not really aware of surrounding. That's why they get caught off guard like that. And Quid is only the last man alive for that squad again. Consider the fact to take a look at the center of the circle as well. Now, ZEUS is the only team who are in center, but now take a look at this. Venom Legends, there is one more team in the nearby vicinity. Same thing goes with P and Crew. Seal9 is the team in the nearby vicinity. Amra is going to be the one. He's trying to scout out the area. His plan is to go and get that, but it's not going to be that easy because the P and Crew lads are spread throughout.
Pretty interesting. I mean, well, I'm really excited, rather keen to see where the next circle shift goes, right, Necro? Because that's going to decide the fate of so many teams. That's where the bloodbath is going to start beginning, and that's nice go ball. Look at the set of teams onto it at south and southwest and the western side. They've got to all move in and at the same time. Now, T2K, I mean, you call it fortunate, you call it luck, you call it skills, you call it prediction. Either ways, they've such a good control over the eastern side of map. I mean, if they want to establish, they can definitely get that. They've got a few ridges to play around with, and the only thorn I believe could be is, of course, Reaper Bot, who is a lone man survivor, and he's not gonna make any big moves. But big move happening over here. Dead Eyes, all right, in already a skirmish against Team ZEUS. Now this is revenge time, right? And well, Icy's been taken down. Sure, however, just firing from the backlines hasn't found any success.
I don't understand why the cavalry is so late to arrive from the side of ZEUS. It should have been really early, because I'm pretty sure Icy heard Deadeye's guys approaching him, but still, ZEUS were kind of far away from that initial compound. But again, ZEUS are on a comeback. Godless managed to take one out. And again, he got himself that kill confirmed as well. On top, he's trying to get the res back on Reddit, sir. But Zol is not going to let that happen. Come on, Zol is not a man who's going to kind of spare any kind of mercy on you guys. And well, that's exactly what happens. Zol takes the final man down, and that's it for Deadeye's guys. Well, that's what you get for pushing against the gods.
Yep, and again, you know, the gods have been injured right now, just playing by 2 players, which could possibly have been, well, the chicken dinner has certainly, the chances have slimmed down just a little bit. And right now, I mean, the center is still exposed, right? The eastern side is being taken over by T2K. Look at that spread on that minimap feed that we have for ourselves. And I was just informing the viewers that Stalwart is playing around those trenches. They've gotten that 1 knock, 3 kills to their name. I must say, you know, considering the run that they've been having so far, I think they've been playing really decent in this particular game.
You're talking about Seal9?
Is the vehicle stock?
Yeah.
So much for a Tesla, right?
There you go, finally. Get it. Oh, he's stuck. A little bit more. Okay, but hold on. What's going on over here? He's spraying. Oh, he was just kind of like trying to find some kills through that spray. He did manage to connect a few shots onto them. 420 boy has been knocked out with such kind of an insane amount of damage being dealt onto him. He was not really able to sustain it. But Stalwart Esports again is going to be taking Sonor down from Seal9, and this is the exact thing I was talking about. Which be confirmed over here, and getting back to the convo that I was having. Again, Seal9, they were just so separated out. I don't understand. 2 players alive. You guys should stay with each other, just like how ZEUS is playing right now. But that's not how they played it out. Instead, they just decided to do whatever they wanted to do. But now, over here, you have Clarity Bubbloo. 420 boy knocked out. Smoke is there just to give him a temporary cover, making sure he's at least staying alive. He can crawl back to Zubayan. Zubayan should be getting the res back upon the 420 boy. He does seem quite set. Another smoke being lopped in just to refresh the timing on it. Take a look at that. Anubis is going to be finding 17 Memo. Ale is right on top, and well, Ale is going to be taking him down. That's going to be it for that squad. But taking a look at another fight that's happening. Future Station versus Avon Esports. 2 Bangladeshi teams going head-to-head against each other.
Yep, and they're in for some blood, right? Dante being the final survivor. This team did get that first chicken dinner of the evening, and after that we've seen that little dip in the performance. Now, in search to sort of regain their glory, their pride, they are in such dire conditions with Dante just being the lonesome survivor. And Future Station, I mean, they've had better Erangel days than today, right? I mean, they had better stats, but this time they want to change their fate.
He
and
walks
yes,
into
Nate,
it.
yes, he indeed did,
No.
and that was paranoia, fear setting in his mind, because a lot of nades were being lobbed at his direction. He wanted to escape from that one little room that he was in, and eventually just walked into his own death, as like Wadu does as he goes up against the gods themselves. Y'all holding the flag. Yes, he manages to get that beautiful Ruthless, which his weapons will instantly want to back off into safety, but the doors.
Oh, the repositioning though, that's great kind of mind. The presence of mind being shown from the side of ZEUS. Instantly backed off. They were like, all right, let them have their sweet little time as much as they want. I'm going to go back, fall back, as I've already found myself the entry. And that's the best thing you can do in that position. And well, guess what? Nate from Zol confirms the kill on Wadu. Havoc now is the only one in the close contentions. Aussie is down low, so there's no way he's going to be chiming inside a fight, at least for now. ZEUS have brought themselves quite a decent amount of time. Zol now, again, he's not going to be stopping the nade parade over here. Keeps on lobbing in those nades. Does have the Molotov in his hands as well. Godless is going to be doing the same thing. But up till now, with those nades, they haven't really found any kind of critical connections. High Voltage as well, realizing the same thing. They're doing the same thing as well. But the problem is the smokes. There's just like so... They're blocking so much vision that High Voltage can have over ZEUS, but those smokes are just well placed.
Well, indeed they are. Right now, I mean, High Voltage have really done a pretty decent job, but now they've got to do a very daunting task. That is get inside the circle, and so they definitely aren't letting that to happen, and they're just burning, incinerating their players one after the other, as this time the hunters might just get hunted, right? They're waiting wide for Godless, who was apparently spotted out. Khan 420 getting shot from elsewhere by Zibian. Godless needs to be really, really careful right now with every single movement being taken. Dean Wolf has been spotted out right in the open, but this is where 420 is going really aggressive, and that's it for the gods themselves, as they had been injured earlier, and the final blow being delivered by Bablu Clarity and resulting in their fall.
Exactly. Unfortunately, ZEUS had to recover from that little wrench that they had, the little dip, and this is where Bablu had the high ground onto themselves, and also at the same time, the separation helping them out quite a lot. ZEUS couldn't really focus on so many factors at the same time, but Stalwart Esports, they have realized raw, they're quite hurt, and they're going to be peppering some salt onto it, those salt onto injuries. And again, top 2A now. Do you like how kind of a safe even Stalwart Esports are playing? They're not really overcommitting, even though they do know someone's knocked it inside. The main priority over here, and yes, the circle shift coming in right on the Stalwart Esports. But again, we do know none of these teams are actually going to be pushing in the center of the circle, because if you're going to be pushing in the center of the circle at this late in the game, it just means you're going to be the center of attraction as well.
Well, right now, I mean, the way the circle has shifted again, I think this is where Stalwart might just get the win for themselves, right? But for that, they've got to deal with trying to kill first, right? And the form that these players are running through, the anger that's coursing their veins right now, T2K definitely C9 unstoppable over here, as Sandesh, I mean, he's shooting with that mini as if it were an M4. I mean, look at him tapping through Ayush. That might possibly be the worst decision he's ever taken to peak. But we do know about T2K and PN2, that rivalry that has been building up for quite some time. Now, this is the moment. PN2 have been having a really good third Super Weekend, rather the league days, but certainly for one thing for sure, Necro, I mean, the chances of qualifying to the finals are definitely slim, as Sada will drop a beautiful grenade onto it. So players of Team Clarity, Bablu, and two players have fallen down, leaving Khan 420 to be the last solo player alive.
420 boy has a lot of pressure on his shoulder. He has a lot of burden on his shoulders. He needs to carry his team to victory. He's taking in the res on to one player. It's going to be Zubian for now. Wolf should be back up on his feet, though, anytime soon as well. Doesn't really seem like for now they're being the one who are focused, at least for now. They're looking quite safe, but 20 kills. Sandesh spots out the players of PN Crew. game should be really important for them. And Sandesh, wow, that's a great spot from Blend. And well, this time Sandesh is not really going to be blending inside the smoke. Instead, he gets spotted. He gets taken out. Seog is there, but in the clotheslines. He's going to be trying to get the res back onto him. Sandesh is a man you do not really want to lose if you're especially in the shoes of TDK. But guess what? The push coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports not really working out this time. Raw, they are going to be shutting it down instantly. Apex as well falling down. Now it's just down to that one last man alive. It's going to be Top. We do know what Top is capable of. We have seen him time and times in the kill leaders, and he can make it probably happen again.
He certainly can. I mean, if you can get that res back onto its action, now the only big question will be how on earth are they going to enter inside the circle. They've got an airdrop to work around with, but the moment they try to head in, that's where Jane is having that perfect angle. But T2K, they've got their own troubles, you know, because they've also got to enter the circle by themselves. But Sandesh, apparently really close to where Blend is. Right out in the wild, one with the nature. As a you, she's just playing around. You know, that little hilly ridge that he's got. But now, PA Crew and T2K. This is one of those fights that I really want to witness. But now, Top, of course, has taken down the final player. And, well, of course, we've lost out on one more squad. That's Raw being eliminated from the game as PN Crew and T2K are locking horns against each other. A 4v3 situation and a Yush on really low HP.
What's really standing out for me is that Clarity Bubble still have 3 players alive, and well, just as I say that, I instantly jinx it as well. One man goes down, instantly gets confirmed as well. That's unfortunate, but take a look at this. Another fight panning out. Sandesh goes down. That's a great nade coming in from the side of Slayer. That nade's gonna be slaying down TDK. 2 players falling down. It's all down to Jane now. Jane has been in these kind of uncomfortable situations in the past as well. He definitely does have a caliber, especially a team like PN Crew. Jane can make at least some clutches happen with PN Crew. It does seem like inside this week 3, they have stepped things up quite a lot. They are doing a great job, even in that survival game. Also, sometimes in the firepower as well, they're showing themselves up. TDK gathered up in a single spot. PN Crew, it seems like they're coming short in those utilities. They're trying to get some Molotovs in as well. No connections. They're quite shorthand.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's sort of the waiting game, right? Who gets the first knock? Now, I kind of do not like T2K's positioning right now because they might get sandwiched any single moment. He would, meanwhile, having spotted Apex out, he's going to make no mistake in just wiping him off. And Stalwart Esports. Now, this is a really good performance, right? 4 kills, 9 points. They're definitely going to enter the top 8. If not that, you know, they're gonna have a really good you know, overall standings for them, and they're gonna anyways play the Super Weekend. We know that, you know, they're not that miserable right now. They've been still having that really phenomenal run, but Team Clarity Bablu, they've done a really good job at recovering themselves. And Zebian and Teen Wolf, 2 of those players alive, but PN Crew. Now, this is where, you know, we are witnessing this surge of confidence inside of them, right? Coming in, having some few really good games, getting to the top 3. This is exactly what you would expect from a team like PN Crew, which was sort of missing in those first 2 weeks that we had.
Exactly, but now again, take a look at this. Lady Bubble finally being spotted out. TDK, 1 man goes down. Jane is the big man who falls down. Seok still alive on his feet. PN Crew Blend. That's a little bit of too much confidence that you're showing there, bud. Sometimes you gotta hold your horses back in the line. But take a look at this. Seok, he's looking to find the second buck, but he does realize the priority of res as well, and that's what he's going for. Instead, opts out for the resurrection. Unfortunately, their IGL is not really alive inside the game, so I'm pretty sure he's giving us some call-outs for the team, how they should function inside this entire situation. Finds another one as well. Laurie was the last man alive, but wait, he's not anymore. TDK get themselves a chicken dinner, actually. And well, just like that, they were already in the top position in the overall rankings. And well, this one is just going to be solidifying them that spot.
I mean, look at Suyok just laughing it out. I mean, it had to be the perfect opportunity when he realized the after you wipe down an entire squad, you know who did you wipe out, right? When he saw it was being like, so easy for them. Wow, and I mean, this is one of the rivalries where I want PN Crew to respond back. Initially, they tried, but well, I mean, you've got to go against Sandesh, right? The messenger of death. The way he's been performing lately has been so beautiful to watch. I'm just waiting for the moment he comes up on the top 3 of our kill leaderboards, because now Stalwart, they've recovered really well. T2K have got another chicken dinner, a perfect reply towards DRS's attempt to try and pan them out, of course. But that being said, a lot to be discussed for this match. But right now, we'll be heading for a short little break, because the desk is going to come right after and break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to the virtual world and the virtual studio of PMPL South Asia Season 4 right here. We're in week number 3. League play days is where we're at. Day number 1 coming to an end with that game, and what a play that was. I mean, train to kill. There is no stopping this team, dudes.
Yeah, it got really spicy in the end, by the way.
Exactly.
And crew going up against T2K. But still, I mean, T2K, I mean, it's once they start getting those chicken dinners, it's really difficult to keep them away from the taste of blood.
I mean, they managed to get those numbers right for themselves, and it has been T2K DRS kind of an affair today for most of the day. Well, talking about Sandesh, the lad has been doing really good. Previously in Miramar, this lad had an incredible clutch for the 5 moments, and this time in Erangel, well, 6 kills, 254 healing done, 2 assists as well. And, in the final moment, I mean, T2K was just in their own element playing. Like, we saw the old T2K kind of a vibe. Like, today has been a day of classics, to be honest. Like, we are seeing classical gameplays by all these teams. They're old styles.
True. Also, I mean, the one game we talk about Stalwart Esports not performing the way they used to is the one where they have a decent performance. I mean, we do see action in the top players as well. 2 kills, but that 788 damage means some kills were secured, because, I mean, they had a decent number of kills and decent placement points from this match as well.
Yeah, that's where we had the conversation. We talked about Clarity Bablu.
Yeah.
Well, they did do good. We talked about Stalwart. They did do good. They might just, mark up their entry around 16th position right now, but still, it's just, one mistake. One mistake can just take them down. Plus, obviously, they won't be playing one match tomorrow. It's for every team. So that's where they'll have to, cross that bridge for themselves. But T2K, we talked about this team as well. There and ZEUS is like, though these teams will be playing what T2K does, well, they get a chicken dinner.
I mean, another thing to bring up is, of course, going to be PN Crew. I mean, that team on this week number 3. In this week number 3, they have been phenomenal. But, of course, we shall have to see tomorrow what they bring up to the table. But as soon as they step into the weekend, the super weekend, will it be a bit too late of a journey start? We shall have to see from there.
Think about it. Right? T2K, they lost one of their players early. That's why, look at their average survival time. PN Crew, well, they had all their players surviving till the end.
Yep.
I mean, that was just so brilliant.
But in all of the... Sorry,
I was just saying, I mean, PN Crew, they made it to the final fight with all their players. They had an advantage, not just in the number of players, but the fact just how they had positioned themselves, and still T2K just completely outplaying the situation.
Exactly, and that is where I wanted to bring up Sandesh, because again, I mean, that roster change coming in for the side of T2K from PN Crew. This dude is the one who's reigning in supreme.
Exactly, I mean, he is doing such a wonderful job, sitting on the first position in terms of the highest kills and the highest damage, followed by his own teammate Jane in highest damage. We do see Godless pop up, by the way, in most utilities used, and most heals done is going to be by Zibian from Bablu Clarity, who had a pretty good game. But so this is what I wanted to talk about. We were talking about teams qualifying, and PN Crew, yes, they have made it to the other side. 19 points from this match, plus the decent games that they've had today do secure the final Super Weekend spot for them. But Bablu Clarity and Stalwart Esports, they don't have a safety cushion, and as Ocean pointed it out, tomorrow they can't afford to mess up.
Yeah,
True, only 4 games remain for all of
cannot.
these teams.
Yeah.
And again, look at this. A1 Esports, well, they had a really good game for the first game. Then they just had, what, 1 placement point. And this game, at the 16th position, it's just no doubt you have a chicken dinner. You still have to go with the flow of amazing games. You cannot mess that up.
And that is something for A1 Esports throughout the 3 weeks, right? We can see that they have been on this, not necessarily a downward slope, but definitely a bit of a seismograph. Exactly, a topsy-turvy curve indeed. But with that, let's of course move on with the topsy-turvy game that we've been a part of with the Oppo F19 performance.
Also, I don't know how I feel about Gatka circles, to be honest, because you get a lot of early game action with those mid-rotation fights, but then the late game is kind of like a little slow, so I love it, I hate it at the same time.
That's true. But these kind of the initial knocks that we see, the last one that I remember seeing was actually in a different PMPL.
Yeah.
And that just was done. So these kind of knocks in the early stage, we don't usually see that because mostly people just want to land inside a building, not actually on the roof. And rarely they get opponents just landing down. So in that, it just becomes a fight of 2 cases. First things, you get a good gun that actually takes you to that range, and secondly, you see an opponent, right? That's important as well. You land before them. So those 2 things did check out.
I think the weapon thing is going to be a little bit more important because we've seen people attempt situations like these with pistols as well, and it doesn't look good.
Oh, I have seen that actually happening. Right? To be honest, I've done those as well a few of the times. It's always, you have to land down, all right, 234 meters per second, and that, on to 10 o'clock, you just have to land at the fastest surrounding areas. Well, that's a different story. But now, again, you're talking about a lot of fights that happened around Gatka Circle, just like you said, right? It's chaotic for a few reasons. First thing, there are those Gatka trends as well. That's a different story. But the openness of the area again, Erangel kind of becomes an unexpected Miramar with the openness. Again, you still have those houses. But look at this. This is like an open area where the only covers might just be, these maybe a few boulders and or haystacks. And these happen as well.
Yeah, these happen. This happens because of pressure. You mess up. It's so open. You have no space to move. People who rotate in early will always have an advantage. They will be trying to make their compounds basically bad caves, and they are going to be unpenetrable. You can't move into those situations, and if you do, you better be ready for an intense fight. And situations like these are super interesting, and when the circle actually moves away from these compounds, they become even more fun to watch, because now the people who were in a much better sort of cover earlier on, they are going to be forced out of positions, and it puts them at a really big disadvantage in those fights.
Yeah, and there's also this thing, as we'll be just closing up forward. You'll see obviously Stalwart, Clarity Bablu, PN and T2K. These 4 teams surviving. What's important is it's kind of a similar terrain. You see everyone, right? It's just one slanting slope. So in these kind of circles, well, what should happen is the first one to make a move should actually lose. And that's what happened. Like, look at this. Blend actually knocks one of the players of PN Crew, and they just dropped down, but they were not anticipating players on from different side. No doubt T2K never had players for themselves, the number advantage. Still, they just got the game.
What a play. What a play being showcased from the side of T2K. I mean, since the start, since the first week itself, so to say, it has been a T2K domination with so much money in their bank. They are looking just motivated and exhilarated with their performance. 3,445 damage. There's no other team reaching even the 2,000 marker, and this team is on a climb of their own.
Yeah. I mean, that is an incredible performance in this game. Just absolute domination being displayed by this team. And they have been consistent throughout. And as you mentioned, Blotter, not just today, not just in a few games, but throughout the tournament. I mean, this team has been doing so well for themselves. But on the other side, PN Crew, the recovery is looking really nice. Venom Legends, they're trying to have a few decent games for themselves. I would say today was a decent day as a whole. Future Station as well, it is Erangel. We know they're going to come in one way or the other.
Sure.
Oh, yes. All right, with that, let's move on forth. As I do see, Ocean does not really want to have a go at this damage graph, but we shall move on forward to the storyboard.
I actually wanted this. I wanted
all
this. Yeah. Look at PN Crew, right? Their jump is solely, like not solely, but still, it's the placement point marker is playing a really, really crucial role, which was missing last time, right? placement point marker is something that's just helping them overall as of now, and it's just working up in their favor because now this team is in top 5. Well, had they been there previously, I mean, we could have just seen pretty good things, to be honest.
Exactly. I mean, I agree with that. But look at Train to Kill. Perfectly balanced, making Thanos happy like always. 44 placement points, 44 kills, 88 points in total. Also, classic I8, ladies and gentlemen, with 15 placement points, 29 kills.
Wow.
This team is just incredible to watch in every single match. I mean, if they survive the early game aggression, later on they are so hungry for those kills, and it's always exciting. But surprises, as we have talked about, P and Crew 7C doing well for themselves this week. We see them on the 7th with 35 points. So hopes for making it to the Super Weekend and securing a lot more points. But over on the other side, look at the teams that are out of the top 16 right now.
Yeah.
Nice guys, R3D, Paradox, and S9 Esports. I don't trust DE, to be honest. They did this last week as well. Qualified with their very last game. So, yeah.
There definitely could be a comeback from their side, most certainly. On the other front, as Ocean was mentioning earlier as well, I mean, talk about that cut-off point right there on that 16th position, because only 16 teams will move on into the Super Weekend, and that right now is sitting at 18 points. So that is certainly going to be changing tomorrow, and a lot of teams are definitely going to be shuffling up and down through that.
Definitely. I mean, we'll see a lot of changes just happening because right now it's just, R3D, well, they played their first Super Weekend recently, right? We talk about Seal9 and Paradox. These teams have also played just one Super Weekend. So either of these teams will have to just, step up onto their game, or we might just see a lot of things changing. And we know DE will step up their game tomorrow, and DE would want to just get in top 16. So that's my question. Which team can just come out? Because right now, Future Station, a team that is just looking really good when it comes on to those map chances, overall stats.
Yeah.
They are also kind of having a sword above, their head right now.
So now, Ocean, I have a question for you. I mean, because you're the maths genius out of us. Future Station, they have a pretty decent position, if I'm not wrong, in the overall standings of the Super Weeks.
Definitely.
If they fail to make it this time, do you think they will still have enough, big enough of a safety cushion to make it to the finals?
I don't want to jinx it, but I'm pretty sure they will still make it to the finals. Depends though on what sort of a competition actually stays around their respective bubble.
So true.
Because top 3 is different, right, when it comes on, and then bottom area is different, but around them, slowly and steadily, it can change.
And with that, I mean, as you so perfectly talk about the top teams, let's segue in with T2K's performance, the team card from this game, from this team, which has, of course, the stats based on just today's 4 games. But again, I mean, just legendary stats all the way through from all the players.
I mean, Suyog is an absolute monster. Look at that survival time. Look at those KPM. Look at the damage right there.
I mean, the entirety of T2K has been a monster right now, because if you just have a look at it, in the games that they were not having a chicken dinner, they were still in top 3.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So
indeed. What a play. What a play this team is showcasing to the table when it comes to PMPL Season 4. With that, let's have a look at the day summary for all the games that did take place today. As we started things off, it was A1 Esports, the one-time pony. Will it be, will it not? We shall have to see tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting to watch what A1 Esports and a lot of these teams, in fact, bring to the table tomorrow. It's one last-ditch effort for the teams that failed to qualify for the previous Super Weekends, and it's going to be really interesting. But again, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, T2K, really good performance today in the final game, especially highest kills of the day, highest knocks, highest damage. Although the highest healing was done by DRS in Miramar, it was a game in which T2K finished second.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they still had really good points for themselves,
Yeah,
right?
they
They had
finished
more
lucky.
points than DRS, if you remember, right? So that's the kind of thing. So it's just the way
they had 16 kills in that game. T2K had 16 kills in that Miramar match.
So it's just this thing, right? The way the team is playing, they're just not scared of anything that comes in front of them. And obviously, they should not be, because League, they are just nailing it. Super Weekends, they are just nailing it with one of the highest chicken dinner numbers is what they have. Now their only thing is just, maybe. So it's a long stretch. But will we see double digits in Super?
Oh, that's going to be awesome. I mean, we talked about it when this tournament started, right?
Yeah, I mean, overall, obviously, they are just around that goal. But in Super Weekend,
Okay, yes. Now that does make things interesting because again, when it comes to that Super Weekend, this team has already got what 6K in the bank, and again they'll have 15 more matches to participate. Wow! Don't. All right, all right. I am.
See, it looks possible, right?
It does. It certainly does. With the way that the team has showcased their stats in the previous games throughout the days, it has been phenomenal. And well, with that, let's move on and have a look at the kill leaders coming in to the next stat that will be on our screens. And in that, of course, we do have Stalwart Action, who is leading the charts, almost going to be
short.
100.
Still short. Over 4 points. Oh my god. I mean, that's close now.
Yep.
I mean, it is going to be fun to watch him surpass that 100 kill marker as an individual in these league stages. But again, they have to keep doing the same thing because I believe a major chunk of these points came in during the league play of the second week. When Stalwart Esports actually dominated the 2 days performance. They need to replicate the same thing tomorrow, make it to the other side, and do the same thing for the next 3 days. That is going to be the Super Weekend.
That's true. But Sandesh has been doing really good. I mean, today's climb of Sandesh, personally, has been one of the most impressive climbs that this lad has done. Plus, he's the one that has one of the highest survival times as well. If not the highest as of now. I saw 120 minutes 14 seconds, and then his is 20 minutes 11 seconds. Gyalzen, I mean, this lad, he was at the top tier number when the tournament actually started. But well, now he is onto the lines of killer as well. Both of them with the actually 3 people with the 69 kills, same kill number for them. Mafia Ninja is just now coming up there as well, and Probeen. All right, Vibes is doing really good overall as a team.
Yes, exactly. Vibes have been incredible, and Visible Vibes as well. I mean, as the dynamic duo always like to say, these teams, they know how to vibe.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, talk about Visible with Vibes, right? I mean, this is the first time they're getting introduced to the PMPL arena altogether itself, and the way they've been able to tackle all the teams against them and the aggressive stance that they've been able to also bring in for themselves itself has been absolutely wonderful to see and be a part of, and ferocious as well. It brings in a lot of energy to these games with the side of Visible with Vibes always popping off heads. But what a day this has been. What a day it has been. But of course, the journey will continue on to tomorrow, the final league play day before we move into the third Super Weekend for PMPL Season 4. Along with that, as you guys are already here, have you clicked that red button yet? Please do not forget to subscribe, and not only right here on the channel that you're viewing, but also, of course, go on to follow PUBG Mobile Esports pages on Instagram, Twitter, as well as Facebook. And as you're busy with that, you can very well look up these dudes and of course the casters as well, and go ahead and follow and maybe get in a DM and have a little bit of chat if you'd like to. But yes, with that, we do reach the end of our day. With that, one more thing that I do have to ask you guys: what are your anticipations? What region do you think is going to be popping off heads tomorrow?
I mean, judging by today, it's going to be Nepal only because C2K, well, they are doing
it.
Exactly.
I'll copy his homework. I'll say what he says.
All right. Well, with that, like I said, we do reach the end of our stream. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. Thank you so much for you guys for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.